TELOS by Ryan Geever. Book 2 of the Radical-9 Saga. Foreword. Hello and welcome back to the innards of my mental labyrinth. The plots within a maze fit for all ages to invite themselves into. Here you stumble onto the characters and plots that align from the earliest points of my career. The original version of this novel, TELOS, launched on March 19, 2013. This I remember clearly, as I just finished celebrating my birthday the day before, and saw the end in sight of the original manuscript. Back then, my novels were uploaded shortly after being completed without too harsh an editing process. Grammar would be checked, spelling corrected, but that was usually as far as it went. Now, nearly 9 years later as of this writing, I can say much of my process has changed. And now, 10 years later, as of recording this, many portions remain the same. I still sit in a comfortable seat, as though that seat itself may change, and the computer that which I type on has changed, yet still the ideas of my original novels cannot leave my brain alone, as I have rewritten and expanded the first and third novels of the original Promethean trilogy. TELOS was always the scary one. It was the shortest of the original three, but it was the origin of my novel story. I've described the story in other forewords before, but I guess with repetition comes appreciation. The first story that I finished from beginning to end was titled Zero. The novel was in reality split into 4 novellas that acted similar to seasons of a TV show, telling the beginning and end of each part in the story in full. It wasn't good, and has some exclusive characters that don't show up in the heavily revised and rewritten novel as it was, TELOS. With all that aside, before we can move on to that little treat, I would like to thank quite a few people. First and foremost, the closest to my heart is my fiancée, Hannah. Without you, my motivation tries and dies. My ever-loving support, and with who I desire for the story to never end. Next, my close friends and fine supporters, who through these past few years have offered their kind and generous support. They are listed below and in no particular order, but know that your help is eternally appreciated. Thank you Dr. C, Sheena, Jester, Gaia, Laches, Cedric X, and Endag. Part 1. ANAMNESIS, Memorial Sacrifice. Chapter 1. June 28th, 2018. Athens, Ohio, Lancaster Ave. The worst time of the year was when all the bugs came out. Tiny specks of insignificant life that only exist to piss me off. Summer isn't my favorite season as it is, but when you introduce the scourge of humankind as a daily obstacle, you can be sure I try my hardest to be away from them as much as possible. Of course, not having a roof over my head makes that touch more difficult than it does for most people. Those of us that remain, at least. The world is a much different place nowadays. Fighting, starving, dying. It's all equal parts suffering around these parts. It's hard not to find your next meal without having to worry if the place you rest your head is off to be your last. Of course, now the flies for competition with the available food out there. Summers are always the worst, and while I've had some easier summers when I was able to camp out at broken down businesses that had larger food reserves than normal, out here, this summer, I was all on my own. There was a temptation to raid the campus nearby. It'd be familiar. It was where I was going to undergrad before. Well, before. It was hardly tempting. I still had a lot of my old stuff there. We all had to evacuate once the boiler in the science building blew. Some people thought it was a terrorist attack. Those have been increasing in the public eye. It's almost laughable now, thinking about the situation that snowballed over the complete evacuation of the school. I learned about it a few weeks later from a source who was live on the scene. Apparently, a pair of stoners snuck into the science lab because they knew it was going to be empty at that point of the day. Turns out, it wasn't, and there was a bit of a conflict between them. My source, a guy named Isaac who had been working late on a project, was a bit of a stickler for places being used for intended purposes. Turns out the two fine gentlemen were sticklers for places for being used as smoking spots. Arguments erupted, and I can't confirm who touched who first, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of the other guys shoved first. Now, if that had been that, nothing further from some hurt egos would have left that building. Unfortunately, one of those shoves led to Isaac falling backward against his table. I don't know quite the mixture was he was working with, but I guess that isn't wholly important. I don't have to paint the whole picture here. Yeah, building went boom. Of course, it was more like the room went boom, but it was just the state of what went bad. You see, whatever was in those containers wasn't healthy for the rest of us when they combined, and air travel on a college campus is very troublesome indeed. Few of the people who hung around the area after cleanup started, well, they started getting sick. If that was it, it would have only called for a quarantine and a lockdown. Things progressed when the first murder came about. Those people became feral. Sounds like the start of a post-apocalyptic zombie story, right? Well, things progressed from there. All in all, there were about 20 people that were seriously affected. And when the second case went feral, the entire campus shut down. Everyone was evacuated out. Wasn't much of a police force to take down the creatures those people became, so they just remained and haunted the halls, surviving in whatever they could get their hands on. I caught up with Isaac a while back near a bar a few times over. He was a poor sight, felt guilty as hell for picking a fight that day, drowning himself in all the warm booze he could find. I don't know if he recognized me. Hell, I don't even know if he knew I was there, but he sure as hell regretted a lot. That's when I learned to avoid carrying regret as much as I could. Never regret so your burden never gets heavier than what you can carry. My proverbial pack on my back only allows what I can hold and no more. Others may find that coarse. They may use rougher words than that, and to that, I said, fuck that. When you're out here in the summer heat, getting sucked alive by the mosquitoes and fighting for your next meal from the flies, you can carry whatever the fuck you think you need to carry. And yet, I cannot deny that carrying some of my old shit from my room, like some new clothes or some of the snacks I squirreled away that haven't spoiled, was still heavily tempting. And it really is quite muggy outside. I must apologize for that. You see, I've got this thing with me. There was this doctor at the orphanage I used to visit before I went to college, of course, and they did all sorts of tests and such. I can't remember the name of it off the top of my head. I was around that age, where anything adults said goes in one ear, not the other. Anyway, they said I had a high rate of survival, so it wasn't anything, bad, I guess. That's why I didn't stick to remembering what they said it was. Just know what it does to me. Sometimes my mind likes to create side tangents of thought that run alongside the main one. It's the best way I can really explain it. I'm not used to really talking about it, really. I've pretty much got it under control everywhere, to the point where it isn't running multiple conversations simultaneously. That was a real headache inducer. I shower. I think I might head to the campus after all. If I'm quick enough, I can snag for a good meal. I could use some time away from smelling like a plumber's handkerchief anyway. Huh. Did I read that somewhere? That's odd. Not the kind of metaphor I'd normally think of on my own. Might have been a King novel or something. He tends to write those kinds of physical grotesqueries. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. My bad. My name's Gavin, and I absolutely love long walks on the beach. That should be enough for you to know, right? I'm not too good at this. I know. But then again, I guess if I was, then I'd be in a much different spot than I am now. I might be dead. People who care too much about presentation often miss the small things that end up biting them in the ass. People aren't really my thing. I guess that's another deciding factor on why I was going to the school. Because my last-ditch effort here was the street was stopped because of people. Remember that bar I told you about? Well, I was gonna hide out there for a bit, raid the stash that someone else had prepared, but not gotten the chance to take an opportunity of, but a real rough gang of pricks showed up. Came in, I managed to just get away before they shot Isaac. Put him out of his misery, I guess. Getting away and surviving has always been a skill of mine. I don't tend to rely on others, so I'm not slowed down. Shit starts to go down and I'm gone. I'm rather thin and relatively fast on my feet. It definitely helps in the new environment. They've since gone in and locked themselves in, most likely drinking themselves away. I'm not a fan of alcoholics either, by the way, so you can check that off on my eHarmony profile. But a nice drink wouldn't be terrible right now. Sadly, I have to accept the loss of the bar. I'm much too little of one man to take on 5 brutes who are more aggressive if they're drunk. It is quite the shame, though. I hike up the straps of my backpack and begin to walk down the street. I keep very little with me. Well, of course, because I have very little, but that should be changing real soon if things go my way. Across the street from the bar is when the air starts to change. It seems to become heavier, pungent in taste. If I had anything in my stomach, I'm sure I'd hurl it up. So it's good I don't, I guess. Doesn't stop the dry heaving, but I'd rather that than burning my throat out. Life's all about thinking about the positives, you see? Nice shower. It would certainly be nice to have a nice shower. It would... I reach the fence. It's almost 3 times my height. You might think it's a normal fence, but then again, you aren't native to these parts. Not like the few around here. Not like me. Everybody around here knows to stay away. This is what separates us normies from the vultures. It's almost a blessing they haven't figured out how to climb yet. Must not have clicked. To be able to grasp solid objects and pull up. Well, whatever's keeping them on that side doesn't really matter now. I'm going over. I toss the backpack over the side of the fence. It lands doubled over itself. I grasp the wires of the fence and stick my feet through the holes, letting my toes wrap themselves around as I reach up and grab at a higher point. I'm up halfway and grip into the metal, reaching my hand over the top of the bar, and then my elbow, then using that to balance my weight as I pull myself over the fence. I used to be so much better looking. I don't mean to brag, but now I feel like any stray gust of wind could pick me up and blow me away, far away from this place, far away from this life. Once I'm clear, I drop down and tumble right next to my bag. The landing hurts my feet a bit, but I think I may have landed on a rock or something. I stand up and grab my pack and sling it across my back and begin walking. It's going to be a lot more quiet as I continue. I'm not going to be seeing that creepy kid who's been killing the rats, or the woman who digs through the garbage to keep her and her enlarged stomach satisfied. They were sights of what the area here does to people. I'm betting absolutely everything right here and the levels of contamination are low enough around my dorm. I'm sure the first to come through here, since nobody really wants to be the guinea pig to throw their life away. I don't care either way. That's why I'm even entertaining the thought of your presence. I see the library first. I recognize it now, even after the top floors were scarred by the fires. That happened a while back before the evacuation. I don't think that was one of the stoners' faults, as almost humorous as that would be. As far as I can remember, that happened as an intentional act that spread far out of control. Mad student named Jamie Throughton broke down and freaked. Her grades weren't what up to what she needed. Instead of taking responsibility for her failure, she just wanted to torch the place and hated it most. The place she spent so much of her time and actively looked to squeeze as much out of her as possible. The top floor is destroyed, but the building survived. Jamie was burned pretty bad in the event. She was quickly enveloped in the blaze that spiraled out of control. Not only was she expelled for the action, but was also brought on federal charges of arson. Can't say I don't know the stresses that could push someone to that point, but to so fruitlessly kill any chance of survival or recovery. I couldn't imagine being locked up in a shitty place as that. I have my own frustrations at the expectations others place on me, but instead of going up in flames, I choose to rebuke any and all that come my way. Anything that doesn't push me forward, that doesn't lead me to my next meal, gets shucked and tossed aside. Looking at the scars that formed so short a time ago in the library, I do feel a certain sadness for the knowledge that was lost. People come and they go. They don't really have much to offer that another similar person can't provide, but the books, those are priceless. Sounds awful. Just the times we live in. No easy replacement for knowledge. And knowledge is what keeps the dead from the dying. We're all dying, but we're not all dead. Maybe I could stop by and see if I find anything that survived the blaze. Although, that would have to add to the number of buildings I had to visit. And unlike the dorm I was heading to, it wasn't secured. So I'd be a target for as long as I was out in the open. I looked past the library, deciding against going in. I stuck around the back, walking on the tiled walkway leading through the perimeter of the campus. I peeked through the slits of the alleys into the quad, a large open field where the students would have sat and studied. It was an odd sight seeing it so empty. This place is one of the most popular when things were close to normal. Nothing to be gained from here as even the trees have been picked clean. Skeletal fingers that stretched the sky. It was a horrible thought to think how the vultures managed to get their fix from the leaves. They definitely didn't climb, that much is clear from their inability to make it over the fence. They must have knocked all the leaves down by throwing themselves against the trees, and suddenly, my body had a phantom ache inside. I remember on the large tree in the center, we would all gang up on Halloween and completely cover the branches of the tree with toilet paper. It was some tradition that was started eons ago that continued up to the very end, but it seems like all the excess toilet paper has been recycled for some other use. It was definitely odd that the vultures ate their way through the leaves but left the toilet paper well enough alone. I guess some human tendencies remained after turning feral. Things seem to be okay so far. I'm quite a ways away from the science building. I haven't started retching from the air as much as I thought I would be, so I have high hopes for chances of me stocking up. Maybe I might be able to spend the night if I can lock up the dorms enough. God, imagine sleeping in a bed I once considered comfortable. The thought is too tantalizing to pass up. Then, thinking on how nice that would be, I think how long I'd been without it. It really kinda sucks, you know? Like, I worked tons of summer jobs since I was 16. Also, I could make it to college and do something with my life. I don't think I'm gonna be getting a refund on any of it. All that wasted time, effort, money. I found my old dorm after my deliberations. The building itself was rather unassuming. The exterior had no defining features that distinguished it from any other building. I only knew its purpose because of my extended experience here. My stuff, or what remained of it, should still be in my room, of course. That's with extremely positive thinking, and assuming no vultures made it into the building yet. This dorm specifically was outfitted with fiberglass windows and could only be opened from the outside with a student or faculty ID. The other buildings were going to get the upgrade soon enough, but it just wasn't in the cards, it seemed. They wanted to instill a sense of security in the freshmen, so they'd stay and continue to pay tuition. They didn't give a shit about upperclassmen. Those were hollow promises. I raced to the front door, sliding my backpack to the front as I opened up the front zipper. I grabbed at the plastic card with my face plastered on the front, my eyes staring back at me with the dumbest smile I'd ever seen. I need a haircut, I said, looking at the blonde bush on my head. And when I get one, I want to grow it out. It almost makes me want to drink. I'm broken out of my thoughts by a terrifying scream behind me. I turned quick on my heels to see the naked, bruised body of one of the vultures. She's got a crooked jaunt in her stride. Open sores and welts covered the surface of her body, and bruises discolored the entirety. Dirt, grime, and what looked like blood caked her wicked form. She looked at me with an obsessive glare. She begins drooling as she walks closer. No, this is not going to go down this way. Hurry, just have to scan the card. I turn and practically smash the card against the scanner. The light goes green and I make a mad dash inside, turning to pull the door shut as quickly as I can. The vulture slams her body against the door frame, and I'm almost pushed inside by the force of it. These monsters, just what could have set them off? What was in that explosion that turned them from normal people into these absolute feral creatures? Something's happened. Something big and nobody wants to talk about it. Well, not nobody. I hear whispers that it isn't happening just here. There are people that come here from other cities that have it way worse, like Buffalo or San Diego. Those places have it real rough. I dig in my heels and shove the door back in its latches. The vulture's fingers slid in between the cracked opening. The door shuts over top of them, and the vulture emits a nasty scream that shakes my stomach something uncomfortable. I finally push it closed with the vulture pulls its fingers free. The door shuts and the lock re-engages. I slide down against the door, catching my breath, looking out onto the lounge I'd been so used to just a year ago. The place I'd called home, if not just for a while. And now, it's gone to shit. Chapter 2. I remember going to Disney World once with my father when I was 5. It's my earliest memory, and I remember the carousel most of all. I had never experienced that sense of extreme busyness, seeing the characters all around, and that many people in one place. It all coalesced into a single perfect memory. I remember calling out to my father and running toward him after leaving the carousel. That feeling of the world spinning underneath my feet. The total loss of control. And now I sit here with that exact same feeling. And the world is underneath me, still spinning. I looked down at the ID in my hands. With the force I'd slammed the card in, I saw it bent quite a bit. Damn things were cheap as hell anyway. Don't even think that this thing will work for anymore now. It's always just another way for them to get you to shell out another $30. Hoping that I'm wrong, I gather my bearings and stand up with the bent card clutched in my hand. I make my way across the room and press the card against the reader. Once, twice, a third time, and it doesn't give. I groan loudly. I turn the rest of my head against the door, pounding it slightly. Fuck. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Goes to show how awful these things really were. The door is locked tight, and the windows were so thick I wouldn't be breaking them with anything short of a battering ram. Of course, they couldn't cheap out on the budget for that, and I definitely classify this as an emergency situation. I look back to the security desk. Peering around the wall, I can see the power still running in the computers. Of course, these computers had direct access over the scanner system. I hop over to the countertop and pull the chair up to the side, running my fingers on the keyboard. Username, password. Of course, how could I have forgotten? Damn it, I don't know any of their logins. Unless... wait a second. I think I remember the computers here all shared a default login. I just have to use admin for the username, and the password should just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Found that out last year while dicking around in the computer lab. I had a bad habit of forgetting my account password from time to time, and I just resorted to using the default since it was much easier to remember. I type it into the field, and the computer boots up fully. Success! Now it's just a matter of finding the program that controls the scanners. I open the start menu and go to the search bar. Scanner. 0 results. Lock. 0 results. Student ID. 1 result. ID manual. Perfect. And to think, I could have made an excellent security guard. I just did the extent of the guard's work that worked here. Especially this one guard who watched Golden Girls on the portable TV he always brought into work. Pretty sure you could have been John Wayne Gacy and made it past him. It actually reminds me of the time I learned I didn't have to take them seriously. I was out with a friend of mine. Well, he was a friend, at least. Don't know if he made it out alive. Anyway, sorry, sidetracked. He was this real tall guy. Kieran was his name. Easily the tallest guy on our floor. Could leap a mile if he tried. Passed us over at 21, and we went to go get some booze down in the city. There's this whole store they had set up, little mom and pop shop with a cashier who didn't card you if it was the part. So Kieran goes to the store and buys a few cases of beer, nothing too fancy. College kids don't care what gets you off till it does the job right. It could be, and often was, the nastiest dirt that did the damage, but you sucked it up and you did it, because in some small way, we were all telling the world we didn't care for its limitations. We were in control. Turns out, the world was perfectly suited to showing us just what little shits we were. Still, I have very vivid recollections of walking back with Kieran to the dorm. I had the same backpack I got on now, except it was loaded to the brim with bottles and bottles of booze. Turns out the natural flow of walking is a lot less stable for glass bottles sitting in a backpack than either of us had planned. I felt it all shatter, one after another, and felt all of it drip through the bag down the back of my legs. I froze right there on the spot and knew I was fucked. Kieran, though, he knew he had none of it on him. His part was done.
He didn't even chip in for any of the beer, so in the end he didn't lose anything. We were just outside our building, and I was standing there like an idiot with 30-some-odd bottles of broken beer dripping down my body and signaling, "Please, get me in trouble." I was fucked. I'd gotten in trouble before about it, that time not being my fault, but instead of that, some obnoxiously loud girls one of my floor mates invited over. But anyway, getting caught here likely would have led to some serious consequences. I had no parents to radio home to, both died long ago. Pretty sure I would have just been booted out on my ass, handed a fine farewell, and left to my own devices. I figured if I was going out, I was just going to walk in, accept it, and figure it out from there. I was angry with Kieran, but I figured if I was in his shoes, I would have done the same thing. So, rather than get caught out here like a moron, I walked inside. I swear, my blood froze to the touch as I passed the security guard, and he just let me through. I slapped my ID against the reader and walked upstairs, past the second staircase, up, pressed the button for the elevator. I almost expected security to meet me on my floor, arms crossed and all. "Yeah, alright buddy, come on, you know exactly what you did." But they never came. I walked out of the elevator toward the end of the hall and let the door swing shut behind me as my roommate looked me dead in the eyes, the most shocked look I'd ever seen on his face. He was a drinker as I, but he didn't have the build of Kieran to avoid getting carded at the shops. "The hell are you reeking of?" And that was how that story ended. From that point on, I brought as many bottle packed past those gates now that blocked me from my things. Even now, I see that as much as useless both as he was at his job. If he was here, I probably would never even been able to do this. I switched the scanner system off, and I can hear the door unlock. I jump back over the countertop and reach for the handle. Success, baby. I grab it, swinging the door open and pulling it closed tightly behind me. That same elevator I took before was to my left, and to my right was a divided staircase that led either down to the basement floor or up to the first. Down in the basement lies the laundry room and a few student lounges. The laundry room is nothing special. 5 floors of students crammed to do laundry with 6 washers and dryers. It's almost the scariest part of the whole college lifestyle. I've never seen anyone get so vicious over a few dryers. Then there was the time I walked down on the dance team and their massive orgy down here at 3 in the morning. There's nothing more indicative of the college experience such as blatant sexual deviancy and large pools of prohibited alcohol. I tend to stick to one poison over the other. Never much enjoyed the thought of getting attached, especially in a time when people were so desperate and looking for attachment. Let me tell you, that time down in the laundry room kept me away from using those machines for the rest of my stay. Everything felt like I could imagine exactly who was which in which position over which load. I'm sure they enjoyed it well enough. I could even recognize 2 of the girls who'd been there. It was my first meeting with the school dean about improper use of school facilities, whatever that is. The lounges weren't that much different. People who wanted to bone usually chose down in the 2 separate lounges if their roommate was busy with the room. My room was on the 2nd floor. I began walking up the stairs to the right, and I swing open the door right at the top. The first floor extends in both directions, rooms line each of the walls, each of them locked, needing their own separate key given only to those that live there or in use by security. I don't remember seeing any of the keys that security had, so I suppose it went with the last guard. Wherever he may be, he may as well be 6 feet under. My exit is through the door on my right, the stairwell that climbs all the way to the top floor. I'm climbing up the stairs and push the door open onto my floor. To my left are the rooms where everybody smoked a lot of pot. It just seemed like the place to gather, and I remember my hall always smelling of the stuff constantly. To the right are the bathrooms and the rest of the world, who would join people on the left, and just past them, in the end, is my room. Of course, my roommate was asthmatic, so weed was a deep no from him. He's gone now, just like everybody else. I don't know if he's still alive. Probably is. He seemed like the kind of guy who'd know what to do in a situation like this. He's from Jersey. I walked down to the end and stand in front of my room. It'd be a real shame if my door was locked like everybody else's. Mine was always so weird that it never fully locked when it closed. That led to some irritating times where a couple of guys down the hall would sneak into my room and do some shit to me while I slept. Well, now I'm making a positive of this. I'll bet they're absolutely jealous now that I have access to my room and all of my shit. That is, if they are still able to feel jealousy. I open the handle and walk in, smiling at the place I called home, even for a short time. My bed remains made, my roommate's stuff is still here. I even see the drawer where he kept all the expensive knives. He could become a serial killer with all these fucking knives in his drawer. I always gave him shit for it. Turns out his fascination with them just came from the design of the use. I toss my backpack onto my bed and I see a box of Cheez-Its on his desk. He's not going to be eating these anytime soon. They're stale, but at this point I don't give a shit. I'm grabbing them by the fistful and shoving them into my mouth, savoring each bite. Thank the Lord for junk food tasting so good. I walk over to the mini fridge sitting beside my bed. It's still plugged into the wall. I reach inside and grab one of the bottles of soda from the shelf and twist the top open. I'm guzzling the drink down, but have to stop about halfway because it burns. It's a good burn. I miss this burn. I need to shower. I grab my key off of my desk. Just in case my door were to actually lock itself. What a cosmic joke. I bend down beneath my bed and open up my drawers. Clothes I hadn't worn in so long. I'd been so used to my gray t-shirt and shorts I'd almost forgotten about how much stuff I'd actually brought to school. Like a nice serious rep, I started my own Salvation Army back on the outside. I was assuming I wanted to leave so soon. I could ride this place out all the way to the end. Grab up some clothes and a towel and hit the showers. They of course were located directly across from the toilet, so if you happen to be in the middle of the shower while someone was taking a shit, you had to deal with the smell the entire time. It was absolutely awful. Yeah, and don't get me started on the people that actually took shits in the shower. I shake my head in disgust and hop into mine. Of course, it actually isn't my shower, but it kinda is. Third from the right, nobody ever thinks to use it, much less shit in it, so it's usually the cleanest one. I toss my clothes outside along my towel alongside the bar at the top. The hot water hits my skin and I let out an audible moan. It feels so good after sleeping in my own filth for so long to finally get clean. I don't have any shampoo. I'd actually just run out before I had to leave and was gonna get some more. But obviously that didn't happen. Looks like I'm gonna have to just stick with my putrid locks. Man, what a shame. I run my hands through my hair and down my face, letting the water cascade down as I scrub myself. Then I hear a sound from outside. The ding from the elevator stopping on this floor. I freeze. Why would the elevator be running? It is set to the basement automatically when it's not in use, and it isn't like anybody else's. The scanner. I went and turned it off. It must have turned it off for the whole building. The whole system's connected. My skin begins to crawl as I imagine all different kinds of things crawling through that elevator door. And then I remember the soul vulture that nearly got the best of me outside. How could I expect it not to want to find its way in? Of course it wouldn't let a new source of food out of its sight. God, I am so stupid. Turn around and shut off the shower, letting the water drip from my face as I curse myself. Stupid, it definitely heard the shower running. I'm fucked. I begin to panic, but I can't panic because then I'll make more noise, and if I make more noise, I hear the bathroom door swing open. It squeaks. It's a very heavy door, prone to making loud noises. I go completely silent. I can't think of anything. I'm paralyzed. I hear the footsteps come closer. I'm shaking underneath my skin. I see the curtains pulled aside, and I see a gun pointed directly at me. Chapter 3. Behind the gun is Addison Thompson. She was a student here, member of the dance and softball teams. She's tall, brunette, and limber. She seems equally as confused to see me, looking me up and down, stays down for a noticeable amount of time, saying something under her breath before looking back up. The hell are you doing here? I thought you were one of those damn monsters. She lowers the gun. I could have said the same thing, I said, reaching for my towel and wrapping it around my waist. I've seen her around campus quite a bit. Never really talked to her at great length, but then again, she was one of the people participating in the great laundry sex party, so I guess I didn't really need to. Well, thank fucking God, I've never fired a gun before, and I really wasn't looking to begin today, she said, looking to the side. And, nice, she said. What are you doing here? I asked, walking out to grab my clothes. Could we perhaps wait until you've gotten dressed before we continue? She asked. You're oversensitive about the human body? Who would have guessed? I asked, throwing my shirt over my head. She looks angry for the smallest of seconds, but then a flash of recognition passes across her face. No, it isn't that. I'd actually forgotten about that whole thing down in the laundry room, she said, dropping her shoulders. I hadn't, I said, smirking and sliding on my boxers. I don't have to explain anything to you, she said. I didn't ask you to. I put my legs through my jeans and pulled them up, buttoning and pulling down my shirt so it's more comfortable. Listen, you were all really wasted that night. Oh, is this you explaining? She looks down to me and her lip creases. Oh, no, do continue. I'm sure this leads somewhere good. I picked up my leg and throw on my socks. You know, giving attitude to a girl with a gun is never a good idea, she said, cocking her head. It is when the girl openly admits to never having shot a gun before and not wanting to. I mean, I think I'm good, I said. Come off your high horse. Don't act like you've never done anything stupid while drunk, she said, placing one hand on her hip. Nope. Wait, what? At least back then, wasn't into it. The lie came out so easily. I wasn't really sure the reasoning behind it. Maybe to catch her off her game, maybe to see if she'd call me out on it. Either way, I'm enjoying myself. I came here to get out of crummy situations, not lodge myself back into them. I picked my towel off the ground. And that's why you're here now? Right now was a momentary lapse in judgment that turned out in my favor. I could have easily been mauled by those monsters outside, or not even made it to the grounds at all. I begin walking around the corner and look back as I speak. She follows. The question I want to ask is why you're here. I heard it was really tough out there, so I never really left. I mean, not fully. I had to go get this gun, but for the most part I've been holed up in the campus's scanner-locked buildings. Those monsters out there don't need ID cards, so it works for me. You being here now means you had your ID on you when you left. Why do you think of taking it? If I had every intention of booking it, I would have grabbed some food or something, she asked. Summer sucks without a roof over your head. I opened the door, holding it open behind me. Guess I subconsciously had intentions of coming back at some point, whether or not it was a war zone. You're right about what it's like out there. The whole state is practically fucked, I said. No sarcastic retort, she asked. Comes and it goes, I said. You're much more talkative than I originally pegged you. Kind of like it. Also comes and goes, I said with a smirk. Figures. You able to get back into your own room? Yeah, it tends to not lock. Worked out for me once, I said. What does that mean, for once? A couple of people on this floor take advantage of that. Stuff of that nature. Oh, I'm sorry, she said. You feign sympathy, but you aren't sorry, I said. Oh, so you know how I feel? You said it because it fills a void in conversation. You've probably never even had to worry about a single thing in your life, except for when the next round of shots were being served. The hell did that come from? And don't say it just comes and goes. It comes from getting people, like really getting them. You don't have to speak to them to get to know them. Just seeing how they react to situations tells a much more clear story than their mouths could ever say. So, like stalking people? I don't follow people around, no. Way too many people, way too much effort. Just see how people show themselves off in public. How they wish to be seen. You're like the sun. Really? Constantly exerting everything about yourself so that everyone knows you. Call for attention of the highest caliber. Her look changes, but not to the angry expression I was expecting. I was expecting a fight back, an argument to get my blood boiling, maybe even an excuse to steal that gun away for my own use, but what came surprised me. She started to cry. She backs up against the wall behind her and slid down and put her head in her lap, hugging her legs around her. God damn it. You know, this is why I don't do people things. You try once to do something and it always ends with someone crying. And that's my weakness. I can't stand by when someone's absolutely losing it. As much as I'd like to be done with the situation, I know it would eat me up inside. I walk over to her and slide up next to her. Look, I'm sorry for what I said. She shakes her head slowly. No, in some sick way you were right. I tried so hard. Excuse me? I wasn't ever like this before school. Not the party girl, not the in-your-face kind, but I wanted to change, to be someone new, you know? She said in between sobs. I didn't have any friends, believe it or not. I was the biggest loser. Glasses, pimples everywhere, even those ridiculous braces. And then you met a genie and here you are, I asked. No, I begged my parents to do anything to help me not be so unwanted. What does that entail? She shakes her head. I took out a loan to do this really expensive surgery to permanently fix my vision, and after that, the school bill, money for the braces. Everything became an all-or-nothing investment for my family, and it hinged on my happiness because I asked them to. I'm going to guess you didn't grow up with a lot of money. No, and so when I got here, I promised myself I'd be different. I'd make the most of what they did for me, so I didn't make them go into debt for nothing. I was absorbed into the college lifestyle. Well, good news, your parents aren't drowning in debt now. Nobody to collect. She stares up at me with a red race around her eyes. Too soon? I had to bury my parents. There is never a time where that is funny, she said. I can think of a few situations. Well, you have to take what you can from a situation. She's silent. Like, you're still alive. You made it out, and they'd be proud of that. Go figure. That wasn't totally asshole-ish, she said. Well, thank you. I try. She lets out a deep breath and looks to me. Mind if I ask a question? Go ahead. Are you alone also? Since I was about 15. I'm sorry, she said, looking down. It's like I said, finding positives. I didn't have to lose them to this nonsense, I said, waving my hand in front of me. You're horribly macabre. You know that, right? I've been told as much, I said. Well, do you think you'd consider joining me in my room? I look over to her. I mean, not in that way, unless you want to. But really, I meant like pooling resources. Out there is kind of fucked, and we're both at this on our own. It might just make this a little less shitty. I stare at her, considering her proposal. Makes enough sense. Sure, I said. I hate flies. This is the time when they would start popping up. Really? Yeah, why not? I said, standing to my feet. Seems like a grand time. If you want to go head up, I'll grab some stuff from my room and follow you up, I said. She stands up behind me. Okay, you know which room is mine, right? 403? I didn't, but I guess I do now. I push open the bathroom door. She walks behind me and takes the door as I walk out. She smiles and turns to the elevator, pressing the button. I turn around and walk down toward my room. I open my door and walk inside, letting the door close slowly behind me. You feign sympathy. You aren't sorry. Where did that come from? Maybe I was pushing my own flaws onto her. Projecting, I think it's called. But maybe it's just something that she said that triggered it. Before I came here, I really didn't do any of this stuff, I swear. Maybe it's the certainty of the promise, the look for approval. It's not unlike that of my father. I'll be home by 5, I swear. I swear, I don't buy it for a second. Nice sob story she has, but it seems a little too neat. A little too convenient in this time where convenience is dangerous. I'm not in a time where I can take things at face value anymore. That kind of thing can get you killed. That That girl sees a lonely kid, and so she thinks she has no other options. She might as well sway his mind and give her a good time. That and some free supplies. I slip into my pair of sneakers. So, why then am I entertaining the thought of going up there? Well, just because I can see through her words like a window doesn't mean I shouldn't use what she's offering. I did say I was slightly aroused back during the great laundry orgy. She does really have a nice chest. I grab up my backpack and zip it fully, grab the box of Cheez-Its beside me and stuff it on top of the small black box that I already have inside. Fits just as well beside it, nested, and I move it to my closet. Find some more boxes of food, mostly unopened. Grab what I can fit in my backpack. Drinks I'm not too particularly needing of at the moment, but I grab a few just in case. I choose bottles of water over the soda. I guess I want to keep hydrated easier. Finally, I open up my roommate's desk drawer and grab out the box of condoms inside. You won't be needing them anymore. Chapter 4. Up on the 4th floor I can see Addison's door slightly open. I walk up and push it the rest of the way with my hand. Addison's sitting on her bed, cross-legged with a remote beside her, facing her television, which seems to be showing a never-ending loading screen. Internet's spotty here, of course, there's nobody paying the bill, but sometimes, just sometimes, I can connect to Netflix, she said. How can I do that? I don't know, but I'm not going to question it. Might just jinx it. Ah, I see. You can set your bag down by the dresser, she said, pointing. Alright, thank you, I reply. I walk over to the other side of the room and lay the bag down on the floor. I also reach into my pocket and take out my broken ID. Such a shame. I sure they liked my picture here, too, I lie. Oh, she asks, looking over. I flash the pieces of my ID and she cocks her head. Did that just happen? I walk over toward her and lean on the side of the bed. No, it's when I was coming into the building. I had to rush because I'd caught the attention of one of the vultures outside. I said, Vultures? That's just what I call people out there. Oh, makes sense. Wait, if it broke right when you came in, then how did you get past the door near the security desk? Oh, I went behind the counter and manually opened it from the computer, I said. Outside of the room, I hear the ding of the elevator. By which you mean you shut off the scanner? Well, fuck, we've got to move, she said, standing up. God damn it, why'd you have to do that? Especially now, of all fucking times. I had no way else in here, I said. Then you should have left. Damn it, I said, running over to my backpack. Do you have your gun ready? Never had to use it before. I don't know if I really can, she said, more to herself. You almost used it on me, I said. That was the adrenaline, that's long gone, she said. Alright, give it to me then, I'll use it, I said. I hope she actually listens. What? No, it's mine. You're the one who fucking allowed it to come up here. I'm not rewarding you with shit, she said, standing her ground. I said I was amazed with her sudden bravado if I didn't mean chance loss of my own life. Okay, fine, but there isn't anything that said we need to confront it now. Stay quiet, I said, closing the door. I walk over to my backpack, putting it back on. She moves off to the bed and bends down, her skirt not quite covering as she reaches underneath the bed and pulling out the pistol. I hear the elevator door open. Whatever's outside is definitely in, and it's on our floor. Stay there. I'll shoot if it comes in, Addison whispers, moving slowly in front of the door, holding the gun out in front of her, cocking it and breathing heavily. I hear heavy footsteps outside. They're slow and methodical. Not like the stumbling and rush that had come to meet me outside. Is it maybe another one that managed to find its way in? Or was it something worse? The footsteps stop. I can see the shadow of whatever is outside crawl underneath the door and stop right at Addison's feet. She's sweating bullets. I'm sweating nukes. There's a knock on the door. Once, twice, and then 3 times. I'm absolutely silent, and she swallows hard. There's another knock. A single, hollow knock that seems to last for an eternity. Then something smashes against the door. It shakes a little bit, but holds. The sound makes me jump. Whoever the fuck it is, you better leave. I have a gun and I'll shoot you. Addison screams. She's hyperventilating. There's a silence, and then a low voice growls out. It's distorted by some sort of voice modifiers sound almost robotic.
You don't have the guts.
Then the door flies off of its hinge right into Addison, sending her to the ground. Standing in the hallway was a robed figure wearing a gas mask. It jumps into the room with incredible speed and stamps onto the doorframe, snapping it in two and picking Addison up off the ground. Then I pick up the gun she dropped and I raise it, leveling it with the intruder's head. "Let her go, now," I said. The robed figure utters a low and hollow laugh, and from underneath the robe comes a long blade that digs itself into Addison's abdomen in one swift motion. Her head flies back and her eyes go wide as I feel the fingers pull the trigger. The bullet catches in the side of the figure's head, but it doesn't detract from pulling the blade off her. I see that there are spikes on the side of the blade, and they rake out her intestines as they pool onto the floor before me.
I was wrong. Now, she doesn't have the guts,
the figure said, turning to me. I unload the rest of the clip into the figure. Its body recoils from each shot, but after I finish the clip, it bends back around and looks at me as if nothing had happened. It moves to crack its own back, stretching as it reaches into the robe, most of its body hidden by the cloak it wears, even the back of the head masked by the robe. Pulled out a small cartridge, square in shape, pressed a button on the face. Smoke begins emitting from it. The figure drops it to the floor and explodes into noise and sound. I fall to the ground as my muscles start to fail. Everything numbs, but I can still see. The finger's gloved hand breaks through the smoke and grabs me above my collar, and the only thing I can hear now is the sound of the television. It must have finally connected. On screen was a clip from a historical documentary about World War II. The figure pulls me up and holds me in front of it, and I must be losing it, because before I pass out, I think I can see the mask begin to smile. And on that cold day in January of 1945, Great Britain became the world's largest superpower. Everything goes dark. Chapter 5. Is he alive? I don't know. You can check him. I don't want to touch him. Are you squeamish? I just don't want to touch him. The voices, they surround me, permeate my being. I can feel my body again, my weight. It feels as if I've taken a header into a ditch. My eyes open slowly, and I see bright yellowish lights casting on the columns around me. They stand against shined wood walls. Hey, are you okay? It comes from my right. I turn my head slowly. Everything seems to be a blur, acting on a sort of delay. I see two people standing. One is a guy a little older than I am. Thin frame, maybe a few years older. He's wearing loose pants and a gray hoodie, hood down. In place, covering his head, is a brown beanie and some specks on the bridge of his nose. Beside him is a younger girl, probably 16 or 17. She's bigger. Quite a bit bigger than the guy. She has somewhat long, auburn-colored hair, and she wears a purple long-sleeve shirt with a long but frilly skirt. They both stand tall above me. I cannot feel my hug, I said, opening and closing my mouth. You... what? The guy asked. No, wait, I think I have it. Yeah, I got it. I was just numb for a moment, I said, sitting up and slowly looking around. The room we were in is outfitted with a very ornate red carpet with gold trim stretching across. It almost looked like a fancy ballroom, minus the lack of tables. It is very open, yet there aren't any doors or anything. It's just a closed room with no conceivable way in or out. I sat, looking at the environment as if everything were moving in slow motion. Now, what the hell did you do to me? I asked. Us? The guy asked, turning to the girl. His brows are furrowed and looking for her to help. He thinks we did this to him, the girl beside him said. Yes, I got that part. I was just confused by it. He turns back to me. No, we didn't bring you here, but it's okay. I forgive you because I believed you had done the same to us. You thought I brought you here? How the fuck could I have done anything to you if I was out cold? How the hell am I supposed to believe anything you said? I don't even know you. He's a harsher tongue than I thought, the girl said. No, I mean he couldn't feel it, the guy said back. Right. The guy turns back to me. I could say the same about you, my friend, but I took a look in your bag and you seem to check out. You went through my backpack? I asked, feeling for the weight on my shoulders, but it isn't there. I'm gonna kill him, straight up going to... Hold on there, chill out, the guy said. Your bag is right here. He tosses it to me. I struggle to catch it. It dangles as I do. Hey, watch it! There's important stuff in here. The hell right do you have to be looking in my bag? The same right that you have of doubting me, Gavin Daniels. Oh, saw your name on that box, but I'm gonna respect your privacy that much and hope there isn't a weapon of some sort in there. Couldn't open the combo on the lock anyhow. I stare at him. They said the best way to know your enemy is to befriend them, so I'm playing this by ear. Are you gonna be friend or foe? Be the guy who finds a fucking way out of wherever we are. Now, since you've been well informed about my name, would it be the slightest bit of consideration sharing yours? I asked. Your attitude is noted, but unneeded, the guy said. I'm Grace Jackson, the girl said, breaking her silence. I apologize for his rough exterior. We're both as confused as you are. What he's not so eloquently trying to ask is if you'll help us figure out what's happened to us. I turned to face her. I understand. Still wouldn't kill you to give me your name, would it? I looked back to the guy. Tom. It's Tom. Well, technically it's Thomas, but just call me Tom. And technically you could have just said that the first time. Alright, well, I guess the first order of business is to ask if you guys know what this place is. No clue, Grace said. You're a load of help. Oh, a load of something. Okay, and how about how you got here? I asked. Before I was attacked, both me and I trail off, remembering the sight of Addison being disemboweled. It was like seeing a piñata be torn to shreds. There was this crazy guy in a gas mask who came in like a train and started attacking and... Gas mask? Grace asked. You saw him too then. Figures, Tom said. Figures? What does? I remember seeing him too, Grace said. Same. Yeah, I was driving home from work and I'd actually gotten into an accident. It was rear-ended and spun around. I came to, I saw a figure hovering over my windshield. Get that? He was standing right on the hood of my car and kicked my windshield in. What? And he had this small little smoke bomb. And let me guess, I interrupt. Made you feel all numb? Like I wasn't even in control of my body. It was freaky. Yeah, I remember that smoke bomb-y thing too. I was in my house and that freak in the robe came to my house. Well, bet you can guess what happened. I'm here now, obviously. I was at my college, I began, my headache pounding through. I was with the girl and that guy kicked down the door like it was nothing. And he took this blade and stabbed her, and after he threw her out, threw the smoke bomb, and I was useless. Why did he kill her though? Tom asked. You would think he would either kill both of you or none of you. I don't know, maybe it's because she had a gun. Stands to reason then, Tom said. There's a crackling sound above me. I look up and take notice of what looked like to be an intercom speaker. There seemed to be something broadcasting from wherever we are.
Hello, I assume you've had a nice nap. I am your captain, Leto, and I've gathered you all here for my game. It isn't really a hard game. You simply have to escape. You've each been injected with a fatal dosage of purine, a drug that slows your respiratory system to a halt. Within 18 hours, it shall spread through your entire body, meaning you will die a nice and painless death.
The voice is easily recognizable. It is the metallic, harsh voice of the figure in the cloak. At least I've something to call the bastard now, Leto. What? Explain yourself, Tom calls out.
As I mentioned, there is only one way to prevent your demise, your escape. I've placed vials containing a drug called Excelivine at the exit of this place, your playground. This drug, when injected, shall protect your body from the remaining attack of the tube of purine.
This is absolutely insane, I said, looking down to Tom and Grace.
There might be others like you within the walls of your playground. I cannot guarantee their lust for blood is any less or more than your own. After my speech is concluded, there will be a door that reveals itself to you. This is your first step. I suggest you who work together, for that will be the easiest way to escape. but it is entirely up to you on how you move on from this point onward.
Laches said. All of us are silent in deadly anticipation. My head begins to pound once more. It becomes harder to breathe, but it passes quickly. A section of the wall begins moving to our right. It slides out of place, revealing an opening to what looks like to be another similar-looking room. Do we go? Grace asked. I think so. I mean, we can't stay here with that turbo stuff flowing through our veins, I said. Tubo, Kirarine, Tom amends. I give him a look, and he shakes his head. Sorry, med student. Knowing these things is kind of my job. Jesus Christ, a med student? Only reason someone wants to be a med student in these times is because they're pretentious as fuck. I want to help everyone who gets sick so they can all thank me and be their hero. Give me a break. And what the hell's he got a med student kidnapped for? I asked, poorly hiding my disdain. I don't know, maybe because I have some knowledge on the drugs he was talking about. I can't think of any other reason. Maybe to avoid doubt over what they said. He looks nervous. Because I know about them. Look at me, be amazed. Fucking asshole. Sounds about right, Grace said. Or maybe Leto's good taste in hating med students as much as me. Well, they do act as he said, so if we really do have Kirarine flowing in our bloodstream, we better start moving. I turned to the opening in the wall, looking into the room ahead. It looks to be some sort of party lounge. I take a few steps out toward the opening and feel a hand on my shoulder. I turn to see Tom pass his hand. Whoa, hold on there. You almost fell, he said. What? No, I didn't. Let go of me, I said, pulling away from him. Okay, chill. Just helping you out, Tom said, holding his hands up. I looked at him hard before turning back around. I so was not falling. I know. In the party lounge, I could see a very large grandfather clock ticking slowly at the end of the room, just next to a metal door. It seems we have until 4, whatever time of day it is, before we succumb to the effects of the Tibokirari. Then I noticed something else inside of the clock. Just behind the small glass window at the base, there was a shingle sheet of paper caught up inside. I grab at the paper and pull it out. Did you find something? Tom asked. No, I just love investigating the innards of clocks. What does it say? Grace asked. I'm reading, I said, shaking my head and turning back to the sheet of paper.
Year 0, March 30th, 2007. Today is a new day. It is our first day in our research on the land trade in Daikoburi. I must admit I am a little hesitant. It's my first day on the job, and I'm already being given these orders from up on high. I guess this stuff came from Mars. We got it in these little vials the size of my pinky finger. It's quite insane that I finally got the work to help keep me in line. I'm anxious. I'm working with 3 other men. I haven't met them yet or even know their names, but I think I remember hearing something about another coming in a few weeks. I should go. I've got to see if I can wing this whole meeting the other members thing. Signed, Jack Adata.
Do any of you know a Jack Adata? Tom asked. No, Grace said. I might have known like a Jack Adams or something like that, but not on that one, I said. You sure? He asked. Yeah, I think I'd remember someone with the last name Adata. Something there. Something about saying that name, having it roll off of my tongue. No, I'm sure I don't know any Adams, Adata. Nah. Okay, Jack Adams was that kid I knew on the outside. The one who liked to kill rats. I remember he told me his name once after he offered to share some with me. No matter how desperate I get for food, I am never going that far. Well, I guess it must have been maybe people on the ship before us, Grace said. Or maybe are we in some sort of sick television show? I do not even want to think if anybody can see me right now. Grace brushes her hand through her hair, looking around. Television show? Some sick human sport to keep the masses entertained while the world whittles away around them, Grace said, looking for any sign of a camera. To be honest, I don't know about that. I think that Leto guy would have mentioned something about it. This might be for his own personal enjoyment. Why, personally, I don't know. I still don't know why this note relates then, Grace said. I'm just gonna say it's here to waste our time. The more time we're here talking about it, the less time we have to get the hell out of here, I said, stuffing the paper into the back pocket of my backpack. I don't say it, but I have a lingering feeling that I'm wrong. That this is important. Somehow, some way. Whoever this Lato guy is has got me figured out cold for not leaving anything unturned. Well, alright then. Are we ready to go through that door there? Grace points to the heavyset door. Looks like something you'd see on a ship in a cartoon. The handle's even made to be a wheel on the face of the door. Yeah, I guess so. I can handle this door here. Step back and watch the magic happen, Tom said, cracking his knuckles. He grabbed the spokes at the top and the bottom as he gripped it hard. The wheel refuses to move. I remember moving into the apartment that I lived in. My father was struggling just as much with a box that contained some of our kitchen appliances, most of which were sold a month after due to low storage space. We moved into a small apartment in Denver back in 2007, back when it was actually nice. My parents worked as scientists. They were top of their game. The only thing, they worked freelance, so they didn't get paid in stable intervals. Then my mom got a job over in New York and she had to be away so she would help us live, and hey, you okay? Grace stares at me with a grin on her face. The two people I had to wake up to. The door's open in front of me. Tom managed to get it open. Yeah, I'm fine, I said, walking through as I peered into the next room. It seems to be a parlor room. There's a table in the middle of the room, some surrounding chairs, a dresser, and an empty frame sitting upon the wall. Just beyond the table lies a metal door that looks exactly like the one that's built into the wall. Except only there seems to be a small machine to the right of it. I walk inside and try the door. The metal doesn't budge an inch. I think this is some sort of input device, Tom said, walking up next to me, inspecting the machine. I look over, and it has a small display on top of a square-like box. Below is a numbered keypad from 1 through 9. Maybe it needs a password to be unlocked, I said. Any chance that 1111 is a no-go? I guess so. Is there even really a point to trying that? Who would honestly put their password as that? I don't know, maybe it is. There's literally no harm in trying it. Oh, no harm? What if us putting the wrong password causes some bad reaction? Think of that? Hey, come on, lay off her. It's just a question. I walk over toward the dresser on the other side of the room. The empty frame hangs right behind it, and the wall inside the frame looks like any other. Except this part here looks a little bit lighter in shade. I take the frame in both of my hands and slide it off the wall. Apparently, it wasn't an empty frame after all. It had a glass pane with a slightly off section of wood inside. Behind the frame was a tiny alcove. It had the tiny sheet of notebook paper stashed away. On it is scribbled 0399. Hey, I call out to the others, waving the sheet in my hand. Tom looks over and smiles. It isn't the goofy buck-toothed smile I'd been expecting. I chalk him up a solid point. He presses the buttons on the keypad and the display curves a blank green, before ringing a sound of approval. Another sound shifts in the tumblers of the metal door and Grace takes the wheel in her hands, surprisingly able to make it move. Hey, Gavin, Grace, look at this, Tom said, closing in one of the drawers of the dresser. He turns fully around as holding a full sheet of paper. Okay, they aren't completely useless, I'll give them that. May have been a little harsh in my original judgments. It's got writing on it similar to that last note, same typewriter-like look. What kind of font must you have been using to not go for a default nice-looking one, I asked. Maybe it was made with an actual typewriter, Grace said. 2007, I said. I guess you're right. So, what's it say? This one's labeled Year 0 as well, I said.
Year 0, April 2nd, 2007. I last updated on Friday, but I have a good reason for my absence. We've been so busy on I've been warned to not mention specifics in these journals, so I've done the duty of redacting out any mention of them from this point on. I can't really go back in time to fix my mistakes, right? Well, besides that, we've got good work going. The potential of this stuff is insane. Maybe if we keep digging, we can cure cancer. Maybe I can get bones and take Pamela and Megan out for a nice vacation. Also, one of my coworkers' wives has struck something bad. With the cancer, I mean. I don't remember her name, but his name's Jay. I'm still trying to get them memorized. Jay's got the highest pitch voice out of all of them. His hair shows peaks of gray before any of the others, but only slightly. The others don't stick out enough yet. I'm trying. I think one other's name might be David. Yes, David. He had this super dark hair that clung close to his head, and his voice was very deep. He seemed to talk very casually with Jay. Maybe they knew each other beforehand. Actually, all three of them seem to have some sort of familiarity with each other. I can't remember the last one's name or anything about him. Signed, Jack Adata.
Okay, what is this? I ask. Hey, can you let me see that first letter? Tom asked. Sure, I said, grabbing it out of my pocket. Tom's eyes scan the paper and he grins. Yeah, here. These are the two redacted sections. I think they belong to those two things right here he wrote about in that first page. His finger rests on the two words, lantrate and dicoberine. That seems very likely, and this guy was scolded for writing about it, but isn't this a sort of private journal? How would have anybody found out if it's private? After the first day even, I ask. Maybe it wasn't private, Grace suggests. What do you mean? I ask. No, this is just a theory, but that first letter mentioned something about Mars, right? And I don't ever recall hearing of those two things they wrote about. Lactate? Lantrate, Tom corrects. Lactate is breast milk, I said. Grace's eyes open wide and she immediately turns a bright tomato red. Not exactly. Technically, a lactate is a base for a lactic acid. I stare at him, a specific look that begs him to ask what, but he doesn't. Or it could also be from lactation, he says, a defeated sound. Oh, yeah, I meant lantrate, but oh boy, did that have me embarrassed. But anyway, yeah, I've never heard of them before. Now, I'm no science whiz. Guilty, Tom speaks up. Now it's her turn to look at him hard. Anyway, but even I passed chemistry and with a good grade, and both of those things are unfamiliar, so that and the fact they mentioned Mars and it needed to be redacted, I propose that these are things, elements, maybe they found on Mars? Who though? Who do you think? NASA, most likely. They're probably government stiffs. Okay, well, I suppose that's a possibility. Wouldn't you think that someone on a government level would, know a bit more about their job on the first day? Or maybe even, not sound like a dunderhead? I ask. Maybe, but even government people are still people. You're gonna have your dunces and goofballs everywhere. We just seem to be following a paper trail of theirs. Although, to be honest, you do seem to be right in saying he doesn't so much fit a government type. Then again, we know next to nothing about him. Maybe he got canned with these, or there's only 2 papers, I said, laughing. Maybe, Tom said, not so sure. I also seem to recall you saying that this was just a waste of time, Grace asked, turning her head to the side and giving me a look not unlike a vapid spider. A million little bug eyes staring me down. I was wrong, okay? I'm starting to think these logs or whatever might have some relevance, my jokes aside. Whatever these people were working on seemed to be really important, I said. And let's not forget, we name-dropped 2 coworkers. This guy's definitely got a shit memory, or maybe it's selectively great memory. He has, physical features down, but can't even remember one of his 3 coworkers, Tom asked. I don't know. We don't even know if he actually works right beside them, or he just heard names in passing. He could be a total loner. Maybe. How about this Megan and Pamela? I'm thinking family. It'd be weird to ask your new coworkers out for a vacation. True. I've never been on a vacation. Things have always been so busy and hectic. I just remember being busy when I was younger. I don't really remember what about, but just a general sense of busy. Like a foggy cloud you'd see in a cartoon when someone's doing a million chores in the shortest amount of time possible. I guess we can only speculate on what days are for until we get more information, I said. There's a loud sound, almost like an explosion. Anybody have any idea what that was? I asked. Not a clue. Hopefully it's not Leno pulling the plug on us early. Let's just get out of here, Grace said. We walk through the door and enter a room that looks to be an infirmary. There are a few hospital beds lying against the wall, one of them to our right blocking a hallway that leads into the darkness. Other than that, the room is stripped bare. In front of us is a large metal set door. The floor is a thin wood, and I'm sort of fearful it might break out from underneath us. The walls are barren of any color whatsoever, as if they've been completely sucked out by some vampire. Lying face down in the furthest bed is a girl, seemingly naked, lying face down. Please either be dead so I don't have to bother, or have a really nice rack. Chapter 6. I walk over slowly. My muscles begin to tense up. I can feel a sweat drop begin to form across my brow. I'm nervous, but I've certainly been around dead bodies before. I mean, you kind of have to get used to something like that in today's day and age. So why am I so nervous then? I see the woman rise as she breathes in and out. It's because she's alive. That's why I am so nervous. The dead are so much easier to handle. I didn't get to bury my parents. Addison mentioned that she had to bury hers, and I just now remembered. I mean, technically, I don't even know if they're dead. My father left one day to find my mother after an accident happened. He was driving across the country, and I felt safer in the apartment. I can only assume, since they never returned, they died. And even if they didn't, that means they skipped out on me, in which case they're as good as dead to me anyway. None of the emotional baggage remains. It's sort of liberating to finally know how people think of you. You know, the last thing people tell you before they die is usually how much they hated you or loved you or whatever. It's the truth, because why lie when you can no longer benefit from it? The girl shifts as she breathes up and down. In a spry moment she looks up and is now standing on the bed. She looks to be around my age. She stares back at me. I look down and feel a rush of humility crash over me. I feel myself needing to explain. She jumps down off the bed. Her breast bounces as she hits the floor. I find my eyes following them up and down. She's got long blonde hair that stops at her shoulders. Excuse me, I think we might be in the same predicament, I said. Oh, shut up. She doesn't answer. She walks past Grace and stands right in front of me. She's inches from my face, and I find it harder to breathe. I can feel an erection building in my pants. She looks me up and down, similar to how Addison had prior. Instead of pointing a gun at me, however, she simply brings her hand to my forehead, presses her finger against it, her cold blue eyes staring holes into me. Her hand is cold, almost unnaturally so. My head begins to pound. I hear Tom saying something to me, but everything blurs. It's hard to keep focused as she stares right back at me. The pounding increases. All at once my vision fades. Through it all I hear a mechanical voice I'd heard when I was grabbed.
Hero.
President Hal Valhart. He was a rather charming man. He was who England gave to us after the full annexation of the United States to the British Empire. This was back sometime in the 70s. I remember seeing the recording of his first time on the podium in front of a live nation. I'm certain you've all heard the rumors that I'm being sent here under direct authority of blah blah blah. Listen, I volunteered for this position because I know you all are going through a rough time. It isn't easy going through change on this scale. I know you see me as the bad guy, but I want you all to know that what I want is the best for you, so we can all get along. They could have sent over someone way worse who could have ruled here with an iron fist, but I want us all to be open, so I'll be taking questions now to help ascertain anything I need to do to help make this whole thing work. A single hand in the crowd went up. It was a reporter who seemed to merely be jumping out of her seat. Yes, the lovely lady in front. A microphone was passed to the crowd and it reached the woman. Yes, I'm sure you're a nice man and all, but that means Jack Diddley to who you are as a leader. What if we don't like you or what you do? Valhart seems to smile, but it isn't menacing. It seems warm. He rated it for sort of security almost at all times. You'll see, I'm not going to be able to please everyone. So for those of you who dislike how things are, I'll give you one piece of advice. The Queen isn't as forgiving as I am. Not by a long shot. If word gets around to her that things aren't going well here, she won't hesitate to pull the plug on this country. Do you understand? The reporter is speechless. I don't want that to happen. I was an aficionado of pre-war American culture, and absolutely hate to see such beautiful memories be erased forever. I'm on your side, but this is a big but. If you do find your new living conditions unbearable, find a way out. Find a way out. Chapter 7. I'm back in the infirmary, and the girl's standing in front of me again. Her finger leaves my forehead, and she dashes off, leaping over the bed. Grace jerks her head once, her eyes unmoving as she follows the girl. She runs off into the darkness of the hall. "Oh, Grace, are you alright? Who the hell was that?" Tom asked. That girl did something. I don't know what, but she brought out that memory. I haven't thought about that in a long while. Find a way out. It's almost like a challenge. I don't know about what happens next. I'm just moving. Movement without thought is almost what you could consider the lives of feral creatures. Though they too have their own special way of thought, right? Just because we don't understand it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It makes sense to them. I push by Grace and Tom and leap over the bed into the hallway. All around me becomes dark. I hear a huge thud, but I keep moving forward, not looking back. A scream lashes out from the hallway. I need to get closer. I bump into a wall. The hallway juts out to a corner that I didn't notice. It continues on for what seems like ages. My head begins to pound again. I'm short of breath, but I keep stable. I dash forward until my legs don't cooperate any longer. The hallway seems to continue on forever, and I don't even know if I've made any headway. I pull my backpack around and unzip the main pouch. Pull out a water bottle and undo the top. I tip the bottle down my throat as water flows nearly into my lungs. I cough and hack as I feel the cold rushing down. I don't even mind the discomfort. I can't imagine how fucked I'd be if I didn't have my backpack. I'm so happy I packed it so well. I down the bottle, regretting drinking so much, but at the same time relieved that I'm hydrated. I feel around inside my bag to find I've got 2 more full bottles left. I'll have to ration them out for longer, and like hell if I'm sharing. In a perfect world, maybe, but I hardly know these two, and don't know if they'd even do the same thing for me. I zip up my bag and thrust it back on my back, continue down to the darkness. Finally, do I see a beam of light as I turn one final corner and find a metal staircase. Looks like it has all of its guts removed, leaving it as a skeleton. The steps don't look anywhere near stable, but I venture that if I'm going to die, it's going to be here anyway, so why the hell not? I look up to see a lantern hanging on a rope illuminating the little corridor I'm standing in with a sickly green light. I place a foot on the bottom step and shift my weight onto it, testing its durability. Of course, it'd make much more sense to test some of the higher steps, but sometimes just doing the first step is enough. My mom wasn't around much. Both she and my dad were so busy with their new jobs. And it was with NASA, you know? A kid's supposed to be proud of his parents when they finally land good work. Break through the depression they were in and land some big money, but all I could feel was sadness. My parents were leaving each other so they could make things work. What kind of family is that? One that only makes things work is the first step, that everyone's alive, that's enough. Everything that comes after is secondary. Happiness is secondary. I climb up the rest of the stairs without problem. They don't buckle underneath my feet or anything. I can be thankful for that at the very least. That and the fact that I don't believe Grace or Tom have found me yet. Company's nice, but not their company, to be honest. This top of the stairs is a stretched out catwalk that hangs over a ledge no longer encompassed by a hallway. It stretches out a good 10 feet before dropping off to another staircase that rises up. So what kind of ship is this anyway? Navigate my way across the catwalk. I notice I pass 2 of the supports that stretched up to the darkness above me. I notice the catwalk is being supported not by beams, but instead chains. The thing's hanging off of the ceiling, which is too far out for me to even see the end of it. It seems ever since the floor opened up for the chasm below, it also opened up the ceiling a bunch. I climb down on the other side and find that the hallway ducks around a corner symmetric to the side I was just on. Just great. How am I supposed to find my way out of here if everything's just going to be a mirror image? I turn the corner and begin walking down the hallway. Leaving the light behind me once more, I heard another sound coming from a ways down. So I knelt down and began to slow my pace. Whoever this woman is, she isn't going to slip by me again. I'm going to get some answers, whether she cooperates or not. I reach the corner and the sound grew louder. I swallow hard as I hear it come closer. I inch and I find a large metal door. There was a pounding from the other side. It was the source of the sound. I notice a metal bar holding the door shut. Sweet, a weapon. Now I have some persuasion up my sleeve. I slide the bar quietly out from between the handles and grip it tight like a baseball bat. I steady myself and kick once on the door. The pounding on the other side ceased. Now I just grip the pipe even tighter, wait for the door to open. Then I can crack it right upside. "Gavin?" Tom's voice calls out. It's Tom and Gracie that were making all that noise. I stand up with the pipe in my hands. It would only take one hit. Oh, two. One for each of them. Just one action to make my life so much easier. "Yeah, it's me," I sigh out, letting the pipe fall to the floor. It smacks softly against the carpet and bounces thrice before stopping fully. I grab a hold of the right handle and pull to open the large metal door. I catch sight of Tom's stubby little face right in front of me, and my eyes roll over to the pipe lying right beside my foot. Lost my chance. "Were you two just sitting in this room the entire time?" I asked, peering through the doorway. "We had nowhere to go," Grace said. "Why couldn't you just..." I said, but not before stopping as I see a large grate covering the hallway I'd run down. That must have been what made the large thud I'd heard. But where did it come from? "The only way was back, seeing as the door was locked. Our only hope really was getting through there," Tom said. "Well then, I guess it's your lucky day," I said. "And unlucky, because the hallway bends around all this way to the door. There weren't any other exits." "Really?" Grace asked. I turned to her. "No, there's actually a department store inside with a lot of brand deals," I said. "No, there isn't," Grace said, honing her eyes on me. "Yeah, you're right. You want to see? Feel free," I said, stepping back from the door, gesturing a wide arm sweep to invite them in. They walk in slowly and I lead them through the dark hallway, silent. We reach the chasm and catwalk, eerie green light and all. I step onto the first step and turn around. This is where it mirrors. The catwalk is at the center and it just loops back around. Tom looked down below, through the steps into the chasm. "Where do you think that leads?" he asked. "No, we're not going down there," Grace said almost immediately. "We're on a boat, remember? Down is generally a bad idea." "I actually think it might be a good idea," I said. "What?" "Well, we're not breached, otherwise that chasm would be full of water." "Could be at the bottom." "Well then, it looks like we have something to break our fall, don't we?" I cocked my head slightly. "No, I'm not doing it. Obviously there must be another way. We don't even have a safe way down there. The fact we don't even see what it is down there means it's too high," she said, stepping onto the first step of the catwalk. "Obviously you must have missed something in the dark, like a door or something. We can check the other side," she continues up the steps. "And maybe we can fashion a sort of rope, or like something from one of the other rooms," I ask, following her steps. Tom follows behind. "Or maybe something small to toss down to see how far it goes. Or see if we can hear an impact." I heard a slight noise. "Wait, stop," I said, holding still. "What?" Sounds again. A creaking almost. I see it then illuminated by the lantern's light. The chains holding the catwalk are weakening. The thin metal scrapes as it tried to hold on. The lantern rope. We could have yanked that down and used the lantern for a light source. Damn it. The chain behind us snaps as I can feel the catwalk begin to dip. Grace is the first to react as she runs forward, jumping out way too soon, landing face first on the catwalk. The force of her jump causes the whole structure to buckle. The corner diagonal to the broken one shatters off and a piece flies and almost nails me in the face, only missing by a few inches. "Run!" I yell out. I take a step forward and simultaneously the last two corners snap, and the whole top of the catwalk begins to fall, all three of us with it. As soon as I breach the darkness, I feel a rushing sensation behind my brain. "Run, run, run around. Never stop, don't make a sound. Run, run, run today. Never cry, don't delay. Run, run, run around. Keep on running till they all fall down." I see a large open room. It ducks down in the middle where a bunch of children are. There are 5 of them total. I think that I'm one of them. I mean, he has my trademark stellar locks of love, so I mean, it makes no sense. What doesn't is, I have no clue where this is or who these other kids are. One's a girl that looks to be my age with bright blonde hair knotted up in a ponytail. She's crying because there seems to be something that looks like gum that had been wadded into said ponytail. Beside her is a young boy who looks to be only 3 or 4 years old, who has his attention solely stolen by the amazement of such an oddity as a thing with gummed up hair. I'll pen him as the culprit for Miss Blondie's freakout. I see the other one that looks just like me helping her out, pulling some gum out of the young blonde girl's hair. The oldest of the group looks to be a teenager, somewhere around 16 or 17, with dark brown hair that casts onto her shoulders. She tries to end the screaming and the fighting. Dad, please, I can't watch them all day. You know how I am with kids, and Megan here's already given me a migraine, the teen said, speaking to somebody out of view. Kate, I know I'm asking a lot of you, but this was the deal for us to be living here. That you will babysit so we can keep working, and I can keep food on my plates. An older man's voice said, in a thick and heavy Western accent. I understand that, but how can you expect me to do this for 8 hours each day? Might extend past 8 depending on what this stuff is, and I know that sounds bad, but I'm telling you straight so you don't get disappointed. This sucks. Yeah, well, life sucks. But to make it suck less, we all have to suck it up a little bit and do what we have to. I guess. Hey, it'll be alright. I'll ask Jay and see if his wife, Karen, I think her name was, would be interested in coming out to help you. She is out of work considering her condition. Okay, that helped a bit. No problem, sweetie. Now, gotta go now. See you at dinner. The girl, Kate, looks down at the floor and breathes heavy. No, you won't, but I appreciate the sentiment. She looks to the ground. Obvious disappointment hung heavy in her face. It seems to not be recognized as the darkness surrounds the scene. It feels almost familiar. Chapter 8. I wake up to a sudden pain in my spine. It travels throughout my body like a tourist in the summer. But unlike a tourist, it's decided to take up permanent residence and has even paid a few of its taxes straight to my lower back. I'm staring upward at a giant hole of rusted metal. All around me, I see a familiar room. It's the large expanse I'd just been in before with a dip down in the center. A thin layer of water remains and soaks the back of my clothes and backpack. I sit up quickly, moving to a standing position but nearly topple over. My right arm is pretty fucked up. I think something sprained. Really can't tell what, and it all kinda hurts. I'm the only one in the room. Grace and Tom must have woken up and left me. Fucking cowards. Just like them, they'll leave me to die, just like everyone else. Makes me want to drink. I look up again at the giant hole and I walk around the room, more trying to see a better angle of it. By the looks of the shape, it looks entirely to have been the ship we were in. It sits safely in what seems to be a gigantic storage room. I came out of a hole that's been torn out of the hull. What this actually reminds me of is one television show I used to watch when I was younger. It detailed the inside of this one museum that had a full-on replica of the Titanic built inside of it. It in of itself was this whole other interactive display. Maybe it's my good old friend Jack Adata here. I reached into my pockets and grabbed at the papers I'd stuffed away. They're completely soaked and the ink began to run. Hold on just a fucking second. Doesn't that one voice in the dream say the name Jay? I mean, this is definitely the room I saw, so maybe that voice with the Western accent is the worker that was supposed to come a bit later. Was this really a dream? I suppose not. I've been feeling weird ever since that moment stared me down. But having these, flashes, I guess it could explain something within her, made something within me, start, react. I don't know, I'm just trying to find out why I knew what this room looked like before I'd even entered it. I do know one thing, though. I have to find that woman. She's the key to all this, it seems. I look around and find myself standing where the girl named Kate had been standing. I turn to where the Western man, Kate's father, would have been standing. There was a ramp that forked up behind a railing leading up toward a sealed door. Right beside the door was an electronic keypad, similar to the one we encountered earlier. I begin to walk toward it, but I hear a sort of slushing around me. I turn, and it seems to follow. I feel its weight upon my back. I take my backpack off my shoulders and upset the lean pouch. It seems during my last fall, my last water bottle burst open and soaked everything in my bag. Fuck. I pull out the box of Cheez-Its and set it on the floor. The lower level seems to only be a part covered in water. And it seems that the source was from this crevice in the ship, and that must have just busted through the hole into this room. Doesn't explain how the ship got here in the first place, though. After the Cheez-Its, I grabbed down to the box of condoms and tossed them aside. No use having those now, all they'll do is just take up space. Then I grab at the Stoke shorts and shirt from inside and take them out, wringing out as much water as I possibly can. Finally, I grab down to the box buried at the very bottom, the thing I'm most worried about getting wet. The box itself is damaged, almost beyond use. Fall didn't do it any favors as long as I was being soaked. I slide the top off and rejoice at the papers inside being dry. I haven't looked at this paper. No, that's a lie, by poor detail. Of course I've looked at it, I've seen it. but I've never read it, because what it contains is information that I, for up to this point in my life, have not wanted to know. Do you remember me mentioning about me visiting a doctor while at the orphanage I used to be at? Well, of course, you may have been wondering, don't they usually give you like a physical diagnosis or medical report or something? Yes, they did, and this is mine. I didn't want to know what was wrong with me. By giving it a name, I gave it power. I gave it something over me. Control. That is something that I can never give up. If you lose control, you lose everything. But ever since I woke up here, I have to admit that these rampant thoughts have become more troublesome. They are becoming more than thoughts, and Tom was so close to seeing it. But at the same time, he's a med student who might be able to help me with this. Something's wrong with me, and something is making me have these thoughts. Something that obviously drove my parents away, and something that made them never want to come back to their son while he is so patiently waiting for them in Chapter 9, Lewy Body Dementia, otherwise referred to as Parkinson's disease dementia. That was the diagnosis given to me by my doctor. A nut job in person, maybe, but I would assume he had some assertion to his diagnosis. Plus, there's even a symptoms list. Oh, lucky me, lucky me. Chance for fluctuating cognition with pronounced variations in attention and alertness. Recurrent complex visual hallucinations, typically well-formed and detailed. Low dopamine transporter uptake in the brain's basal ganglia, as seen on SPECT and PET imaging scans. Repeated falls and syncope. Fainting. I mean, on my own, I haven't really fainted as of late. Unless... Whoa, hold on there. You almost fell. What? No, I didn't. Let go of me. Okay, Jill, just helping you out. I was so not falling. I'd know. Maybe I didn't know, because I was so focused on one of my other tracks. I mean, why would Tom lie about something so stupid as that? I turn the paper over and it reads Prognosis. Oh, goody. I get to hear the inner details of the rest of my life. I look at the paper and it's loaded full of acronyms, numbers, abbreviations. I can't make heads or tails of it and my vision starts to ruin. I need to know now, and the only person who can help me do that right now is Tom. So I have two missions: find Tom, find the girl, and escape, but that's obvious. I roll the papers up and set them in the front pocket of my backpack. I walk up to the keypad and find it has the same numbered keypad as before. I type in the same code as before, 0399, and the keypad screen glows green. I hear the tumblers of the door shifting just like the last time, and it actually rises up, opening the way for me. I walk through to find a hallway that branches off to my right and left. They both turn, so I assume that I'm in some other sort of symmetrical hallway. Just then, I hear a loud burst of sound. Gunshot. There's a loud scream that follows, and I'm taking off running. I head down the right path and follow the way down and see a door to my left. I see an entrance to a stairwell at the end of the path, but before going down, I decide to check the door out. Whatever that shot came from, it has to be close. What? No, it's my gun! You're the one fucking allowed it to come up here. I'm not roaring with shit. Inside, the room is completely empty. The room is an eternal light. It is completely void of anything besides a single sheet of paper sitting in the middle. Conscience tells me to leave it and find the source of the gunshot. Curiosity tells me to pick up the paper. Curiosity won. I grab the sheet of paper in my hands and glance it over. It definitely is another one of the notes from Jack.
Year 0, April 17th, 2007. Mason, shortest, dark brown hair, kept short. His voice has a rough Texan drawl to it. He's got a kid, Caitlin here, that's easy to pick out. Short, long, dark hair, and highest pitched voice here, save for my own Megan. Jay, taller than Mason, hair with patches of gray, voice is a high-pitched, almost New York accent. Gregory, taller than Jay and Mason, shorter than David. Dirty blonde hair reaches his shoulders, voice is average pitch, home accent. Apparently his wife Lorraine works for us as well, but actually she's been stationed over in New York. David, tallest of the group, jet black hair, deepest voice, almost sounds like from Europe. I know their names and their builds. It's been so tough, but I think I finally got it. Thank God. Signed, Jack Adata.
So, this is it then. It makes some sense at least. My parents, they were involved in whatever is going on here. Gregory and Lorraine. No chance in hell that it's a coincidence that those are my parents' names. I mean, I guess I know it's being done for freelance work for NASA, it seems. Something they don't want any official connection to. That's why they hire people like this, Jack and my parents. Keep a paper trail as thin as possible, but still be able to document progress. Never really knew specifically what my parents did for NASA prior. I mean, I really wasn't interested if they were allowed to tell anyhow. But now something here shows they were testing something they found on Mars. That land trade and Dicobering stuff. Maybe if I can find more of these papers, I can find out where my dad is to go find my mom. Find Tom, find the girl, find who shot the gun. Find what happened to those scientists. These are my objectives, and I guess I need to start with the most time-sensitive of the bunch. I throw the door open behind me and I'm taking off towards the stairwell. Taking the steps 2, then 3 at a time down, and I reach another divergent path. There is a door, but the stairs also continue downward. I contemplate going further down, but ultimately decide going to the door. I walk into a sort of parking garage. On the ground a few feet in, I see a fallen Grace. She lies in a small pool of what seems to be her own blood. She's breathing slow and heavy, holding her hands to her side. Thank God it was her instead, said Tom, the girl, best case scenario. Oh my God, Gavin, Grace said, pained with obvious difficulty. Quick, what happened, and where's Tom? I asked, jogging up. That woman from before snuck up on us and had a gun. She was spouting some crazy nonsense and shot me. Tom then took out after her down the ramp. Okay, thank you, I said, standing back up and running on. Hey, where the hell are you going? She calls. You two ditched me back there, I said. I can only return the favor. I'm running now without a second thought, without giving my conscience a second to catch up with me and keep me from getting the answers I need. Chapter 10. Down the ramp I see a similar scene, save for a bleeding Grace. Echoing from above the car ramp, I hear the pain screams of an animal waiting to be put out of its misery. On the opposite side of the garage is a blank wall empty to the fullest amount. Or would that be to the least amount? To my right is another slope downwards, the next floor down. I keep running down as the screaming from above quiets ever so quietly. On the floor below I see a door outfitted with all different kinds of warning signs. It's very old and tattered, and most of it's been scraped off, but I can read the Raider room. I hear a thud against the door. Someone's on the other side. I grab the handle and swing it open. A shot rings out and I jump out of my skin. I see a quick trail of a bullet fly past my head, mere inches from lodging itself into my eye socket. Tom spills out of the room and crashes into me. I fall to the ground with him. He's much heavier than I originally pegged him as. Gavin? He sputters about as he jumps to his feet. He slams the door and locks it tight from the outside and looks at me with a wild look in his eye. What the hell happened? That fucking woman from before, from the room with all the beds, got away. I saw her when we fell and I went after her. Both you and Grace were unconscious from the fall still. I would have woken you up if she didn't start running away from me, he said, moving quickly to the ramp leading downstairs. I stand and move to follow. What was that? I ask. I caught up to her. She had me pinned down. I didn't know she had a gun. Grace managed to wake up and completely avoid waking me, I said. I didn't know she woke up. You either, to be frank. I had to find that woman. I wasn't even thinking about waking you two, he said. Do you know where she is now? No, I lie, following him down the slope to another floor that looks identical to the ones above. Damn, didn't get a chance to look. Were there any other pathways you ran by she could have gone down? Maybe, but I don't like having that woman so close to us, I said. Right, you're right. Maybe she found her own way. We can loop back around, but we need to be safe first. To be fair, I don't think we've been safe at all throughout any of this, but don't let me talk down your lack of conscience, I said. Hey, if he's willing to talk himself into ditching Grace, I won't interrupt anymore. Alright, I don't like the feeling of leaving, but, you know. Yeah, I know. I'm starting to like you a little better, Tom, I said. You don't seriously consider this a good thing. I think it's better her than us, I said. Why? Because I need you, I said, running to a door on the far side of the garage. Come on, you can't be taking that soap all the way down. Need me? For what? He holds the door open so we can slip through behind me. You're a med student. You saw that box in my backpack, right? Yeah, I saw it. I grab my bag as we step down the stairwell that seems to go on for eternity. Just how large of a building are we in? I take out the medical report and hand it to him. I got the main points. Just dementia. I got that. I need you to read me the prognosis, I said. Tom, I need you for little else. I'm gonna tell you straight, I'm letting you tag along because you can help me out, I said. And Grace? He asked. I didn't kill her, no. Well, not directly. She was above us, the floor above us, I mean, when I found you. Shot from the woman, most likely. But I need you to read me that prognosis stat. You're insane. Tom stops halfway down the step. According to this, yes, but Tom, please, this is important. I need to know how long I have and what comes next. Then I need to find that girl. Find that girl? Why in God's name do you want to do that? I can feel my head start to pound, but this isn't one of those hallucinations. This is just a normal headache. Because I need to find out what she did to me when she touched me, because before all of this bullshit, I didn't ever have these weird-ass hallucinations. Tom, I'm seeing stuff I should be able to see, I said. He looks at me and then down to the paper. This doesn't in any way, shape, or form excuse what you did, he said, and then looks down at the paper. I'm not asking it to. I know I'm fucked up. I want to know for how long. Tom looks back up at me. What did you see in these hallucinations? I'd like to keep walking as we talk, I said. Tom nods and continues moving down the steps, almost as if he'd forgotten what he'd just been through. I guess I could share in his sentiments. Are you coming? I ask, jumping down the stairs by threes. Are you going to answer my question? I saw people who were here before, like that Mason and his daughter and shit. Things like that. Almost like I was looking into a window of the past or something. Tom nods and his pace picks up a tiny bit, but then he turns on a dime. What? What is it? Going back to get Grace, Tom said. What? Why? He hands me back the papers and I take them slowly. He takes in a deep breath and smiles. If you want to know your prognosis, then you're going to come along, and you better hope she's still alive. What? That's so not fair, I scream at him. Think of it this way. You won't get lost finding that girl, but something tells me she won't do much talking. Come on, let's go, he said, running back up the stairs. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Chapter 11. The girl is nowhere to be seen. Gone. I noticed that the door to the generator room is still closed, locked. Gracie's lying down where I saw her previously. I saw her chest rising and falling slowly. Grace, Tom said, now jogging over toward her. I can see her eyes open slightly as she looks to her left. She doesn't have much strength left, it seems. Tom, you're here, she said. And then she sees me. You, what the fuck are you doing? Grace, I understand you have beef with him. At the same time, I understand why you left without him. To be quite fair, you left too, I pipe in. Not the time, he said, walking closer to Grace. Gavin, I think I remember seeing an extra pair of clothes in the bag. Would you mind if you parted with at least the shirt? He asked. I guess not, I said, taking it out of my bag, tossing it over to him. He catches it with one arm and turns back around to kneel over Grace. Now, you've lost quite a bit of blood, but I need you to stay calm, okay? Yeah. He takes the shirt and rips the collar effectively to unwrap it, and then he applies some pressure to the wound as he ties it around her as if he would a hoodie. I don't have any actual bandages with me, so sadly this is the best I can do. Good news is I don't think what that girl has is a real gun. What do you mean? I'm no expert on guns, but the entry wound here looks much too small if it's an actual bullet that size that hit her. I'm thinking it might be like modded to shoot something like BBs. So she's got a BB pistol? Grace asked. Yeah, if you keep pressure on it, you should stop or at least slow the blood flow. You should be fine, he said. No, I don't think you should move quite yet. While it doesn't seem so bad right now, it could make things worse, Tom said. Okay, she glares up at me. And I understand we have some problems. Well, we're gonna need to settle those before we do move on. Why? I ask. Because, like it or not, we're gathered here against our will. Chosen, I said. Maybe we were chosen. That girl spoke to me. She said, hero. What do you make of that? I don't know, but that's not what I'm talking about. Not yet, Tom said. I'm talking about how you don't seem to want to be with us, Gavin. I just really want to get out of here, I said. Yes, we do too. I'm sure we could get out quicker and easier if we team up and work together. I just don't like you guys. I'm sorry, not for saying it, I guess for the bluntness of it. I don't know, I said. I'm not asking you to like me. I'm asking you to work with me so we can get out of here alive. Points to Grace on the ground. And leaving one of us like that isn't the way to do this. Okay, you're right. I'm not much for the whole friends thing, so I'm not saying I'm gonna be your friend. But I'm sorry I left you for dead, Grace. I know that isn't able to cut it. I just want to get the hell out of here. To start, she moans as she tries to sit up. No, you should rest back. You might make things worse. Okay, Grace replies. Tom turns to me. Now, you were saying something before? I looked at him. For the first time, I don't completely hate his guts. Well, maybe second. I kinda did give him praise earlier, didn't I? I'm thinking that we were chosen to be here. I don't know about you, but I think there might be a reason we're here. Me, I think mine's this, I said, handing him the note I'd found in the room I'd woken up in. Tom read it aloud to Grace. Why would he write all this information down? Grace asked. And what does it have to do with you? Tom adds. I thought the very same question you did, Grace. Then I started to remember some pieces of the other letters that stuck out to me. What happened to... They got soaked in the water when we fell, I explained. Oh. So, I remember in the second letter there was a bit where Jack was describing a guy named Jay by his voice. Yeah, I remember that. Now, why would he have to do that? Usually, unless a voice is, like, out of the ordinary, I don't tend to make mention of it personally. I don't know, maybe his voice was really memorable? Maybe, but then that brings us back to this note here, the one listing all the names. Do you see anything weird about it? I ask. Tom looks at the paper in his hands and looks it over once again. Let's see, name, height, hair, voice, family. Seems to be the pattern that follows for each of them. What about their faces? Grace asked. Huh? Tom looks to her. I knew something bothered me, but now I know. Well, I described literally everything about someone except, like, their facial features. Nothing for any of them. That's what I thought too. Why would he not mention any of their faces? Why stick to everything else? Then I remembered he worked on this. I clear my throat and stand straight. Still trying to get them memorized. Normal people don't usually have to memorize things like that, right? We can just understand them, Tom said. Yeah, I think our dear friend can't recognize people by faces. That's why he has to list them by their voice and hair. Guess it makes sense, and I kind of get why you felt so stressed to memorize them. How would you tell your coworkers about something like that and expect to be treated the same? Grace said. I think there's a name for that, the not recognizing faces. Prosopagnosia, I tell him. He looks over to me, shocked. I remember reading about it. It's strange I knew something you didn't, med student. I remember reading about prosopagnosia when I was in the waiting room with the doctor and staff taking me to see. There were a bunch of other kids that were ahead of me in priority for seeing the doctor. Kids with measles, kids with hemorrhages, kids without legs. In that time, I read that people can either have prosopagnosia from a genetic mutation or from trauma on the brain at some point in life. I wonder which one Jack is. Maybe since he isn't making such a big deal of not being able to see faces, he's dealt with this for a long time. Maybe even since childhood. I have a question, Grace asked. Yeah? I asked. You said this has something to do with you? Oh, right. That's not a question, by the way, but I'll explain anyway. So, I have reason to believe that my parents worked with this guy, I said. What? Tom asked. Grace merely looked at me with an annoyed and pained expression. That letter you're holding, Tom, it mentions one of the scientists. It also mentions his wife. Well, my parents shared those same names, Greg and Lorraine. They worked as freelance workers, just like these people. I didn't know they were doing this kind of stuff, but I think that might have something to do with why I'm here. And you think you were chosen because of that? Tom said. Yeah. Well, then I have something to share as well. I didn't want to earlier because I thought for sure you guys would have seen me as the bad guy. Mason, the one in this letter with his kid Kate. That sounds an awful lot like my uncle Mason. Their last name is Radica, Tom said. I can see why he thought so. I mean, I surely would have pegged him as a male if he came forward with something like that. But that only leaves one question. Who are you related to here? I asked Grace, turning down to see her on the ground. Me? None of these people. My dad's a reporter, and my brother's currently 6 feet underground. I'm sorry. Just going to college, you know, Grace said. Wanted to be a writer. He had such a way with wording things, and now he's dead. Probably back in 2013. A lot of people died then, and after, too. And your father, a reporter, who for? His startup company is called the Freeman's Word. Yellow journalism stuff. He had a bit of a mental breakdown back in 2005, so he isn't doing anything as of late instead of watching television at home. Okay. Any Uncle Jays or Davids? Tom asked. Nope, I have an Uncle Joe, but he's dead too. He just smoked a lot. Okay, I don't have any other leads really. Anything at NASA ring a bell to your normal life? Nope. Oh, maybe you're just unlucky, Tom said. Yeah, maybe, she said, moving her hand to her side once more. Oh, before I forget, Gavin, I owe you one prognosis, Tom said, pulling their medical report out of his back pocket. You're keeping to your word? I asked. You're a crazy son of a bitch, but I do believe you deserve that at the very least. Wait a moment, prognosis for what? Grace asked. The boy here's got himself dementia, Tom said. I look at him hard. But nothing's too personal here, Gavin, especially considering you were trusting enough to help me out. Continue. Tom continues scanning the back of the page and he looks up to me. Got approximately 5 years, Tom said. Is that what it said? I asked. I mean, it doesn't so much say it outright. I assumed I would have seen it if it did. But bad news is that this is dated 5 years ago. Tom looks to me, handing me the report. So, it could be any time then, I said. Yeah, sorry. I looked down at the paper in my hands. How? How can you tell it says 5 years? Where does it say that? He walks over and looks over my shoulder. Look there, that's where it says your diagnosis. Based on your specific condition, the general prognosis is 5 to 10 years based on severity of malignancy. And mine is severe. He nods. It can drop at any time. That's scarier than any kidnapping or rogue assailant. This is an imminent death to my own body. I feel something rise. I think it's puke. Maybe it's just the physical manifestation of my inability to process recent events. Maybe it's something so severe it'll just remove all the pain. Take it all away and leave me alone finally. Gavin? Gavin! Tom shakes my shoulder. I'm woken out of my reverie and swallow hard the vomit that rose to my throat. Yeah. Are you gonna be okay? Yeah. I'm good. Great. We need to move. I don't think Grace is ready to move. No, I think she's perfectly fine to move. We need to go, I said, pulling her to her feet, not listening to her pained moan. She nearly fell over, but I'm jogging down the corner before they can even react. Gavin, where are you going? Tom said, putting a little too much emphasis on the where. I stopped, but only for a second. Going to find that girl. It makes sense that she's laid out. Come on, I said, running down the door and found Tom by. It's still locked. Looks like I might finally get some answers. I'm not expecting much with the bare minimum. This seems to be the way to go these days. Survival isn't much of an option anymore. I need answers. I need to know why my parents left me. I need to know why I was taken here. I need to know why. Chapter 12. I unlock the door and swing the handle up. I hear Tom and Grace coming down behind me. I pull open the door. It is much heavier than I expected. I have to push it with 2 hands once I get enough to hold it open. Tom comes from behind to help hold the door. Come on, we have to find her quick, I said, letting the door go. Tom shifts, surprised that I did. Are you at least gonna wait up for us? I've been freaking shot. I can't move as fast as you guys, Grace said. Tom helps her move along behind me. The door shuts behind them both and eclipses hallway into the darkness. Can't they afford lighting in this stupid building? I ask, slowly away from them. I don't know, but the generator should be up this way. I mean, I was headed there before that girl snuck up on me. And she would have filled you with BBs if I didn't save your ass, I said. Looks like I am the unlucky one, Grace said. But the bleeding, I think, has stopped. That's good. Yes, thank you, Tom. I can smell the contempt from over here, I said. Yeah, you do. I reach out my arm to feel the wall. It continues for another foot before expanding out. I think we're in a larger room. Maybe we can find our way to the generator? I ask. Okay, do you want to fan out? That seems the best idea. We can call to each other if we get lost. Don't go too far in case there are other rooms or paths. Gotcha. How about I go straight, Tom goes right, and you go left, Gavin? Sounds like a plan, I said. I head to my left and brace my hand against the wall, sliding in as I go past slowly. I don't feel anything along my perimeter of the room. Must be empty. I'd rather scope that out first before I leave the wall and risk. Yeah! Tripping over something. You okay? I call out. It's Grace who answers. Yeah, something was on the ground. Let me see if I can find it. I think it's a... She goes silent. A what? Tom asked. He's a little bit further away. Guys? What is it? I think it's a skull, she said. Here, come feel this and tell me that's not a skull. I walk over in her direction. I bump my arm against something metal and moves out in pain. I assume I hit the generator with the arm that fell out of the ship. I hear a noise, and I think I hit a button. Son of a... I whisper. Are you there? Yeah, to your left, I said, grabbing at my arm. Okay, check this shit out, she said. I reach out and find her hand. I move it down a bit, and she places something hard in my hands. An intense fire burns. A young girl screams out loud, and it pierces my eardrums. I see the face of a young girl for a flash of a second. She looks like a young teenager, scared for her life as the fire consumes her. She is unknown to me. The fire wraps around her wrists and she screams out. I can feel the heat around my own wrists, then spreads up her arms and webs around her face, erupting her pale skin to a bright orange. I feel the heat consume me and I scream out. I toss the skull up as my hands burn hot. I'm breathing heavy as I hear the skull land somewhere behind me. You okay? Grace asked. Yeah, I think I saw the owner of that skull as they were dying. How is that possible? I don't know. Ever since that girl touched my forehead back there, I've been having these nasty hallucinations, which are more like visions, to be honest. And in that vision you saw was a girl burned alive. Do you trust these? I mean, I know hallucinations aren't a thing with me normally. I understand that, but I've never heard of someone hallucinating things about people it shouldn't know. About like this. I think there's something more to it, I said. And you want to find that girl because she did this to you. Correct. Now you're all caught up. Wait, where's Tom? I'm over here, he calls out. Kept going and found what I thought was a generator. I tried to find any connection switch, but I found something odd. I found what I thought was a generator. It was actually a bunch of smaller generators, but they're not generators. What? I asked. I might be wrong, but the sign outside, it was faded, right? Yeah, I said. Oh, fuck. What is it? Grace asked. We need to get out of here now. What could it be talking about? I mean, if it's not generators, what could it? Fire. That girl burned to death in here. Incinerator. It was never a generator room. The sign that said, danger, incinerator. Oh god. Tom's right, we need to move. We're in an incinerator room. Like how that girl? Yes. She doesn't seem to need any further incentive to move. I hear her running to where, I don't know, I can't see anything. I don't know if Lato's rigged this up to go off on a timer or what, so please don't touch anything else, Tom said. Okay, I don't. A mechanical noise whirred to life.
Moving completed. Incineration to begin.
What did I just say? Tom mutters. I didn't touch any... Uh-oh. Whoops, I said, remembering bumping into a switch of some sort. Without another second, I'm running off to my left. I mapped out a dark room in my mind and prayed there's an exit in the back. I see light spilling into the room as the door opens. Grace made it to the other side. Just then, the darkness is scared away by the flames that spill out of the jets protruding out of the floor, diagonally upwards. They illuminate the room. It's a hard metal that must somehow be heat resistant. Tom's running behind me as the flames encircle the ceiling and bend down to the floor below. I hop over a railing that I would have fallen over had it remained dark as Grace rushed us, waving her hands madly. I clear the distance as I feel my back heating up quickly. My shirt begins to stick to my sweaty back and I jump through the open door. If I was here any longer, it would have burnt off. Tom runs in right behind me and Grace closes the heavy-set door by herself. She's stronger than I originally thought. I'm breathing heavy, sweating all down my face, and I look around. We're in a small space about 10 feet across. There's the door that leads to literal hell, us, and on the other side is an elevator shaft, but no elevator. So I was going to suggest we turn back and go down the stairs, but I don't want to do that anymore, Grace said in between breaths. Well, we know one thing, Tom begins. That girl, Leto, for all we know, is still ahead. When the room lit up, I saw no other exits from the incinerator room. You think she's Leto? I asked. Well, it makes sense. At first I thought she might have been like us, but the fact that Leto would need to keep a close eye on us about how she woke up separate to us, Tom explained. I guess so. I mean, knowing that doesn't really change anything. We're still gonna find her and get some answers. I feel good, like we'll actually get out, Grace said. Yeah, I have some hope too, Tom said, smiling. Hope. I hope his hope is on the mark. Whenever I think of fire, I think back to the exploding man. You see, Hal Valhart wasn't like any of our presidents back during World War II or anything like that. He didn't serve terms. He served until the Queen saw that he didn't any longer. Lucky for us, he was a pity to our problem, so he worked out really well. I liked the guy, no particular issues. Others did. That's when we got to the sorry state we're in now as a nation. Back then, there was an assassination attempt on Mr. Valhart and his entire close cabinet, even containing members of the royal family of the Queen. It was successful. What's strange wasn't the fact that there was an attempt, because Valhart did have his share of naysayers, people who couldn't adjust from the old times. Personally, I think they were just making the transition harder on themselves. What was weird about it was the method used. A single man, nobody's come forth with his name, hence the name, the Exploding Man, walked in on a meeting with a group of gentlemen while they were discussing new economic breaks for the working poor. Get that? Valhart was killed while trying to help the people. That's a big reason why I liked him. The man, if you couldn't guess, exploded, killing everybody in the room. Valhart and 2 grandsons of the Queen were killed in the blast. And all 13 of Valhart's personal guard. So much life taken with one blast. What's weird about it is there was no traces of residue on the scene from any explosive substance. It wasn't even a body of the man, only a shadow forever marked where he died. Popular theory is he rigged up some nuclear sort of blast that vaporized him completely. Once this happened, the Queen wasn't too happy with us. She basically removed all stations of support and left us like a dying animal. We turned into scavengers. Some places are lucky, still have their support in place for some reason or another and are doing just fine. I hear they're trying to install a new president. Some bumfuck official from Britain. It's gonna be absolutely great, let me tell you. One brick goes up in flames, so obviously you just throw as many of the problems as you can afford. That solves all the world's problems. At least... wait. I'm sorry, I got off track. That was the tale of the Exploding Man now. Where was I? Chapter 13. In front of us lies the empty elevator shaft. Behind us, the incinerator room. I take a step forward and look deep into the elevator. It descends down in darkness. There seems to be no sign of the actual elevator. I look up and strain to look for it as well, but no such luck. I can see a floor below us on the other side of the shaft where the elevator would pick up. You're not thinking of jumping down there, are you? Tom asked me. I'm afraid we need to, Tom. There isn't any other way we can go. There isn't any button to call this stupid elevator, Grace said. I guess so, Tom said. I really don't think I can make that jump, guys, Grace said. Do you think you could use that cord as sort of an in-between? Like, if you don't think you can make it all the way, which, let's be honest, I don't think any one of us is physically fit enough to jump that far, Tom said. Right, I said, thinking about it. You have to have enough momentum pushing yourself forward to not get stuck on the cord and have a one-way trip to the bottom. Looks like it'd kill your hands, Grace said, looking at her own lips. Are you sure that's the only way to go? Like, really sure? Tom asked. I looked back out into the shaft, holding the left column for support as I peek my head out. I don't see any opening for any of the elevator's passage as I look up. Wherever it goes, for must be either out of my vision or not exist at all. Why make the shaft go all the way up then? Yeah, I think down's our way to go. I can only see the one exit. Okay, well, I guess I see we have no other option. I certainly don't have the strength to climb all the way up, Tom said. Neither do I. I'll go first if that both makes you feel better. Look at me, offering to go first in a possible death trap. Have I really gotten this soft in the course of an hour? I mean, if I die here, I'll at least be able to ask my parents in the afterlife why they left. Gotta keep thinking positive, I guess. Tom nods his head and I turn to face the shaft. I swallow hard as I run forward, my legs running like tiny machines of their own will. They carry me as I leap forward. Time seems to stop as I reach out. I nearly slam against the taut cords and I grip tight around, but I can't find a hold, so I begin sliding down. My hands begin to burn as I go down, and I see the other entrance approaching below. I push off the cord and reach my hand out, and it slams down on the edge of the entrance. I grip my fingers around the edge and flooring and pull myself up to my elbows, breathing hard as my hands burn from sliding. I lift myself up and roll onto the side. I'm on my back looking up, and I can see the ledge I jumped from. Tom stands out over the edge about where I was standing only moments prior. You okay, man? Yeah, I answer like a bitch, but I'm largely okay, I said. I don't think I could do that, Grace said. Yeah, I think I'm in agreement. You almost just barely made it, Tom said. Come on, guys, we really don't have much time to be arguing over little things like this, I said. Well, my life isn't a little thing. Your choices are to sit there and do nothing, go back and be burnt to a crisp, or get the hell out of here. I know, but geez, if I knew I'd be doing this shit, I wouldn't have skipped cardio, Tom said. I just wouldn't have got kidnapped, to be quite frank with you, Grace said. Touché, Tom said. Come on already, I said, standing up. Fine. Since there's no other way, I guess I can just freaking go. God, this sucks so much. Grace backed up to give him room. If I die here, well, just fuck. If I die anywhere, it might as well be highlighting my greatest flaw, physical activity, he said. You'll be fine, I said. Yeah, you got this, Grace said. He backs up, and I can see him make a sort of cross shape across his chest. I wouldn't have taken him for the religious type. He begins to run, and I see him jump, his lanky arms swirling in circles as he grabs out the cord. He grabs a hold with his right and swings around and grips tight with his left. His grip must be really strong because he stops still and only slides down slightly. He fixes his grip and stops just before the entrance. I can hear his relief, and I admit I'm a bit relieved too. There's an echo from all above. Okay, you got the hardest part out of the way. Now you just need to get over here. Do you think you could start by swinging your legs? I think so. He begins to swing ever so slowly at first. He grunts as he holds on tighter to the cord. The noise above grows louder. I can feel something rise out of my stomach. Tom, you might want to... It only took a second. But even then, he didn't react quick enough. The elevator shaft from above falls and seems to stop on a dime right in front of me. I heard a sort of crack as it hit Tom, but I can't see him. The shaft was blocking the way. I hear Grace scream from across, and it echoes up and down as it rings through my body. Just like that, my irritation for Tom was gone. All that was left to replace it was the corpse falling somewhere near the bottom of the building. I guess it's a cruel coincidence he happened to be the closest to getting out of here. Yet, his body will never get the chance. The elevator door began to open slowly. It creaked at first and then all at once. Leto stands inside, still as bare-chested as before. Gavin, what happened? Are you still there? Grace yells out. Yeah, I'm here, and so is Leto, I said. What? She walks out to me. She's holding something in her hand. It looks like a card of sorts. She walks out slowly and hands it to me. I'll admit it caught me off guard. What the hell did you bring us here for? Who are you and why have you... She stops me and places it in my hands before running off. I looked down to it. It looked like a get well soon card. Drawn over the front is a little teddy bear with an eye stitched closed. On the inside it said, "I'm so sorry for your loss. I really hope Thomas feels better soon." All of it was pre-printed onto the card except for Thomas's name, which was scribbled in some sort of marker. Seems Leto was prepared for someone to die in this shack. "Grace, find some way down here. I'm gonna catch this son of a bitch," I yell, running after her. Just down the hall I speed up and I'm sprinting now to catch up to her. She stumbles through a doorway into an open lab. I catch up to her and grab her arm. The second I make contact, she spins around, and I can see her head flying forward into me. I try to lean back, but her head comes in anyway and smashes into me, sending me toppling back. My vision wanes as I hit the ground. I struggle to my feet as she begins to continue down the hall. I reach out and manage to grab her by her ankle, and she trips and lands onto her face. "Yes, no running away now," I said, crawling over and pinning her arms down. She struggles to get free, and I push down harder. "No, you aren't getting up. You're going to be answering some of my questions," I said, breathing a little heavy. She was silent, only staring up at me with a vacant, almost smile. "Are you Leto?" She nodded, her eyes unmoving. "Okay, good. Now this is progress. Why did you bring us here? What is your aim?" I asked. Silence. "What did you do to me before? Why am I seeing these visions?" Silence. "Come on! Answer me!" I scream, pushing down her harder. My right hand slips off of her arm. She wiggles it free, and I grab hold of it, hold it back, but it doesn't come at me like I expected it to. She actually reaches for her face, her eye specifically. She begins digging her hand into her eye, clawing at it, scraping. She makes no noise, no sound of pain, but she looks absolutely awful, screaming with no sound. I try to pull her arm away to get her to stop. She can't get out of this without answering me, but her grip is much stronger than mine. A thick white liquid begins to pour out of her eye socket. She brings her finger up to the liquid and dabs it on her finger like a paintbrush. She moves lightning quick, pressing her finger to me once more. Like before, I can feel my body go numb all at once. Chapter 14, April 18th, 2007. The room around us fades, and tables are rearranged. Tables that once were chipped and broken rebuild themselves before my eyes. Papers once strewn about return to their original location. Some disappear completely. 5 people fade into existence before me. Their actions ceased and everything stands still as if it were paused. This is another one of those visions, or hallucinations. The one closest to me on my right is an easy recognition. It's my father. That means these other 4 are the ones he worked with. Of course. Beside my father is David Cress, the man with the jet black hair and the European-sounding voice. Jay Ryan, the hair that had already started to gray alongside his cloudy eyes. And Mason Radica, the one with the dark brown hair cut real short with a southern drawl. The 5th, Jack Adata, stands in a separate partition behind a glass window, fully robed in white with a mask over his face. I guess I can't really know that this is Jack, but I do. Just like I knew the others' last names. I didn't know them, but now I do. I think Plato is showing me that, telling me inside my head. I also know the time I'm looking at happened 10 years ago, 2007. Her voice slips away as the world starts to resume in front of me. My father presses a button on a microphone standing in front of all 4 of them and bends down. "Hey, Jack?" "Yes, Greg, I read you." I see him reaching for a mic on the lapel of the robe. "Okay, good. You have a little room for error here. You realize that, right? You're working with things no other human has come in contact with." I know. I promise I got it." "We don't know how that land trade reacts to anything. You need to tell us every little thing that happens, even if you think it doesn't matter. We won't be able to see the reaction since we're locking the door, so the safety barriers can go down," Mason said, bending down to speak in. "Wait, safety barriers?" "Yes. They're mandatory. Word from up high demands their use in conjunction with the Jacobean land trade," my father said. "I wanted to tell you, Jack, but..." Jay begins. "But you wouldn't have gone in if we'd said so," my father said. "Well, what the hell, guys? Jay, I would have thought you would have at least told me," Jack said, his voice cracks. There is nothing to worry about. Worst case scenario is we have to unlock the door and you're all fine, okay? It wasn't our choice to put you in there, my father said. It was from on high, wasn't it?
Straight from the president himself,
David said, breaking his silence. He didn't like that mishap you caused with the sulfuric acid, so consider this a sort of retribution act to win over his favor once again, my father said sternly. Alright, I'm sorry again, Jack said. Well, we'll see once we figure out what this stuff does, my father said. Begin test 1. He lets off the button. Jay looks to my father. Now, why'd you tell him that Valhart assigned him to be the one who had to test it, Greg? My father slides up his sleeve and moves his hand near his elbow until he fastens what I actually see as a prosthetic arm. He slams it down on the table and looks Jay in the eye. Cost me my arm, Jay. Yes, I know that, Greg, but at some point you have to move on. We've got work that could very well be advancement as our species, and you risk it over something petty? Petty? You try losing your arm and see how petty it is.
Guys, you need to relax. Listen, if Bozo the Clown in there fucks it up, then it's him who pays for it. If he succeeds, cool, we're still good out here, you see. It's the safest method, and besides, what if you did go in there, Jay? What if something did go wrong? Who would be there to take care of Karen?
David said, Excuse me for intruding in what sounds like a private argument, but we really need to turn our attention back to Jack. Greg, if anything happens to him in there, you're the one tasked with telling his daughter, Mason said. My father doesn't answer. He bends down to the microphone and presses the button. Jack, you okay to begin? Yeah, I read you. The locks are being sealed now. Okay. A heavy-set metal pane begins to replace the glass of the window by what can only explained by science that seems 50 years ahead of anything I've ever seen. It seems to transform. I turn to walk and I find I can actually move myself. I'm not pinned to one spot like in my last vision. I look at the closed-off partition and move toward it. I wonder if I could see this up close and personal. I find that the door is incorporeal, or rather, that I am. I pass through and I see Jack's shaking body as he breathes in deeply. There is a microphone situated in front of him in the sole desk in the room. He lifts his finger off the button and looks down. Moving away for a moment, I see a few sets of containers on it. One contains a green-looking metal that seems to glow ominously. The label on the container said Lantrate. Next to that one on the left is labeled Dicoberine, and it contains a rough-looking chunk of rock. These were the 2 new elements they'd found on Mars. I noticed there are 2 other containers, each labeled radium and calcium. There are solid forms of each element in the containers. Jack first takes a chunk of the dicoberine off of the larger. He moves slowly, a hesitation in his movements. There is a beaker beside the containers and Jack lifts the dicoberine sample and sets it inside of the beaker. Next, he takes a small sample of calcium and gently eases it into the beaker. When the 2 elements touch, they begin smoking somewhat, but that seems to be the only reaction. Testing shows that dicoberine reacts minimally with calcium, Jack said. What does minimally mean exactly, Jack? Mason asked. Sizzling, almost like I poured acid on it, Jack replies. Jack then moves to grab the radium. He uses a pair of tongs and grabs a small sample, which is then dropped into the beaker. Once the radium hits the calcium and the dicoberine, the beaker begins smoking even more. Subject radium produces a ton of waste byproduct when introduced to the calcium and dicoberine. I haven't even begun heating them up yet. Alright, test out the Lantrate now. That's the one we're all curious about, my father said. No need to rush him, Jay interjects. Jay.
Hush up, the both of you.
David said. But are you sure that you should add that in if it's smoking? Jay asked.
Jay, you need to learn how to calm down. Everything will be okay.
David responds. Okay, I'm going in, Jack said. Wipes off the tongs with the bits of radium that had stuck on, and he goes in to grab a small specimen of Lantrate. The glowing green metal seems to hum and glow brighter in a rhythmic fashion. It's glowing brightly now, guys. I don't have a good feeling about this, Jay said. Yeah, I think I'm with Jay on this one. Mason stands up.
Guys, we have to take a little bit of risk. This could be like the secret cure to cancer or something.
David assures. I grabbed a bit too much of the lancet for one specimen's worth, and it's kind of stuck to the tongs, Jack said. Approximately how much do you have? Mason asked. If I were to guess, I'd say about 9 samples worth. 9? You only needed to put 1 in, my father calls into the microphone. It's acting like a magnet to any of the particles. I can't get it off, he said, frantic. I see David take over the microphone from Mason.
Jack, you have to test this stuff out. If you can't get the extra bits off, then just dip what you can into the beaker. This is important shit we're dealing with.
Jack takes a deep breath and dips a lone section of the lancet into the beaker. When it makes contact with the other elements, it softens into a liquid, which all empties into the beaker. The solution begins glowing a vast array of blues and greens and even oranges. Jack holds the beaker out in front of him, and he notices the other solid elements had also been melted into one liquid solution. It all went in. And? My father asked. It's turned all rainbow-like, liquid. It's really hypnotic, Jack begins. Does anybody want to get a closer look? The liquid blasts out in all directions, and Jack tries to shield his face with his arm. He screams out in pain as the liquid splatters against the metal like blood. The blast blows the door clean off of its hinges. Jack is lying face down on the ground. The entirety of his suit burnt off, and his skin doesn't look much better. The others rush into the room, helping him stand up. He's alive, making out a garbled cough as his eyes open slowly. He lets out a sound that sounds pain from the start, and then all of a sudden the alarms in the building start going off.
Warning! Warning! Chemical leak! Warning! Warning! Chemical leak!
God damn it, Greg. Jay lets out, and he lets go of Jack. What? Where are you going? My father said. The kids, he said. You and David stay here, okay? Mason, come with me. Got it. Mason hands off the rest of the weight to David, who helps my father pull him into the main laboratory. My father mouths, I'm sorry, to Jay, who doesn't seem to see or care at the moment. Mason and Jay start running out of the room and cross into a hallway, the very one that leads to the elevator that killed Tom. The vision fades to darkness. Chapter 15. I'm staring right at Leto's face as I come back, her eye socket still bleeding. She must have gotten out from under my grip while I was out, because she's sitting right beside me in the old laboratory. She stands up. I'm surprised at the fact she can stand after gouging out her eye. She makes a motion with her hand for me to follow her and begins running off. All of this running off, it can't ever be a leisurely pace or a nice walk. I've ran more in this past day than in a long time. I stand to my feet. My back is killing me. The pain in my hands returns. Part of me wishes I didn't come back from the vision. Everything hurts. She went through a door on the far side of the room, just past the partition where Jack was working. I glimpse at the floor and see a bunch of papers falling. A bunch of them are diagrams or packets full of things that pass way over my head. But one looks different, familiar. I notice it's one of Jack's written logs.
Year 0, April 23rd, 2007. I've made a terrible mistake. I tried to discover fire, tried to give our species the next big push. The cost of such was too high. My daughter was caught in the middle of the aftermath. This was too much to handle. The only source of good news is that I'm alive, but if it meant bringing Megan back, I would trade places with her. I can't face my own wife after this. I have to find a way to fix things. I've messed them up, but I can't stop. I have to fix this. Maybe I can find a way to bring her back. Then we can be a happy family again. The others, they live. We decided as a group to give the kids a custom dose of type beta blocker that'll help them forget this madness. Jay elected that we remember, so that we do not repeat this tragedy. I do not intend to repeat it. I intend to surpass it, and I will not let any of them interfere with this plan. They have been antagonistic towards me since the very beginning. I have nothing to lose, and everything to gain. And you, Mr. President, I know you check these update logs weekly, so by the time you see this, I'll have already begun testing. Send whatever order you please to try and stop this project. We're going into Phase 2. Signed, Jack Adata.
I have a bad feeling in the pit of my chest where this leads, especially about his kid dying. Megan, was it? I remember her as the small child with the blonde hair from that one vision. Now that I think about it, I know of another girl with blonde hair she actually reminds me of. No way, it's impossible. Jack's kid died. No way this blonde chick later is around my age and looks just like this little girl is the same person. None of this makes sense. I stuff the note in my pocket and go through the doors. I need more answers. I need to know why. Why? I find myself struggling with the door. It's a heavy metal door that refuses to open easily. It feels like there's someone else on the other side holding it closed as I try to push it open. But I can see through the crack of the door that's not the case. A streak of terror runs through me when I hear the familiar sound of gunshots ring through my body. I almost instinctively duck down to avoid any oncoming bullets, but I realize my reaction would have surely been too slow. Plus, the fact it didn't even sound like it came from this room. That doesn't stop my feeling of dread that's usually associated with a firing a weapon. I run inside and I find Grace shaking. She holds the BB gun in her hands, and at her feet I see Leto/Megan on the ground, unmoving. Gavin, I went all the way back and the incinerator room was clear and... Grace begins. You? What did you do? What? I was coming to find you and I found the BB gun Leo had shot me with on the floor, so I decided to end this. She was my only choice for answers! I scream, louder than I intend to. Answers? Gavin, I want to get out of here! There is no out for me, remember? All I have left are questions, now that won't get answered because you shot the person willing me to tell them. Excuse me, but did you forget that she's the reason you're here? Grace asks. What the fuck do I care now? All I had left was the chance to figure out what the fuck we're here for. I don't care about getting out anymore. What awaits for me? Okay, fine, maybe so, if you think about it only from your perspective. But I have more to live out there. Fuck you, I said. That's exactly why I wanted to ditch you back there, only thinking about yourself. I do it because cretins like you pretend you're indifferent. Level with me 1 second. Think about exactly what you just said. You have all these wonderful lives you're gonna have out there, and so I should just fuck off, right? Well, that's great. Thanks for confirming what kind of garbage you are. Gavin, Grace started, but I wasn't having any of it. I was mad, and I wasn't exactly sure if it was at her. I'm sure it wasn't, but she was here, and so was I. No. Go fuck yourself. Find your own way out. See if I stay here another goddamn second. Okay, fine then. I'm wholly not sorry, Grace said back. At first, I was slightly sympathetic, but now? No. You're just a miserable child who is only older than me, but still acts like he's a brat. And when her anger couldn't hold, she stood still and broke before me. Eyes, face, the whole works. It takes a certain kind of person to be rough around the edges. It's not something you just are. It takes a lot of careful, subconscious work to build up walls that shut people out. It's not anything I'm proud of. Then again, there isn't much room for me to be proud of much in this life. Thus little I managed to get swept away with the... You're not here for a pity story. Yes, I've been a little too self-indulgent here. That's entirely my fault. One of these times I might slip up and reveal something truly heartrending. Isn't that what makes broken folks endearing? Or is that what most drives them away? Guess I'm not too great a judge at that. I stand here at a precipice, a real money moment. Spielberg would have filmed it perfectly. The rowdy good-for-nothing jerk sweeps in and shows his crusty old heart ain't that full of feelings and emotions and all of everything that ruins such believable characters. God, gag me. Good people out there exist, but if any of them still remain, I can't imagine them coming anywhere near this shift state. I walked out. I don't remember if she started to cry harder or if she called something out to me. My mind was flooded with all the answers I had lost with Leto's body bleeding out in the room behind me. My last hope was that somewhere at the end of this was something that could put my mind at ease. I've given up on becoming a good person. I don't have time for that. I have something within me that is growing. A growing despondency that I fear will take me ever faster than any condition will. I feel dangerous, like a ticking time bomb waiting to blow. And where are the goddamn answers? Chapter 16. Inside the elevator, I can feel the air tense up. It only has one button on the inside of it, one destination. Best thing of all is that it is completely unlabeled. Sounds like some crazy metaphor for my life. One way to go, one true path, one ending. No retries, restarts, or second chances. My mind has forgotten entirely the drugs in my system, the sickness in my brain, even the impending doom of my desire to continue walking. As the elevator rises, I know I'm meeting my end, whatever form it may take. I lean my head back and close my eyes as the door is open. Warmth reaches my cheeks. A light behind my eyes shines faintly as the oranges of the sun outside fill the innards of the elevator. As I open my eyes, I see a canvas stretched far out wide. I was never one for sightseeing, but just knowing it was my last sight, I saw the marvel of the orange sun painted across the sky. No smile came, for this sight was anything but acceptance. I'd been fighting those stages all my life, and this, as enthralling as it looked, could be nothing more than the full form of acceptance of myself, my situation, and my future. Outside, far from the death traps of below, do I deserve an end as beautiful as this while Grace is down below and Tom is crushed to death? No, not in the slightest. But at the same time, that's exactly what life's all about, right? If you could dial life back to a few short moments. Right here is everything life has to offer. I take a step out onto the terrace. I am overlooking a vast city, dozens of stories below. Life looks like it really should be. In that moment I freeze, seeing people on the streets in their own schedules. Life looks normal. This looks normal. Cars driving, even the sun. This was never for me. How could I be so foolish? This sun was never for me. I feel deep heat inside my throat. I try to swallow and feel only numbness as my body tries to feel around, like a foreign agent invading what little control I have left. I can feel myself breathing faster. Everything feels so hot. I feel like I'm back in the incinerator room and the jets reach firing off on me for about 1,000,000 degrees. I remember the pain that girl who died in there went through. I see Grace drop to the ground. My eyes are closed and I can see her somehow back down below. She isn't breathing. I open my eyes and the sun is suddenly so bright. Too bright. I begin hyperventilating. I was so close. Just should have fucking killed me 2 minutes earlier and I would have been fine. Fine! Now I'm seeing everything out in front of me. I could have made it. I could have made it count for something. Making it this far should count for something, right? Making it, oh fuck, my head, it's pounding. It's not fair. This isn't fair. Fuck this, and fuck Leto, and fuck my dad, and fuck everything. 2 figures stand before me now. The young child, Megan, to my left, and the fully healed figure of Leto to my right. Looking at them both together, their resemblance is clear now. They're in my head, and I can see them both whisper out, "Hero." A crack shatters across my vision as I fall to a knee. Everything shakes around me, the air tastes like lead. My head feels as if it's on fire, and I'm so irrevocably warm. So very warm. "Hero, our hero," they repeat. "I'm not your hero," I scream out, ripping my shirt off. It's too hot. I'm too hot. I'm not anybody's hero. I'm just a fuck up, and I don't even want to be here. "Hero, our hero." I turn my back to them, scrambling across the terrace until I reach the edge, hopefully looking at something else other than the sky below. I look out over the edge. I must be like at least 50 floors up. Down below, I can see the specks of people that walk their daily lives and drive their cars. Denver. The name pops into my mind. I don't know where from, but if it's true, if this is Denver, then that would make this building the Republic Plaza. I wrote that when I was younger for this charity event I was part of in elementary school. I feel like I'm the Human Torch, like a fire's been lit inside of me and it's boiling me alive. It hurts me I can't remember Megan or even remember the fact that she died, but how could she be here if she was dead? I'm not her hero. I'm not anybody's hero. I failed everyone and everything. Addison's dead because of me. I let loose the security lock. Tom wouldn't have died if I didn't insist we jump the elevator shaft. I move 1 foot off the ledge. I'm no hero. I'm no hero. My body feels like it's doing supernova, and then it goes dark. I'm no hero. Part 2. GNOSIS. Knowledge. Chapter 1. Am I dead? I don't feel dead. If I was, I don't think I'd feel anything. Unless I'm in hell, then I think I'd be tormented of feeling nothing but pain until the end of time. Yet, this isn't pain. This feeling is strange. I don't have that banging headache. This is quiet. The thoughts that run concurrent to my own are not here. The several tracks that my train of thought can try to take at once are not here. Everything feels calm. Is this a personal hell where my punishment is to feel calm in nothing? I must say, that's almost poetic, but something's telling me that I'm not actually dead. I open my eyes and feel a dim coldness as a green light shines out in front of me. It looks as if a monitor of some electronic device is turned on. It dimly illuminates the room around me. Walls surround me on every side. In a small rectangular room, a pair of eyes shadowed in darkness appears on the screen. They seem to glow.
Well, hello there, Gavin. I assume you've enjoyed my game of cat and mouse so far.
Your game? I call out to the darkness. Who the fuck are you? I ask, finding my voice is harder than I thought. It sounds like I just got finished smoking a few packs.
Well, that's quite a loaded question.
The voice calls back. Loaded? You mean full of shit? Are you gonna give me answers or just be cryptic as shit like everything else? There's a moment of silence where I think the answer to that question is yes. But when the voice carries back, it's softer, smoother.
I wanted you to come here again. I wanted to meet you.
That's interesting. Most people would just send a Facebook message or even stop on by in person. Kidnapping was outdated even before Saga came out, I said.
Ah, there's the sarcasm.
The voice said.
Thought you were only just edgy for the sake of it, but there's still a bit of wit there.
I took in a sharp breath and closed my eyes. This motherfucker was avoiding answering on purpose, and it wasn't doing much for me keeping headache-free. Hey, jackass, you still haven't shown yourself. Kind of rude when you're supposedly waiting on meeting me. Who are you? Why did you want to meet me?
You can call me Micah. Everybody does.
The voice said. Everybody? I don't see anybody else here.
It was a joke.
What part of that was funny? I asked. Real shitty comedian here. I turned to the side, trying to find anything that resembles an exit at this godforsaken prison.
I'll answer them in person. It would only be more fitting.
Micah said. Okay. I'm going to ask this one last time. Where the fuck are you?
Well, I need to be sure you won't cause any damage. Defeats the purpose of all that I'm doing if you won't be cooperative.
Micah said. Well, kidnapping someone isn't a good way to assure that, I said.
Point taken, but once I'm able to explain, you'll understand that out of the available options, it was the best one.
Well, okay, but how long do I have to sit in here? I asked.
That all depends on you, Gavin. You'll know what you need to know, and then it'll be the right time.
The screen turns off. I was left there in a shocked awe. It all depends on me? Well, I want to get the hell out of here. How about that? How the hell do you mean it depends on me, you lunatic? I'm the one stuck in the stupid box. I yell out, but it does nothing. I slam my fists against the wall, and again it does nothing. I lie down against and stare into the darkness. Having what little light I had taken away really sucks right about now. I take in a deep breath and sit down with my back against the wall with the monitor on it. Right now would be a perfect time for one of those visions. It'd at least give me something to do. I see something in the darkness, then a bubble in front of me appears. I lurch up back against the wall as it bounces off of the ground once, twice, and then moves slightly toward me. Inside its reflected surface was sight of the outside world. I relaxed and crawled closer toward it, inspecting the edges. It looks like any sort of bubble a kid might blow. It was so strange. Inside I could see perfectly like a window into another world. But everything outside of it was so cast in perfect darkness. If I were anywhere but here, I think I'd contain it and investigate these otherworldly qualities. Light doesn't work like this. At least, this here shouldn't. I lean in closer to see it as it floats up and down. The view inside starts to move, shifting faster as if it were attached to a helicopter flying through the air. It changes and fades to an inside view of the Republic Plaza building. Terribly awful memories coming back to me where I came from. Questions joining the memories of how I got here. But before I can dwell on them for too long, I feel myself being sucked into the bubble. I feel my head shaking back and forth, and the weightless feeling joins me altogether. The darkness has left me, but confusion becomes my constant companion. I know not where I am, but I see what is before me. the innards of the Republic Plaza. Chapter 2, February 15th, 2008. The scientists stood solemn in front of me with grim looks on each of their faces. 3 men who I knew were Jay, Jack, and David were talking amongst each other. I just knew it was them. Something inside solidified and molded the fact to my brain. Just as I knew I was watching a scene play out that was a year past the incident that caused the girl's death. Megan, I was remembering my time here more clearly. True memories instead of dark things to feel haunted by. The haunting feelings still persisted, don't get me wrong. There are definite ghosts that haunt these halls, and I fear I'm looking at a few of them now. So, Greg and Mason are gone. Jack had the most puzzling look on his face. His hair was chopped short. It looked like a personal job out of haste. Salt and pepper colored the face that had seemed more stressed than most. Yet, the expression that painted his gaze was anger. Jack, the one whose words I'd heard the most clear throughout all the notes, was all by accounts a timid individual, always preoccupied of what others thought of him. It wasn't in his nature, at least I believe, to be so upfront and direct. There's something different about him. His whole demeanor shifts uneasily. He looks to be completely fine physically, but he looks different somehow.
Ran off to New York.
David said with an air of contempt in his voice. He was scratching the back of his head fervently. It's not a plot against you, Jay said, nervous. This isn't some conspiracy. I'm not wholeheartedly surprised regardless, Jack said. Spineless and not at all worth the work.
Greg's always been that way.
Dave, what do you mean? Jay looked at the other with concern in his face. You've never thought that. David brushed him off.
Oh, come on. He's always been the spineless one. Can't even handle his kid right.
David quickly looked to Jack as he realized his slip. Luckily, Jack was deep in his own thoughts, his back now turned to the both of them.
We're better off,
David called him. Jay was shaking his head. They couldn't do it anymore. That's it. I don't blame them. They were sick of the lies, the pain they caused. Oh, now they're sick, Jack barked back. The veins on his forehead popped out of nowhere. His face was beet red. They weren't sick of the pain they put me through when Greg threw me in that makeshift gas chamber. Both of them weren't here for the work. They only aimed to suss out the outsider, play their high school bullshit, and look what happened. Now, Jack, I understand what they did wasn't right, Jay said, his hands held defensively. Don't think I don't remember you not stopping them, the both of you, Jack said. You're just as culpable for what happened that day. Yes, Jay begins. I understand the part I played in the accident. A fact I don't hide from anybody. That's why I'm here, to make up for the...
It only happened because Greg was the head of the project, sir. Now that you're in charge, we have more freedom to do with as we please.
And that I am glad for, David. You're working your way towards my forgiveness. Now, Jay, you have quite a bit of work to do before you get to that point. Yes, sir. Jay nods, but the look itself confused me. I stood there staring at this group dynamic that confused and only piled on questions to the increasingly growing mountain of already existing ones. Just why was Jay so... First things first, we're going to continue testing. Jack turned and started walking, shocking both of the other scientists into following behind him. And we don't stop until I get satisfactory results. Continue? Jay asked, picking up the momentum to catch up. Jack looked to Jay, not slowing down a moment. I had to pick up my own pace to follow them. Jack had a wild smile across his face. Yes, it is quite unfortunate that Greg and Mason couldn't be here to see this.
Something tells me you have a solution with that smile,
David said. I do, and it involves Jennifer. Jack said. You're going to test on her? I am. We are. I've also got work to do to get an extra pair of hands around here. What does that mean? Jay asked. I'm in the process of transferring over one of the guys from the East Coast over here. His name's Sal Moon, and I think he'll be a good amount of help, Jack said.
Right,
David said, unconvinced. It should take a few months for the process to fully go through, Jack said. And what if he doesn't agree with your ideals, Jack? Jay asked. Jack looks to Jay with a serious sort of... Well then, We'll just have to kill him. He laughs, and the look of the horror on Jay's face grows to tell me this isn't some dark humor that's shared between them. I know dark humor. I practically exude this stuff. I think this qualifies to tell me that this was serious. This wasn't a threat. It was an inevitability. The world around me filled in like a painting. The color started to fade and drip down to the ground. As I made contact, the droplets changed color and bounced across the floor and the walls until the vision changed before my very eyes. Chapter 3, April 20th, 2007. The walls were broken down to reveal a blue sky above, an expanse of what looked to be a park. I didn't recognize it, but I could tell by the time it had gone backward. I was viewing earlier memory. Still, after the accident, but before my father moved out east with Mason. Speak of the devils, I glanced at Jay, Mason, and my father having lunch at a table far from the other park visitors. They're in plainclothes, but 3 old men sitting huddled together at the park is an odd sight even here. I wonder why I think that. Is it because I know these people are part of, or some other hidden prejudice inside me? The thought was almost tantalizing to analyze before I tuned into what they were talking about. Guys, I can't do this anymore. Jay has his head in his hands. The remnant of a sandwich left aside on the table. He digs his fingers into his skull and lets out a sound of dejected frustration. I told you again and again that you shouldn't have been pricks to Jack. My father sighs. Yeah, I know. I fucked up. He's in the hospital and his kid is dead because of my personal agenda. And I have to live with that. What are you gonna do? Jay asked. What I should have done in the first place, before all of this nonsense. I should have gone with Lorraine to New York. Dude, she cheated on you. You know what kind of can of worms that would open up now? Jay said. My attention is immediately pulled toward my father. I didn't know this. I knew my parents weren't together before they died, obviously. I'd spent most of my time with my father, but this was the reason why? What, really? Mason asked. Yeah, it happened 2 years ago with some guy she met online, my father said to Mason. He turns back to Jay. Yeah, well, I have to put my personal feelings aside. I need to make sure Gavin is safe, and he will be in New York. As awful a partner as she isn't an awful mother. He can be safe there. Safe? Safe from what? Mason asked. When my father doesn't answer, I see the concern start to grow in Mason's eyes. Safe from what, Greg? From Jack. This catches them off guard. What do you mean? Jay asked. Back in the hospital, when we were visiting Jack, I felt something really strange when you two stepped out. What do you mean? Mason asked. I can't really explain it, but it was just me and David in there with him, and I felt this rush of what? Jay looks to him. Of fear. I don't really know how it happened, but even though he was unconscious, I could feel him. Jack, that is. Right next to me. I could feel him. His anger. That's strange, Mason said. Maybe that's your conscience speaking out? No, not anything like that, my father said. This was physical. It was mental. It was even emotional. It paralyzed me. There isn't anything in this life that I felt that could come as close to what I felt in there. Well, are you certain it wasn't just like you making yourself feel these things? Mason asked. I am 100% certain, Mason. Okay, so you're just gonna up and leave? Jay asked. Yes. Don't be so quick to leave, Greg. You have shit here you need to make right with Jack, Mason said. You made the order that killed his kid. My father looks nervous, puts his head in his hands. Listen, things do get bad. I'll be on the way with you. But what harm could he actually do? Mason asked. I think I'm gonna stay no matter what. I mean, I can't leave anyway because of Karen's cancer. Uprooting now would be a nightmare and getting new doctors. That would know what we're doing. I just don't know what to do, my father said. Nothing seems like the right thing because I'm at fault if something goes wrong either way. Mason pats his back. It's okay, man. Gotta get through this. Do you want to bring Gavin up to the cafe suite tonight? I can call Kate and she can whip up something for us. You too, Jay, if you and Karen are interested. Jay nods and smiles warmly. I think that would be nice. She's been aching to go out and eat, but the chemo's been a little tough on her lately. I'll see if she's up to it, he said. Mason turns to my father. How about you, Greg? I guess it could do us some good. Good. I'm gonna go and see her now, forego the phone call. Meet up at, say, 7? 7 works, my father said. Yeah, if she's up for it, we can make 7, Jay said. Alright, gentlemen, I'll leave you two to your own devices. 7 it shall be. He walks off, leaving the other twos behind. I stare at the scene and take Mason's seat next to my father. I try to put my arm on his shoulder, but I'm forbidden from interacting. I go right through him like he were some ghostly mirage. I ball my hand into a fist and holding it where his heart must be. How close I am to you, and you're years away from me. Dead, gone, and still here to be at the center of what I most desire. The ground starts to peel upward as if it were folding over itself like a sheet of origami. It coalesces at the top point into a singular glowing mass of white that spills new colors onto the ground below. I hold my arms above me to shield my face, but like everything here, it just flows through me. As voices and scents. I get a very strong hint of something nasty, and I turn over to retch. Out of the corner of my eye, I can see the familiar inside to the Republic Plaza building. Though this time I'm standing inside a room I haven't been in before. It's a different laboratory. I dive right in. Chapter 4, April 25th, 2007. Life has resumed at the Republic Plaza. A few days have passed since the meeting at the park. Jack is out of the hospital. It's a fact that confuses me, but I can do nothing but accept it. So what if the blast had looked like it caused fatal injuries? I was staring at him here, looking fully unharmed at the job. The only thing that would make sense would be that this wasn't just a few days after. But more than anything, I knew that. Couldn't speak to the source of the knowledge, it just felt like it was innate knowledge within me. The lab we were standing in housed the gigantic ship I originally woke up on. I found all the group assembled around the suspended vessel. I'm shocked to see my father still around after his talk about the East. Although from how he's crossing his arms, even I can tell it's weighing on his mind. Something must have gone wrong with his plan. I don't remember going out east. I wonder, did he leave without me? Where would I have gone? My memories of this time were foggy at best.
So, what's the big ship for?
David's voice pulls me out of my thoughts like they've harpooned me from myself. It was found just before it sank in the Atlantic Ocean. Jack began staring up at the vessel. Word has it was a supply ship from Japan selling it to someone on the East Coast. My father rubs his forehead and lets out a sound of mild confusion. Okay, that's great. What's it doing here?
Another project, it seems.
David said. Jack turns to David and gives him a firm nod. It's crazy looking at him here compared to a year in advance. He looks like he'd aged 5 years in that time. While he didn't have that extreme firmness that concerned me, there was something under the surface. I don't quite enjoy being in his presence, even if he can't know that I'm here. Word from up high said it was stocked with weapons meant to armor a resistance force somewhere in deep California. That obviously wouldn't do, so it was taken down and salvaged. Valhar didn't want any word of it getting out to the public because he didn't want them to alert of the existence of the resistance force. Sometime by the end of the year, we're supposed to take this thing and repurpose it for whatever they have in mind for it, Jack explains. I mean, we have until the end of the year, right? It's not like we need to worry about it now, Jay said. We aren't worrying about it, Jack said. His tone is curt. Period.
Well, we're going to have to at some point.
David scratches at the back of his head.
Great responsibility and all.
You seem to misunderstand, Jack said, and he turns to David. This ship is going to sit here, and we are not going to remove focus from the Radical-9. Jay began. If the president, fuck the president. This got all this attention immediately. I took a few steps back to watch the scene unfurl from a better angle. It's a waste of time, and seeing as we're all going to be trapped here for the next who knows how long, working our asses off, I would much prefer working on projects that yield actual results. Jack, you know that's not going to fly. My father gave an irritated look back. Lots of things that shouldn't fly do around here, Daniels. Or is it just the things you don't care about? What part of blowing me up was in the guidelines? My father had no response. Jack had a much easier punch to pull with the situation with his daughter. I thought that anger must have coursed through him and the conflicting feelings were doubling inside me. Interpersonal relationships aren't left up to guidelines, Jack. But everything that happened inside that chamber stopped being of my volition as soon as you picked up those flasks. A horrid look crossed Jack's face. You put me in there. You're project lead. This catastrophe was your fault. Jack, Greg, let's... Jay tries to stop the ensuing argument, but neither man is having any of it. We signed up individually for the risk this job has. We individually took an oath before signing on. Any one of us had the opportunity to duck out at any time. Anything between you and those elements remains so. Don't pin your guilt on me. You from the start have done nothing but belittle my intelligence and exclude me, Jack said, now stepping closer to my father.
Jack, I suggest you not.
Suggest nothing, David, Jack growls. We're going to continue the work here. We're all part of this. You're right. He gets a real nasty look in his dark eyes. We're going to get back in there, and we're not going to stop. We're not going to let anything distract us. He turns to my father. Unless there's someone else's kid here you want dead. That'd sure show us for being different, right? Okay, that's enough, Jay said, stepping in between both of them. First, he looks to my father. Chill off upstairs, okay? My father walks a few paces out of sight. My focus is full on Jack. As Jay turns to him, I can see the holes he's digging into him with his stare. I think you need some time off to recover from your accident. Get some proper rest and get in the right headspace. Jack shakes his head. No, I'm not going home. You think I want to be there now? Jay looks at him and takes in a deep breath. I know how hard this must all be, but it isn't right for you to drown yourself here. Jack stares at Jay with a contemptuous look. A glass canister beside him flies across the room and smashes into the wall, shattering onto the floor below with a loud noise. I'm not going home. Even my father stops pacing and turns his gaze toward the broken canister and then over to Jack. I stare at the impossible. He wasn't looking at Jack when it happened, but I was. He didn't even touch it when it flew. It just did, all by itself. That accident, why my father was so scared of Jack. Was this what he was talking about? What he had such paranoid feelings about? Why was he still here if so? The questions are eating away at me. I want to scream at him and tell him to get me away from the situation as fast as he can. Get me away from this danger. I fall to my knees and know it's only going to get worse from here. My dad's dead after all. Jack's breathing heavy as he takes in every look one by one, his eyes traveling down the length of the room and finally finishing at my father. Stop staring at me and get back to work. He screams it and stomps out of the room. The others moving out of his way as he passes. In one fell swoop, there was a new lead on the project. He slams the door behind him and I'm brought toward him, out of the room with the others. Jack continues down the hall a few paces before nearly falling against the wall. He pulls himself up again and leans against it, taking some of the weight off of his legs. He holds his hand up to his face, and I notice the discoloration. They almost looked blue. He rolls up his shirt sleeves, and I can see the veins in his arms almost popping out of his skin. The sight of it almost makes me vomit. The skin on his arms look similarly discolored. I see sweat bead down his forehead and onto the bridge of his nose. He's shaking and breathing heavier than he was being confronted. The sweat was pouring down him now. What is happening? What did that stuff do to me? He looks past his hands toward a framed picture of the wall. It looks to be a portrait of a previous space crew that worked on the building. He seems to be shaking more, and I can see the portrait shaking on the wall. It falls to the floor, and I hear a voice from beyond the cold steel door.
Jack, you might want to come here, and fast.
Jack turns around to look at the portrait on the ground before looking back toward the door. What? He calls out, strained. He rasps as he tries to lick his lips. They're drier than a desert. He stands shakily to his feet, shifting to the door. He reaches down to move the handle, but the door opens as he does, and in comes face to face with David. The two almost collide. What is it? Jack said. Some color returns to his face. and David seems to not notice the change as he begins talking immediately.
Well, you do know of the map we have of this building, right?
David said, almost strained himself. Yeah, the digital real-time one on our tablets. What about it?
Well, Mason just pinged me. He was checking out something he noticed. Fucker wouldn't tell me what it is unless it came of something. And you know what? It did. There's a section of the building that was encrypted inside of the original file. It was basically like a digital band-aid and was used to cover the existence of a room up on the 38th floor.
But we're on the 39th floor, Jack said.
Yeah, so there's this small room on basically every floor above the 13th floor. They're usually some sort of service room for use by the staff. You know, excess generator room, storage, and other things like that.
Yeah, and? He was having a hard time imagining why it was so important that he needed to know this immediately.
And there isn't anything listed on the 38th floor for that area. It's almost as if it was skipped over or erased.
Well, I've walked through every floor of this building once, and I did recall one of them didn't have a door where I thought it'd be.
Yeah, but this encrypted section that Jay found was an update log. He found that at one point there was a room in that very location.
Okay, and? Jack asked, his interest shows finally.
And we all said that it might support us not trusting Valhart. There's something there that we're not supposed to know, something they had to cover up last minute.
Dave, I never said I didn't trust Valhart, Jay said. David turns around.
Jay, please. Important business. Adults are talking.
So you propose that we go and check out this mysterious room? Jack asked.
I do very so support that idea.
Jay turns his head to my father and quietly whispers, "What the hell is up with him?" My father's answer was a shrug, and it got me curious too. I know David acted a whole lot more kiss-assy in coming time, but was it something really so sudden? I would have to keep this in mind, or was that wise? Was it wise to worry about something like that now? I almost forgot about my situation back out there. Whatever the hell out there even is. Sure, it was cathartic getting to see this all play out, but what good would it actually do if I go back to there and end up getting piked or shot or well, anything really? I realized my inner conundrum, how much of a hypocrite I really was. I realized I've been so desperate for answers I believed they'd be the last thing to satisfy me before my inevitable demise. And now I'm starting to learn I desire yet more. I always desire more, and know that will never not be true. Even if I find the answers to everything, I will keep desiring more. Was that desire what my father sought to satiate by becoming a member of this team? I wonder, if I had an opportunity like this to uncover the absolute unknown, would I take the same path? Would I end in the same place? Would I? Was such a dangerous question. Right, well, I do think we should check out this mysterious room, Jack said as he looks toward the others. If you wish to come and join us, feel free. Let's go, Dave. David nods, and I see the others follow him out of the room. Does anybody here know anything about who was using this space before we were contracted? Jack asked. Not a clue, Jay answers. I was the first one here. Well then, it looks like we might get a clue. I watched them as they walk outside of the room and into the hallway, following the path I had previously taken when I'd woken up. They walked past the spot where Grace was shot, and instantly a massive wave of guilt floods my system. Now, without the overbearing feeling of being shit on constantly, I have an opportunity to think about how I've been acting. Stupid. So stupid. There's no way I'd get a chance to do anything like my father did, not with how I acted. Oh, Jesus Christ, I actually left her to die. I know what I thought when doing it, but honestly thought because I was gonna die, it didn't really matter, that their lives didn't really matter. Of course they mattered. In the end, my lack of care is what brought me to the suffering I so despised. Maybe I really am dead, and this is some sort of purgatory, where I learned just how much of a piece of shit I'd get before I cast down to hell. They walk down the slope, and I see the spot in which the door to the incinerator room would have been. Now, there only rests a solid wall. Well, we got a wall. What does that do for us? My father asked. Hold on 1 second, Jack asked. He walks up to the wall and presses his face up against it, knocking his fist on it twice. It is hollow back there. Well, alright, so what do we do with that information? Just then, I hear a noise. I'm sure they do as well, as the focus is then diverted toward the wall. It sounded like the wall was tearing itself apart from the inside. I saw Jack's hand vibrating against the wall, shaking it and spasming it as it tears itself open. The concrete wall shifting inside of itself and crumbling away. "Jack, what the hell's happening?" Mason asked. He doesn't answer. He only continues as the wall reveals itself completely. The torn away concrete falls to the ground around them. Just past it is the hallway I'd seen previously. "Well, what are you waiting for? We got some secrets to unfold," he said, walking inside.
Jack, that was...
David begins, stepping inside. "Something new, I know. I guess being thrown into the locked chamber with the Radical-9 did me some good, huh?" he said, almost monotone. "I don't like the sound of this," Jay whispers to my father. "I don't like the sound of you not moving," Jack bellows out. "Right," Jay said, shooting a look over to my father, who only seems to nod in response. Down the hallway they enter the incinerator room, and there I can see the skeleton of the girl that had passed away from the fire. It lies ominously on the ground as if it screams for help.
What the hell is this?
David asked, stepping into the room. "It sounds like a reason to doubt the good president, huh?" Jack asked, looking around the room. "Seems chunks of rock from Mars aren't the only thing being tested on here." He points to the jets. "Those are incinerators." "So whoever the skeleton belonged to was burned alive?" Jay asked. "Yes," Jack said. "They died a most gruesome death, it seems. All this covered up, most likely."
That's awful.
"Yes, it is quite tragic. What do you suppose we do about it?" my father asked. "Well, we can create a huge door of warning that exists in this room. That's the first thing," Jay said. "And then we work to complete our research in Radical-9, Jack said, "without the aid of Veilheart. From this point, you fall rank in here under me. Understand?" "I still don't think that's a good idea," Jay said. "You will, in time. Don't worry, Jay. Together, we're not going to show that Veilheart that we're not going to be afraid of. We're not just disposable scientists who can be swept under a rug." I can feel the tension in the room as I feel the unused slide over me. Somewhere out in the real world, I can feel a throbbing pain in my leg. Pain draws me back to my body. Draws me back to the darkness. A message from the Creator. Chapter None. August 27th, 2021. It is in these dark passages I scribe my darkest regrets. I find the record of them equally troubling and pleasing. It is through the lens of my characters that I find peace within myself. Is that selfish of me? To create worlds and therefore flood them with problems, so I may find my own resolve? I can see so. And still, I love each of my creations, for the act of creating is why I myself was created. Until the end I shall do as I've done, and I see those for and against. I am not blind to the issues within the worlds I create. It is for them I give them adversity to overcome, to grow, become better, and to someday surpass me. The ultimate goal, I guess, is to create that which will destroy me entirely. And if I weren't cogent to that end, I would not write another word. To those who will inevitably make their mark, stand tall. Z1. Chapter 5. I'm sitting back in the darkness. My muscles feel weak, much weaker than I'd originally woken up. I'm breathing heavy as I stand up. I have to brace myself against the wall. Suddenly, it feels so much colder. I have to push myself off because it feels cold to the touch. But then I realize it's not the wall that's cold. My arms feel frozen. I'm shivering from head to toe. Where the hell am I? That's very much still unknown. I walk slowly with my arms outstretched like some sort of zombie. My hands are feeling a mixture of numb and on fire. The outside layer is burning while everything inside my flesh is just silent. Thoughts of all kinds and colors swim through my mind. Wait, no, they're more like hovering, flying, spinning. My hands go to my head. My entire brain feels like it's encased in a glass head. I'm floating among colorful fish. My right hand grasps the monitor as I slid my finger across it, looking for the button that turned it on last time. I find it at the bottom right corner of the monitor, and I see the whole thing light up green like before.
Well, hello again, Mr. Daniels. It is quite a pleasure to hear from you. I was quite worried you weren't going to make it.
Micah said. What wouldn't I make it from? All I've done since you last talked to me was sit in here and do nothing.
I wouldn't call what you've been doing nothing, Gavin. I call it quite intriguing, if anything, seeing as the past as clearly as you do.
Wait, how do you know? I asked.
I know quite a bit about your situation, your dementia, all of the other nasty physical afflictions. You don't have to worry about those anymore, though. So I guess you can thank me for that.
Thank you. How would that even be possible? Now, thinking on it.
Yes, during your transport here, your cancerous mind has shed all of those nasty bits. It's taken some time for your mind to catch up, of course, so you may feel some temporary side effects.
I could almost sense the sardonic grin on the other side of the screen. I grabbed the side of the tablet with an iron grip. What do you mean by that? What do I still have?
That will be answered, but not right now. You will be the one to tell me that, Gavin.
What? How the fuck will I be able to do that if I don't know what it is?
You're going to look back into the past for your answer.
Look into... I was flabbergasted. I had barely begun to process the fact that these visions were real to my own mind, much less have them be confirmed by this fucking asshole on the other end of the call.
Your visions, you have not questioned their origin?
Their origin? You mean my dementia plus whatever Leto did to me? I can hear Micah laugh on the other side of the monitor.
No. Well, I mean, it is true your LBD did help the severity of your condition, and my nervous system helped you unlock that ability, but it was within you for a long time, a gift waiting to be delivered.
How the hell do you know so much about me?
Well, that's simple, Gavin. I'm your father.
What?
You should see the look on your face. God, I wish I had a mirror. But sadly, you'll have to try to make do with the screen there. That was hilarious. Imagine, right? Dad came back to life. Well, I guess I don't want to give everything right away.
This guy is a real piece of work.
Gavin, you have to trust that the order in which things are playing out are for your convenience. I wish for you to understand everything you need to, but to give it all away in the second act is just too much for you to handle.
Why don't you let me decide what the hell I can handle or not? I grumbled, feeling a slight headache coming on. But I can't tell, it's nothing like the consistent pain I've had for longer than I can remember.
Alright, you take the reins.
He laughs.
I'm going to go grab some lunch. You go at whatever rate you feel is good for you, and I'll be back when you've had your epiphany, or whatever.
That's not what I meant, asshole. I slam my fist against the side of the tablet. It stings, and I shake my hand in frustration.
Now, if you behave, maybe I'll toss you a burrito.
I hate Mexican food, I said.
I know.
The screen turns off. I'm left in the darkness, and I slide back down to the floor. How does he know me? He said he's somebody from my past. Is it possible I forgot him like I did Megan? Maybe he's that kid with the black hair who dumped his wad of gum into Megan's hair. I wouldn't put it past him to grow into such an asshole later on in life. But then again, his voice sounded a bit older than someone my age. And what if even how to see these visions? Surely they're not all connected. The very first time was when Megan touched my forehead. After that was when Grace, Tom, and I were falling out of the ship. Third time was when Megan gouged her eye out. Even though I didn't have a vision, walking off the Republic Plaza gave me that same sort of feeling as I fell. And the last time was when I woke up here. What's similar about each time? Well, two of them was when Megan touched me, but it didn't happen when Tom held me back or anything when I woke up the last time. The only thing I could come up with is fear. Each time something scared me more than a normal amount, my body reacted and threw me into that vision. Even waking up here and not knowing if I was alive or dead was enough to send my mind looking. Okay, but how do I trigger that now? I guess I have to scare myself, if that is even possible. I close my eyes and think deep down. I feel really stupid that I have to show you what I'm afraid of, but I feel a weird sense of fondness towards you. You've been here so long. Even if I don't realistically feel like you're here anymore, I still have the habit of speaking to you as if you were here. I guess my one true friend through all this. That's funny. My closest friend, and I don't even know your name, or anything about you, really. In some sick and twisted sense, I guess that's why I've been afraid of all along. Being alone. Not having anybody to acknowledge my own existence. I know I seem like such an asshole to everybody, but it's just really hard to be happy when your own parents desert you. Chapter 6. February 13th, 2008. I see Jay and my father back at the park I'd seen them at a year prior. This place seems to be their meetup of sorts. I wonder why I'm seeing events I never saw firsthand. Maybe it relates to how Micah said this was a gift. Jay, I can't do it anymore, my father calls out, focusing me in on them. I know, we need to do something. He's changed, Jay. There isn't any defending his actions anymore. Yes, I know. I only did because of how you treated Jack, you know? I was an asshole and wrong and all of that stuff. I get it. But that doesn't excuse the danger we're in now. The danger our families are in. Jay nods his head and looks up. His abilities are growing, changing more every day. Not for the better, it seems. He seems so much more angry now. Those outbursts of his can really hurt someone. Looks a bit tired, too, Jay said. Are you worried for his sleep patterns, Jay, at a time like this? No, not in that sense. I meant his body. Just seems tired from holding it all in, you know? Looks like he's had years added onto him. Yeah, I see that. Just 10 months he's enhanced telekinetic ability. That kind of power a human body takes a toll, you know? Yeah, my father said. There's something else I need to tell you, Jay begins. What is it? I've been meaning to say it for a while now, but time hasn't really been kind to us. I've been seeing things lately in my dreams. We all see things in our dreams, Jay. I think these are more than dreams is what I'm getting at. They're becoming more frequent and more detailed every night. Okay, what do you see? Terrible things, Greg. I hear screaming, and I see bloodshed. One of the big ones is that I see you and Lorraine being brutally murdered by Jack. I don't see the context, but I see her body burning, and I see bullets in your head. Oh, well, Jay, like I said, it's just a dream, my father said. Jay shakes his head. I'm not sure that they are, Greg. We both seen Jack do the impossible. He got that Radical-9 in the system. What if he wasn't the only one? You're implying that maybe the initial explosion wasn't enough to spread to just Jack? I think it's more than an implication. I mean, we opened that door to get him out of there. We were so worried about getting everybody out that we didn't really stop to think about what was actually spreading. The doctors didn't know what it was, my father said. Right, which makes sense because half of the stuff in it isn't even from this planet. But I managed to get a blood sample from Jack the other day. What? I asked, no need to worry. Told him I was going to study to see how much stronger he was getting. He seemed to like that idea. But anyway, I compared it to what I remembered as a sample of blood when it's all went down. And I have reason to believe that this Radical-9 is radioactive, Jay said. That's correct, then this is bad, my father said. Very, but it's weird. Weird how? So, in its purest form, the liquid that exploded all over Jack and gave him those burns are fully and wholly radioactive. The mixture caused it also to turn into a gas, which spread through the building, also radioactive. Yes, I know how this stuff works, Jay. That's not the part that's weird. What's weird is that when it entered Jack's body, it sort of attached itself to his innards, like a parasite. But parasites need to have some form of life, do they not? Yes, that's why I said some form of. It seems this stuff is more mysterious than we thought. It's completely bonded to his DNA. So, this stuff possibly gets into the air after we open the door. It could have spread to everyone in the building. Thankfully, I don't think it had enough time to get outside before the lockdown. That means Gavin, too. Fuck. My father runs his hand through his hair and takes in a deep breath. Yes, unfortunately, I do believe that the children are in a similar situation. Okay, but then why would Jack be the only one to exhibit these powers, his telekinesis? My father asked. Well, it's possible he had the greatest amount of contamination, considering he was right there. But I think it might be more than telekinesis. I think he might have a healing factor. He recovered from his burns to the point where it doesn't even look like he had them, faster than anyone ever expected. Guess that makes sense. I don't like the sound of it, but it makes sense. I do think that you should leave. Take Gavin and get him far away, while you can. What about you and Karen? I can't move her long term. She's in the middle of her chemotherapy. I don't know if we'll be able to afford that if I don't stay. Yeah, but what happens to you here? I'll get through it. Plus, I'm gonna try to convince Mason and Dave to leave too. Good luck with Dave. He's so far up Jack's ass, I don't even think he's his own person anymore. Gonna try. Elena and Andy deserve to be away from all this, and if Dave doesn't want to leave, then I'm gonna go straight to her. If you can wait a day, I can have Mason accompany you guys. I was gonna ask him to come here, but he's really busy with Jack at the moment. I think they're working on building some sort of machine. Yeah, I can wait up for him. Gonna swing by the apartment before I head to work. I have some things I need to take care of anyhow, my father said. Jay nodded his head. Okay, going in now. See you when you get in? Yeah, stay safe, man. You too. The vision changes. Jay dissipates into the void, and the park around them melts into the apartment I lived in as a kid. My father is up and making his way through the small living room. He goes past the small CRT TV in the corner, and putting on his jacket and suit and straightening his tie. I see as he walks past my old room and opens the door slowly, as if to not wake me inside. I see the younger me cuddled up underneath my sheets. This is me 10 years ago. Talk about surreal. I see a smile on my father's face as he closes the door quietly and grabs his cell phone off the arm of the love seat, drops it into his pocket and takes a deep breath before walking to the other side of the room, opening the front door and stepping out. I follow him as he makes his way out of the hallway and down the stairs. He used to live on the second floor of the apartment, so I had the basic core side of the building memorized. My father walks out of the front door and begins walking toward the parking garage. Fancy place, huh, Greg? A voice calls out from behind. My father turns and sees Jack leaning up against the wall of the building. He's got his suit all nice and pinned up, along wears a sort of scowl. Jack, I wasn't expecting to see you here. I don't believe I've ever told you where I live. You didn't, but you didn't need to. My father stops fully and turns around to face him. I don't understand, Jack. Jack laughs and walks up close to him, uncomfortably close. Puts his hands on my father's shoulders and gives him a look I can't quite describe with words. Looks like a laughing hyena crossed with a bear. Didn't expect you to, good friend. Couldn't expect that with how closed off your mind is. My father backs off, letting Jack's arm fall to his side. The hell do you mean closed? You're simple, Greg. In some cases, that isn't bad. But in the work we're doing, it isn't enough. We don't need simple. We don't need you. Don't bother coming to work today. Are you threatening me? In some aspects, yes, I am. You see, I've been seeing things lately. Glimpses and snapshot of things not yet. It was all very confusing at first, you see, but someone who's gone above simple, I was able to figure it out. And what the hell did you figure out? My father asked. He has the same temper I do. I can see that clearly within him. I almost miss him. Jack grins. My problem, at least one of them, is you, Greg. You are one of my problems. You made me your problem by coming here, Jack, my father said. Jack shakes his head. No, I did not, Greg. I came here because you are a problem. The good president didn't send me into that test chamber a year ago, Greg. That was you. You sent me in there and didn't care if I lived or died. My father's anger lessens slightly. I can see the guilt in his eyes. You're correct. Save it. I didn't come here to see you cry. At least, not in that way. No, I have to thank you, because in some fucked up manner, that is the moment that decided the rest of my life. And you're no longer going to be a part of it. What does that mean? It means I'm here to be generous. You know of my abilities. So you were going to leave this town, this city, even this state. Now. You're insane, my father said. Almost dying does that to you. I'm not going. Well, I would have guessed you would have stood your ground. Listen, I understand your bravado. You're the head of a very prolific, yet at the same time secret band of scientists. I get the machismo, but honestly, it's only going to get your kid killed. You're not touching Gavin. That's the best part. I don't need to. I can feel my grip around his throat right now. 1/10 of the mental muscle in your boy's neck is as good as snapped. My father puts down his arms. He looks at Jack with less fight and more contempt. Now, you're gonna leave right now. No packing, no saying goodbye. Now, you're going to reach into your pocket, take out your cell phone, and smash it. If I'm going, I'm taking Gavin with me, my father said. Those aren't the terms of this negotiation, Greg. I would have thought you would have cared the littlest about his life. Or is it the same as how you saw Megan? My father moves to argue, but even I can tell it's not going to do any good. If you want your son to live, you will smash your cell phone and leave now. My father's face beads with sweat. What should I do about money for the trip? Jack smiles a vicious look. You've got a nice suit on. Improvise. My father swallows hard as he reaches into his pocket. His hand shakes terribly. That's it. Now smash it. He does. He throws it against the ground. The flip phone bounces off the concrete and flips into the air, spinning twice before it lands again. He goes down to reach for it to throw it again, but it lifts off the ground before he can get it. Jack lifts it high into the air and flings it to the sky. I look to see where it goes, but I lose it in the clouds of the cold morning. Now go. My father silently walks backward. I can see him eye the side of the apartment where my bedroom is. The vision begins to fade to black. I feel a heavy sort of weight in my heart as I process all of what happened. My father loved me. He didn't want to leave. Jack made him. My father made Jack. There are so many conflicting emotions of hate and love in my heart. The web of my life goes back to before I was even remotely aware of anything. Everything is black. Chapter 7, May 5th, 2008. I see my father. He looks like he hasn't eaten in a few days. He no longer wears a suit, but instead a short-fit black t-shirt that said, "Up yours," with two hands flipping off everyone and everyone emblazoned on it, alongside a pair of khaki shorts. He's on a city sidewalk, I don't know where, but it's a few months after Jack threatened him. People pass by him in their everyday manner. I hear some people whisper, "Dude's on drugs," before laughing it off and walking away forever. I want them to stop. I want them to stop talking about him like that. It isn't right. It isn't. He moves along still, walking towards something. He reaches the end of the street and turns the corner. I rush up to follow him. The crowd doesn't slow me down one bit as I walk through them, since they're only a memory. Not my memory, granted, but to all the same effect. Follow my father to a large building. Not quite a skyscraper level or anything near the height of the Republic Plaza, but that doesn't mean it isn't big itself. I'd guess around 15 floors. Maybe he finally made it to New York, and this is that Eastern branch, the freelance scoop I keep hearing about. Maybe I'll get to see my mother. My mother who apparently cheated on my father. Right. It's okay. I'm okay. She's dead now anyway. They both are. Nothing to worry about. Just gotta learn what I have to and get out of here. My father walks through the front door, not unlike that of a zombie, I must say. I followed him inside and noticed that we're the only two who seem to be around. He's the only one that's around. The entrance is decorated with all kinds of tacky paintings I scatter the wall, probably hundreds of years old, alongside a very cheesy red carpet that makes me feel like I'm walking down, expecting to get photographed. He stumbles over to the front desk, looking like he's about to collapse. He reaches over the side of the desk and picks the phone up off the dock and presses the intercom button. Yes, will Mrs. Lorraine Daniels come to the front desk to help her husband get their son back? He hangs the phone up and leans against the desk, breathing heavily. The next minute feels like an eternity. I see the elevator doors at the end of the hall open up, and inside stands a finely dressed woman with curly blonde hair. She wears a look of shock as she exits, quickly moving to my father. This must be my mother. I don't recognize her at all. "We're in trouble," my father said. "Oh, I could see that. Where the hell's Gavin? Why'd you come here? Where's..." Please, not a million questions at once. I feel like a train hit me, then went in reverse to finish the job. And I get something to eat and something to wear. Got a lot to tell you. Thought you didn't want to see me anymore, she said. I don't care about that. Current matters supersede my personal feelings toward you, Lorraine. Now please, may we go upstairs? Yeah, gather the others to come and help also. Good, we'll need their help. The vision fades once more, changing shape. A few weeks now seem to have passed. My father sits alone at the desk as he works furiously, writing something down at a breakneck pace. He's out of the non-fitting clothes and back into a look more like him. Fancy suit which makes him look like he's about to seal a business deal. Greg, I hear a voice say, but I'm unsure of who it is. Oh no, I'm working. I know, but it's... He looks up momentarily. I see a short-haired woman standing close to him, her suit about as sharp as her eyes. Samara, I really can't afford to not be working right now. She walks over and places a hand on his. Listen, I know it's hard losing your son the way you did. And I know Lorraine's as torn up over it just as much as you are. We all here feel for you. Thank you, Samara, my father said. But the reason I came over here is because I got someone up front who said he knew you. And you want to come and confirm for a second? Okay, sure. Sorry for snapping earlier. It's okay. I understand you're under a lot of pressure to figure out how to stop Jin. We all are. My father stands up and nods his head. Yeah, if I could just figure out the nature of his healing factor. It's my main setback. I don't have any updated samples of his blood, so I have no idea how he's changed in the past few months. I understand it's a tough situation. I believe we'll find a solution, all of us, together, she said, motioning her arms. Shall we go greet our guest? My father nodded his head. Yes, let's. They head past the cluttered array of desks inside the new place. Well, new to my father. They find the staircase at the end of the cluttered room. In some weird trade-off of roles, I feel the need to scold my father and his organization like he would have with me. Downstairs, I see a familiar face waiting, in nearly the same spot I'd seen my father crumpled over. It's Mason. You're here, my father said, walking over and pulling him into a hug. I could say the same about you, old friend, Mason said. So, I'm gonna assume you two know each other. Samara laughs. Yeah, he's from West Coast. My father laughs also. He turns back to Mason, letting go. Where's Kate? Safe. She's actually back at the hotel we're staying at. I have to ask you though, Jay mentioned you'd be waiting up for us. What happened there? Stopped by your place and it was completely empty. Jack happened. The day after Jay talked to me about leaving, Jack showed up at my place with no warning or anything. I didn't ever give him my address, Mason. He said he'd been seeing things and needed to take me out of the equation. Couldn't tell anyone else or he would have killed Gavin. I see. About lines up. Greg, he's gotten stronger. More out of control, Mason said. Well, okay. Why don't we head upstairs? You can meet the rest of the skeleton crew and tell us all about it. Hope you can spare some time. Yeah, of course. Kate's ordering room service and got a lineup of movies on the paper. Come into some money, Mason? You could say that. Well, if we're gonna go, I'll call everyone to the meeting. I'm Samara, by the way. Samara Knight, she said, extending her hand to Mason. Well, it's definitely nice to meet you, but wish it could have been under better pretenses. Mason smiles. My father looks towards Samara. What does he mean? Well, I mean, I didn't know who he was at first, but everything's been so stressful lately, and so... well... She said I better not be with Jack unless I wanted to be neutered like a dog. Mason laughs. My father laughs too. Neutered? That's the least threatening way to say that. I'm not good under pressure with people. Never have been. Doubt that'll change anytime soon. Well, at least you're at terms with it, Mason said. Samara nods her head. Well, gentlemen, what are we waiting for? My father looks towards Mason, then nods his head toward the staircase they descended from. They quickly begin walking toward the stairs and go up even further. The meeting room's on the second floor, a small square room that looks like it's been hit by a budget-cut hammer. It's got a small rectangular table fit for a church benefit, that official meeting room with small folded chairs scattered about. Nice place, Mason said, looking around. Yeah, it's small, but it works. Is this really what Valhart's been funding? I feel like there was more thought put into a children's birthday party. Well, they don't study isotopes of human genomes at birthday parties, Samara jokes. Hope not. That'd take going to the swimming pool a whole new level, Mason laughs. Samara and my father stare at him, not getting it. Gene pool, guys, come on. My father looks at Samara. I forgot to mention, he does that sometimes. Make bad jokes? I think that's an insult to bad jokes, my father said. Okay, well, let's get the part then where I pull out the real jokes and get on with this, Mason said, looking at Adata. Alright, well, I'll be right back. Stay right here. Samira nods, walking out of the room. There's an awkward silence in the room for a couple of seconds. If I could, I would break the tension by making a stab at Samira since she left the room or something similar. Actually, that's untrue. If I could interact with this world right now, I'd hug my dad, then go hug my mom and pretend none of this ever happened. It's good to see you, Mason, my father said. You too, Greg. I'm sorry I didn't find out sooner about you and Gavin. If I'd known, I would have done something, Mason said. I know, and I would have found a way to call you guys if I had the opportunity to. Mason nods. I know, we're gonna find a way to stop him, I promise. I see the door behind them swing open, just barely clipping the chair that sits right in front of my father. I see Samara on the other end walking in, 2 older guys, and my mother walking in behind her. First guy is big, like, really big. I'm sure he would smell like fish if I was actually there. His hair bunches up around the side of his head, conveniently leaving a bald spot right at the top. The second guy is more lean, gelled up hair, and I'm pretty sure the police would have to confiscate it on the grounds of it being a deadly weapon. Maybe he can share some of his hair with the other guy. Okay, everybody, this here is, Mason. Samara begins. Radica. Mason finishes. Hold on a second. I thought you were familiar, the gelled guy says. You were a part of Just Cause, weren't you? Mason looks closer at gel guy, and I can see his eyes widen. Barry, what the hell are you doing here? I could ask the same of you. Looks like the good old US of A doesn't care about us returning vets, huh? Does everybody here know each other and I'm just out of the loop? Samara asked. Navy Lieutenant Mason Radica served with me in Panama back in 1990, Barry said. And Army Captain Barry Rainwater. You almost got your leg blown off near the Marriott Hotel. Guys, I really would love to hear about you catching up on old times, but we have more pressing matters here, the big guy said. My father moused to Mason. You were in the Navy? He nods tersely. Okay, Barry here is our head engineer. If anything goes wrong with our equipment, he's the guy you go to. He's a real whiz with electronics, Samara said. And this is Sal. He's our lead on microbiology. It's good to meet you. Sal Moon, as in Moon. Please don't mispronounce me and confuse me for the fish, Sal said with a heavy Middle Eastern accent. It's nice to meet you all as well, Mason nods. And I'm sure Greg's told you all about me, my mother said. I'm Lorraine. She extends her hand. I've heard you are really smart and good at what you do, Miss Daniels. He shakes it. This seems to make her smile, if slightly. I could see my father smile a little too. I'm here from the Western Branch, same like Greg, because of Jack Adata. I presume you've gotten everyone up to speed so far, Greg? Mason asked. My father nods. Excellent, Mason said. Yeah, that slimy ass clown is going to be buried 6 feet under if I can get my hands on him, Sal said. Right, well, that will be a little hard considering the injuries he sustained in the past year have been able to heal at an accelerated rate. His body suffered a 4th-degree chemical burn when all of this started, and he came back like it was a mosquito bite. We cannot, under any circumstances, take this lightly. Okay, and you mentioned earlier he was getting stronger. Mind explaining? My father asked. Yes, this compound, Radical-9. We named it after the elements that melded together before they exploded out. Radium, dichlorine, calcium, nitrate. These 4 created the monster we know as Jack Adata today. When he first was irradiated, we didn't know the scope of what he would become. Almost. Almost? Barry asked. What do you mean, almost, Mason? Greg, when we took Jack to the hospital, and you were in the room with David, you told me about this feeling you had, correct? My father nods his head. Yeah, I was in there and I felt all crippled from head to toe. For 10 or so minutes, it felt like all of Jack's anger and despair was pouring out of him and into my soul. I still remember how cold to the bone I felt. I believe this was the first instance of his enhanced psyche reaching out. The ability to project emotion onto others like that. It's astounding, Mason said. And come to think of it, it was after that moment that Dave started acting strange, as if he'd been Jack's right-hand pup, my father said. Maybe he's felt whatever you felt too, Sal asked. Maybe it hit him harder and he got scared. It's possible, my father said. Then there was the freak out in the lab, Mason begins. Jay, our friend back in Denver, was asking Jack if he was alright. He was acting all strange and paranoid, so it seemed okay to ask. Jack merely had a meltdown and threw a glass canister from his side without even touching it. Later on, he's used this ability to telekinesis to rip through chunks of the wall inside of our building to find a room hidden away in everything but the blueprints. So it's more than what you imagined at the beginning, Samara said. Way more. That was after a few days, mind you. Let's take it a year after, His body is dying, plain and simple, and can't handle that Radical-9 that's in his system, much less the fact that it seems to be multiplying at an exponential rate. The more that multiplies, the stronger his abilities become. The stronger he becomes, the scarier he is. The less like himself he is, the less his body can handle it. Okay, so the solution just seems to be to wait it out, right? Eventually it'll be too much and he'll just keel over. Am I right? Barry said, leaning against one of the chairs, supporting his head up with his right arm. Initially, that's what I thought too, but there is a big problem with that, Mason said. What's that? My father asked. Radical-9's a very reactive compound, as we've seen firsthand, Craig. If his body shuts down from all of it in his systems, it is possible he will become a makeshift bomb. What? The concentrated amount of Radical-9 in his system will get thrown together and someone as big as him be enough to go nuclear. Just think of how badly we were hit the very minimum this stuff has to offer. So basically, our options are to wait and die, or attack him and die, Sal said. My father runs his hands through his hair. No, I'm not letting that happen. He isn't either. Jack knows about this possibility. I was the one who helped him find it, in an effort to see if he'd allow me to find a cure. Did he? Hell no, I'm here now, aren't I? He scrapped my project and began researching ways to prolong his life rather than fix it. Do you know any of what he's doing with that? My father asked. I left before it came together, but I think he may be using the kids for something. Jennifer, Andrew, and I'd assume Gavin as well as Nadia at that. Yeah. Use them for what? My mother asked. Mason hesitates. I think he might be tested on them. He had me work on these. They look like these metallic pods. Sort of something you'd freeze somebody in. I left after that, but I think he might be adding in controlled doses of Radical-9. He might be testing and irradiating them with the compound. Why would he do that? That's insane! My father yells. He realizes he did. I don't know why, but I have a guess, but it's pretty far out there, Mason said. I think we left far out there when this guy started moving shit with his mind, Barry said, crossing his arms and pacing the room. Always the angsty one, it seems. I think he might try to go one step further with projecting his emotions out. He might be trying to project his consciousness out onto an air of sorts, Mason said. You're right, that is out there, Barry said. You mean, like, take over their bodies? Lorraine asked, visibly horrified at the thought. The kids are Radical-9 in their system. We had that checked. I looked to myself. It's much less than the amounts in Jack and even you and I, Greg. But I believe you think he means they are suitable to have the perfect amount gassed into them so they can have the power that he has without the drawback of physical decomposition. If that's the case, then we need to do something. We need to find a way to stop him without triggering the reaction inside his body. And we need to find out how to get the kids safe from him, my father said. How do we do that? My mother asked. That's the question of the century now, isn't it? Chapter 8, January 28th, 2014. I'm back in the Republic Plaza. I'm looking into a cleared out space with 4 metallic pods that almost look like cocoons in the middle of the room. Machines that look like generators to set cocoons sit off to the side. The wiring covers the ground. I see that the machines have circular windows on the front of them. Off to the side behind a barrier I can see Jack, Jay, and a large man I'd seen back in New York, Sal Moon. It looks like they finally finished the transfer process from him back then. My question is he someone Jay can trust down here? Alright, Sal, just hurry it up, will ya? This isn't the time for doubt. We need to succeed. We can't do that if you hesitate. Right, sir, Sal mumbles. Go ahead and situate them nice. Looking at him, Sal looks himself like he's stressed off a couple of pounds. His face is wrinkled and full of exhaustion. I see him leading a small child by the hand past the barrier. I see the leftmost pod open up. The door of it swings widely open. On the inside, I see a small area with straps attached that look like they're meant to restrain something down. Or someone. He leads the young child into the machine. Can't be more than 5. He looks up at Sal with a wide-eyed curiosity. Sal does everything in his power to keep away, but he can't stop from looking at the child and takes in a deep breath. I hear a knocking sound from the machine directly next to it. Inside the window, I can actually see someone inside of that one. Looks to be an older boy, maybe around 15. He's pounding on the shell cocoon, and I can almost see tears in his eyes. Sal straps the young boy in place and shuts the door, locking it into place. He walks back to the barrier, closing his eyes and finding it hard to breathe. Okay, there. Jay, Bring Sarah and John in next. Yes, okay, Jay struggles to say. I see Jay walk toward the pods. He carries 2 infants with him. This needs to stop, I hear Jay think. He lowers the first child into the pod and it seals itself up. He looks at the second child's eyes for a moment before lowering them into the pod. Jay slowly walks back behind the barrier. He looks like a man who has had the soul sucked out of him. Let's get this started, Jack said, and he presses a button at his side.
Radical-9 exposure number 2. Subjects are in place. Date, January 28, 2014. Time, 5:56 a.m.
The 4 pods are now filled, and they begin glowing on their rims. The chrome face of the metal is a shiny silver, but the edges glow with a sort of neon-like gas that illuminates in all sort of different colors. The pods begin making a sort of mechanical, ringing sound, and then the windows of the pods begin to fog up. It seems they're being filled with the Radical-9. Mason's theory was right. The sound from the machine intensifies and grows even louder. The neon-like lights on the rims of the pods have grown in intensity and shines brightly, and then I hear screaming. It comes from the leftmost pods, the ones with the 2 older kids. Their pods begin letting out steam and smoke, and then I hear a small but confined boom. I see the 2 windows get sprayed with a dark red liquid. Blood. I hear a frantic panic come from behind the barrier. I see Sal running up to the pods frantically. Jack! My boys! I told you this would happen! Sal screams. He turns around and looks toward him. You monster! You wanted to go through with it anyway, and now they're gone forever. What the hell is wrong with you? The vision begins to lose its clarity, but I can see Sal being lifted into the air. He's grasping at his throat. Test 2 is a slight failure. Recommencing the test for those that survived. His body is lifeless. The force of his body hitting the wall is something I'm not going to forget for a long time. Are there any objections, Jay? Jack's voice asked calmly. Jay turns his head slowly to Jack, his eyes still wide. You know, I could easily just kill your boy here and move on with Sarah. It makes no difference to me. Your boy lives because you've stayed by my side. No objection, sir, Jay said weakly. Great. We go in again. Like a hurricane, I'm sent through the cycle as the world around me breaks down. Everything around rebuilds itself to completely fully seen. I look around and see Mason alone. He's curled up against a wall in what looks like a bank of wherever he is. He's shaking tremendously, and I can't tell if he's cold or got some kind of spasm going on. Maybe both. I can see a phone clutched in his hand, raised up to his ear. No, Kate, I can't come home. I need to do this. I need to. Please stop interrupting me. There are a few seconds of silence. No, I'm fine. I promise that I'm fine. I swear, Kate, I need to speak to the president. I need to. He hangs up the phone and sets it down beside him. His arm shakes wildly. I can see his breathing is short, and he looks like he's been sweating in the storm. I'll be home for supper, he slurs as he makes his way to his feet. Sweat is pooling under both of his arms, staining the dress shirt and staining fast. His face is redder than any tomato I've seen. It looks like it takes him an extreme amount of effort to even get moving. I see the cell phone vibrating on the ground beside him. He kicks it away and makes a show of it by lifting his leg up into the air after. I said I'll be home, and I will, because I promised I would, he said. His speech has turned into a big slur. What the hell's happened to him? Mason begins walking down the street, and I get a better view of what is ahead of him. I see the United Nations conference building in front of me. Mason keeps walking closer, reaching just past the secretarial building and finding his destination, the General Assembly. I see him step closer toward the entrance, closer and closer as I see his arm spasming by his side. He walks right in, no knocking, no hesitation. I follow him in, walking through the doors as if they were nothing. The main chamber is much larger than I imagined. I remember reading about this place in some of the magazines they had back at the orphanage. This was the place where things went down. 193 members all coming together to show just maybe we could work together to ensure peace. Now, of those 193 people that used to fill this hall, only 14 sit at the table now. I understand. I heard you gentlemen hired scientists to study foreign material, Mason yells out towards the men in some of the room, all situated, facing one another. I see 4 of them run in, draw guns. Excuse me, but we're having a private conversation. May I ask you to leave? A voice I clearly recognize. It's Hal Valhart. Mason takes a few steps down the alley. You brought us together to research, to examine, to experiment. We were desperate for cash and knew we would do it. Should we fire, sir? One of the men at Valhard's side asked. Hold on a moment, Stan, Valhard said. You're one of the Prometheans. I'm one of the ones who can't stand what's in me. I feel so very hot and this all needs to stop. I know you know about Jack. Valhard's expression seems to change. He's a rogue factor, something that cannot be stopped. No, you need to stop him. He's gonna kill us all. He's already killed Greg. I cannot do that, Mr. What was your name again? Doesn't matter. Why won't you help? Because this is how things were supposed to happen. Direct orders from the Queen herself. Mason looked like his heart just broke in two. Something inside of him snapped, surely. You may fire now, Stan. Yes, sir. I see the sparks from the muzzle as the bullets shoot out. Time seems to slow for a second, but speed as they blow through Mason's body. They must be very large caliber bullets as they send Mason back. His blood drips to the floor. It's then that I see his face turn red, much redder than I've seen anyone ever. Mason said before I can see his skin breaking away. His skull underneath screams out, and the entire building erupts in white glow. Valhard and his men begin screaming, but only for a second. Their screams are lost to the eternity in blaze. Through the dust and debris, all I can see around me is debris. The greater chunk of New York City was leveled in seconds. I look back to where Mason sat as he died. The shadow of his body is burned into the ground. The same seems to be for Valhard and his 13 men. Shadows forever marked onto the earth as Mason, the exploding man, erased them nearly from existence. But that means there's a bigger problem at hand. Valhard wasn't discussing the poor here. He wasn't working to make things better. He was ensuring that Jack became what he did. But why? Why would he want for that any other reason than to see the world burn? The Queen. He said it was a direct order. But why? How could she have known this would happen? So many questions that don't have answers. The vision fades to black. I feel a similar pain in my muscles. I open my eyes to darkness, but it isn't dark for long. I hear a loud mechanical scraping noise. Light fills into the small room, and I can see exactly how small the space I had been confined to is. I'd barely have enough room to stretch out if I sprawled all across the floor. The light source blinds me. It's pure white, spilling in through the doorway now open.
Come on out. It's time we had a chat.
I hear Micah's voice, and it's not through the small computer terminal behind me this time. I stand slowly, my legs getting used to being used once more. I have to hold myself up with the wall to get myself fully. I step outside of the room and let the large height fill over me. Blinding light fills my vision, and I have to brace my hand over my eyes to reduce the pain. I can feel the heat resonating off of the lights above me. And then I realize I might not be going crazy. But the outside of the tiny room is significantly warmer than the inside. I'm standing on metal. The entire floor is metal. And so are the walls. It looks to be some sort of facility, but I couldn't describe where.
The lights are used to keep this place warm in addition to well lit. It's not like we can depend on the outside for heat.
Micah said to my side. I turn to see him. I'm facing an older version of myself. I recognize me immediately. My eyes go wide and weakness overtakes me in full. Part 3. Telos. Purpose. Chapter 1. What? I ask. What the hell are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there something on my face? I was surely hoping our first meeting wouldn't be embarrassing,
he said, covering his face. My face, with his hands. How the fuck do you look like me? He drops his hands to his sides and walks closer to me.
I am you. That's how.
That hardly explains anything. How are you here? I don't believe for a second you're anything but some poser, I said, pushing him back.
Makes you think more on things, right? I mean, when I told you that, you should have seen the look on your face. I really meant it.
He begins laughing. I don't.
Oh, did you lose your sense of humor in the time you sat in timeout? Come on, it was a joke. A rather smart one, if I do say so for myself.
What the hell is this? He shakes his head.
You're gonna have to be a lot more specific than that. There's a lot of this everywhere.
I take a deep breath. It takes a lot not to punch him in the face. This, me being here, you sending Megan after me. Why any of it? I've seen so much shit since you did all this, and I deserve answers, I said.
Ah, that word, deserve, so rightly used in the wrong context. You don't deserve anything, Gavin, but I'm going to give it to you anyway as a gift from myself to myself,
He said, opening his arms as if for a hug. Okay, first things first. Who are you? I said, ignoring his prodding. I know he's enjoying every last second of this.
Gavin Matthew Daniels. I was born on March 1st, 1999, to Lorraine and Gregory Daniels. My parents were killed by Jack Adata in the year 2013, 5 years after they left me in the hands of a cold-blooded killer,
He said.
And now I call myself Micah because it hurts too much to refer to my old life.
How do you know all that? I asked. This can't be happening.
Because, like I said, I knew. Oh, right, I should probably explain this part. So, you are not where you think you are. Or rather, you're not when you think you are.
What does that mean?
What year is it, Gavin?
He asked. 2018?
Incorrect, good buddy.
I'm not your buddy.
Either way, no. Right now, you're currently present in the year 2060. Congratulations, you missed out on like 50 birthdays. I'm not making up for those presents.
I look at myself, my arms, hands, legs, all of it look the same as it always has. I'm calling bullshit. Wouldn't I be old?
We're not in your 2060.
Micah said, more serious. Explain.
Gladly.
Smiling sort of grin that makes me more anxious than excited. I'll be honest, when I broke into my old school, I didn't think being here with a lunatic could be my punishment. I miss those days. I gave just about anything to only be worried about food and shelter. Hell, I'd even take back my dementia so I could die of natural causes and that be it. I have a feeling once I get to the bottom of all this, I won't be able to come back out unscathed. So, do you remember your last thoughts before you came here? What you did? I think back. I can see it clearly. Grace was succumbing to the tuberculin in her system. I was walking off the edge of the public plaza and everything went dark. Yes, I said, shuddering at thought.
On that day, that was June 30th, 2018. By the way, you exploded.
I look at him with an unchanged reaction. I'm not surprised at what he said. It's about par for the course for a lunatic.
You don't believe me?
He said, more than asked. You expect me to? His eyes scan around the room. They look tired.
You saw Mason, right? His end and how he torched New York City?
Yeah.
Like that. That happened to you. When you jumped off the cliff, your body went nuclear because of what is inside of it.
The Radical-9, correct?
Indeed. This was planned from the start. It is why I sent Megan back.
Back? And what do you mean from the start?
One thing at a time, Gavin. Please.
He smiles something big. I sigh. Tell me one reason why I don't kick the living shit out of you now.
Because then I won't give you the rest of the answers. You would go insane without.
Pretty sure with what I've seen, I already am insane.
Touché.
Okay, so what do you mean send her back?
I told you once before, if you were listening. You're far from the day you blew up, Gavin. This is 42 years later. I sent her back to your time.
Okay, like 7 questions just spawned from that answer, I said.
Take them one at a time.
Okay, so you said I blew up, but I am all right here. That proves I didn't.
Not necessarily.
Explain.
That isn't your body. And before you jump to the conclusion, I didn't steal your body either.
This isn't my body. That's impossible. I can feel it. I'm inside my body.
What you're feeling isn't human. It's a bionic shell which your consciousness now lives inside of.
Bionic? It's a robot?
I'm a robot?
In short, yes. It's called an automaton. A robot that is meant to act and look like a human. You're in possession of one modeled after yourself, as am I. Although I am only doing so because it's more convenient than the 61-year-old body I had originally. This was the goal of sending Megan back to your time.
Wait, hold on. I'm not ready for that answer. I'm still stuck on you saying I'm a robot.
Okay, so let me try to explain it as plain as I can. The Radical-9 in your system reacts violently after death. I don't know the specifics, only that your heartbeat is what keeps your blood pumping enough to neutralize the explosive reaction. You had a mixture of the turbocurarine inside your body, and the shock from falling had led to your body's death.
And so I exploded.
Correct. You destroyed the city of Denver, quite impressively too. Body count somewhere near 550,000.
What?
Yeah, a lot of people died that day, almost as much as Mason actually. He broke 1 million in the greater part of New York City.
How can I trust that this information is correct?
You do, or you don't. I don't have the newspaper of the day, if you were wondering.
Over 500,000 people died? Prove to me I'm a robot.
What?
I want proof. I want solid proof that what you're saying isn't bullshit. He seems to think this over and then mouths,
1 second.
to me, walking off. I walk to follow, but he turns his head quick and says,
Stay.
I listen, not completely sure why, but I do. Right now would be the perfect time for my plan to escape from this guy and find out where I am, but he's right. I do want answers, and for now it seems that I am the one that has the Chapter 2. It doesn't take long for Micah to return. He's carrying a silver scalpel in his hands. What are you planning on doing with that? I ask.
Oh, there's a panel here on the cubicle you were in. I needed to open to show you proof.
Micah says, walking past me. Okay, I said, turning around. Is it so bad that you needed it? My eyes go wide as he turns and brings the scalpel down the length of my arm. I feel it burn as he steps away from my counterattack. I grab my arm in pain and look up at him.
Surprise! There wasn't any panel on the cubicle. But man, you should have seen the look on our face.
You're fucking dead, I said, stepping closer to him.
Hold on. Look at your arm.
Micah said, unmoving. I said, looking down at my arm. A white liquid trails down my forearm. White? Blood?
That's my proof,
He said, his arms open again. Megan had white blood, I said, remembering.
Correct. She was not the actual Jack Adata. She is similar to you. The only difference was I didn't have any of her actual consciousness to implant, so I had to work with memories.
Micah said. What do you mean, work with?
Follow me. I have something to show you which can help explain some of these answers.
He said, walking back down the path he'd gone before. It's a cylindrical hallway that curves around in a half circle. Wait, why couldn't you just lead me down this way when you were getting your scalpel? I asked, jogging to catch up, trying to stop the blood flow from my arm, following the path around its bend.
Because you needed to ask that question. It wouldn't have made sense to you unless you asked that question. Everything has a sequence for which it plays out. This has been a long time coming.
Micah said. How long of a time?
Since I was your age.
How long ago was that? And how is that? I asked.
What did I say about one thing at a time, Gavin?
I resist urge to ask where we are, but that question will come in due time. Inside is a golden room. I mean, it isn't coated with gold, but it just has this sort of aura to it. It's probably as wide as a classroom, but as for how tall it is, well, I couldn't even begin to answer that. It extends as far as I can see and then some. The elephant in the room is a machine that sits in the center of it. It's tower-like with screens at the base surrounding it. Huge power cords lead from the base outward to 5 different rooms on each side of the hexagonal-shaped room.
This room is what allowed all of this to happen.
Micah begins.
This machine here is a product of the collaborations between my old partner and I in this time.
Your partner?
He isn't with us in the present moment.
Micah said. Oh.
This machine is known as Icarus, which is an acronym for the Infinity Core Amplifier of Research Under the Sun. It's a database for the collective conscious throughout our history.
Explain in smaller words, I said.
Think of it like Wikipedia. You know what that is at least, right, Gavin?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Good. This is a physical manifestation of that concept, being able to search up anybody's memories on the fly. It's all through this machine. Learn its secrets and it opens the world and its infinite complexities up to you.
Okay, how does that work?
You couldn't even understand the concept of it. Do you think you'd understand the specific mechanics behind it?
Dumb it down for me then, I said, not caring how much attitude slips out.
We started manually with each database, fact-checking and double-checking. When my partner was still here and working on it, we both decided manual was way too slow.
So you decided to automate it?
Yes. In my time, we have advanced energy sources which, in short, allow us to automate that process. It took 18 years for it to be created.
And this machine sent Megan back into my time? You said she was different.
Yes, since the Megan that you knew, that we knew, died in 2007, I couldn't work with her consciousness since it long passed. So what I did was install an artificial intelligence protocol with the directive of finding you. This included all of the memories that I could find relating to her.
Micah said.
Think of it as almost Megan. She wasn't complete. I didn't give her the voice she had since I didn't feel like it would be needed. And recreating a voice is much harder than you would believe.
Okay, and she was sent back to get me, I said, running my hand through my hair to understand it.
Yes, I had to use Radical-9 to send her back. That's the advanced energy source, by the way. While explosive, it also has near limitless power capabilities.
I remember Mason saying something like that, how Jack was growing stronger by the day.
Yes, it's what allowed me to use Icarus to send her back. I used that explosive power, the stuff has, and transformed it into a source I could use. I basically blew a hole in the time-space continuum.
Isn't that dangerous? The question I asked seemed foolish. Of course it sounded dangerous, but I still had to see how he'd respond.
Not as dangerous as the threat we face.
What danger is that?
One thing at a time, Gavin. Do I need to go find a chalkboard to have you write it down? I had known how stubborn you would be to not understand. I would have brought a spare notepad.
I take a deep breath. I notice I've calmed a bit since I've arrived. It's strange that it's now I find a sense of comfort. As wild as all that was, it was helpful taking each piece one step at a time. I wasn't sure how I felt about all this yet, but I was still standing, and he was the reason for that. I had to take this one step by one step. Why did you bring me here? I asked. What did you need Megan to break open time itself to bring me here for?
TELOS,
he said. Tell who what?
You asked for the TELOS, Gavin. It's Greek.
You sure love your Greek shit, don't you?
I find it very thematic, yes.
Micah smiles.
What can I say? They were the natural storytellers. Made everything all wrapped up in a nice bow. Telos here in this context means ultimate object, or, more easily recognizable, end goal. My end goal is to save this timeline.
Timeline?
You remember me telling you earlier that this was 2060, but not your 2060, correct?
Micah asked. I nod my head. Yeah, I think I've wrapped my head around that concept. It's hard, if I'm being honest.
If it were easy, I wouldn't be having the need of bringing you here,
Micah said. I nod in response to this.
The reason, Gavin, that you and I are both here right now is no trick, no lie. There's no twist here but for the fact that this is not your 2060. We are parallel to your time. I do not know how your future looks, but if I had not acted as I did,
He trailed off and looked down to the floor.
things would not be in your favor. That's as easy as I can explain without taking more about a lot of different things. As easy as I can explain it is, you are in an alternate timeline. Your consciousness went through the hole in time that I created when your body blew up.
And why'd it do that?
Normally, your consciousness would evaporate to the afterlife, or whatever anyone else believes in. My partner and I found out that there's a short window for when the consciousness, you can consider that your soul, is separated from the body. I sent Megan back because I needed her to give you those memories.
The memories of the Radical-9 incident? I ask. He nods his head.
Yes, exactly.
They started when she pressed her finger on my forehead at first, but then she gouged out her own eye to do it again, but with her blood.
Blood substitute.
Micah corrects. Right.
She used the Radical-9 within her bloodstream, so to speak, to convey those memories to you.
I still don't understand how that kept me from dying.
Technically, it didn't. For all intents and purposes, you are dead. I just rerouted your path after such. You see, memories have a desire to go back from where they originated after death. That's why your soul gets your body to go to who knows where. You ended up here because you had enough of those memories in your system to override the original desire of your own memories. The new ones you received became higher priority to send home, and so they took you to the only path they could, right back through the hole Icarus had created.
Okay, that makes sense, and my old memories are here for the ride?
They are an anomaly. Memories that should have gone, but still exist in our plane. Quite interesting, don't you think?
You're a lot more serious than a few moments ago, I said.
Because we're going to a topic that requires as much.
Micah said, turning around.
Gavin, I'm going to show you something. I want you to be prepared for it.
He said, stern. Okay, I said, not really knowing what to make of that. Micah walks over to the main tower of Icarus and finds the keypad connected to the machine. He begins typing away at it. It doesn't even look like he's looking at the keyboard. I guess we have that in common. It really came up in handy when I was writing papers for school. Wow, that feels like such a long time ago.
I'm going to open the view to the outside. This room is surrounded by a bunch of now shielded windows. I want you to look out there and see if you can find anything of interest.
He said, still typing. I look up to see the golden like metal sheets covering the walls recede away one by one, revealing a metal frame and some sort of glass windows. They recede even near the top, and though I can also see outside. It's the nighttime sky. The stars shine brilliantly on their near black canvas. There's a chunk of space rocks among the stars. You mean those giant bits of rock? Is that a meteor?
Not exactly.
What is it then?
That little space shithole is Earth.
Well, hold on a second now. That's Earth? Where the hell are we?
We're on a settlement on the moon,
he said, as straight-faced as ever. I don't.
You know the events of the exploding man. That much you saw, and even what happened directly afterwards, correct?
Yeah, I lived in a shithole, I said.
Things kept that way until about 2021 my time. People started to get a grip on reality, society began to slowly rebuild itself. People calmed down and looting slowed dramatically. It was a miracle. People had seemed to return to normal lifestyle for quite a time until around 2027, when a dictator of sorts had taken control of the country. He was another envoy of the Queen of England. He brought structure back to us, but he took away freedom.
What was his name?
Oliver Avery. He moved the capital to San Francisco, actually. I don't know the details on why, but he did. Then we fast forwarded 2 years later, March 18th, 2029, Radical-9 is released to the public.
What? How does that happen?
It's the year that Jack Adata dies. His body is at its absolute peak for Radical-9 concentration. The explosion destroys all of New York City and a bit of Jersey. Gone. Completely wiped off the map. The radiation spreads far and wide. And soon other people who are irradiated by the original blast begin to have similar adverse effects as Jack did. Fast forward one more, about 14 years to 2042, and nuclear war is waged almost tenfold. People lose control of their bodies. Jack was a single man, and he took out the entire state of New York. What do you think happens when thousands of people go nuclear?
The pieces start falling into place. And you said we were on the moon.
Yes, specifically a base prepped for the remaining % of the population who didn't become irradiated to the Radical-9 and make it off the planet forced destruction. You are now standing in one of the 10 bases on the moon created for that sole purpose.
So, this is all real? I asked.
Very, but don't get so down. We're on the fucking moon. How many people back home could say that?
His demeanor changed on the dime. Moon base, I said again, trying to process all the information.
Its name is Sustenio 10, as in it is the 10th build, although this one coincidentally was abandoned for its contamination of Radical-9. Ironic, huh? Or would that be coincidence? I don't know, but it's funny all the same, he chuckles.
It's contaminated in here? I ask.
Nah, I'm messing with you.
Mika laughs. Okay, so where are the others? The other survivors, I mean.
They are currently in cryogenic sleep, Gavin. Each of these 5 doors holds a cryogenic pod which rests a survivor. The pods are being kept online by Icarus.
And what about you?
Me? Well, it's my job to make sure they don't die, and humanity doesn't go extinct. Those 5 people are the last humans beside us too.
What?
Yeah, there was little room in the rocket that made it up here. I'm supposed to wait on the Radical-9 contamination, then wait them when it's safe enough for them to propagate.
Must be a lonely job, I said.
Yeah, ever since my partner, it's become lonely after that. Been at it for 42 years and 18 without him. But it's gonna be okay because now you're here.
What am I supposed to do? I ask, looking again at the broken piece of rock in the sky that used to be Earth.
Like you, I was infected with Radical-9. The reason I'm not in one of those pods is because I had it in my system. But for whatever reason, I didn't explode like the others. Ergo, I didn't die. I lost that threat when I shifted my consciousness into this automaton. That power of which I spent 10 years researching in my downtime here. Studying, endless studying. And I find a solution, what my partner and I do. We create our first automaton. It was a prototype model. Failed in the end. But it led to this model, the one we both inhabit.
What's different?
There's something different about you. Your soul,
he said. You mean our soul?
No, as strange as that sounds. I think it's because you're supposed to be dead, but you've got some Radical-9 bound to your soul.
So what, I'm forever poisoned by this shit?
I do not know what would happen to your body now, probably similar to the last one you died. But that's how you were able to see the visions while you were inside the locked cubicle. You wouldn't have been able to if you didn't have any in your system. Icarus is limited as much as it can do. It can only show me what is officially recorded throughout history. What we need is a way to prevent Radical-9 from ever existing, or at the very least from Jack coming into contact with it.
Okay, I'm listening.
A fortunate side effect to showing you all of those memories from Icarus is you've gotten used to how they are, how they interact with your mind, right?
It's debatable. They just kind of forced their way in. Well, actually, except for the last time where I guess I could control it. Am I correct?
Well, what I need you to do is work on the ability to fully control it, so that instead of them coming to you, you go to them. That way you can actually interact with them. Fill in the holes we have.
What holes would that be?
I don't know. If we did, our job would be easy. Huh.
So, anything relating to the Radical-9 then?
Exactamundo, Gavamundo. These aren't exactly going to act as memories because you'll effectively be going back in time to when these events happened.
I'll be time traveling?
That's how it basically has been for you receiving these memories, or at least it would be if you had a stronger pull. Now with Icarus here, you'll have that and be able to make that travel.
But I'll still be in your timeline, right?
Yes, you won't swap back over to yours when you go back.
Will I ever go back to my own?
Yes, once we find out how to stop Jack.
Okay, I think I want to try this, he said.
It really doesn't matter that you want to. I mean, there's not much else you can do here.
Micah said. Guess he's right, and for the time being, I'm gonna believe him. It all sounds right. If I can stop this stuff, the Radical-9, maybe I can save those it took from this place. Mason, my father, my mother, Sal and his kids, Megan, all of them. I'm going to do it. I have to. So, are you ready? Micah asked. I nod my head and turn around. I'm about ready as I can be. I make my way toward the door on my left, grasp the handle and throw it open with some dramatic sense. I enter a small square room. It's strangely constricting, and I feel a little claustrophobic. In the center of the small room, I see a pod that looks somewhat similar to the cocoon-like machine that Jack used to irradiate those kids. Beside it is a small basin with some sort of strange light. It's time to start the fun. I hear Micah call from the main room. I guess so, I said to myself quietly. When you're ready, I need you to just stare into that basin from the top. Just do what you did the last time to make the visions come to you. I'll handle the rest. I walk over and glance down at the pod, stopping when I see a face through the glass window in the front. It takes me a moment to recognize Kate inside the pod. She's older, but I can see the 17-year-old self in her face. She looks to be in her 30s. Below the window is her name engraved on a plaque, Catherine Radica. I walk to the basin full of lights and look over and into it. The colors are glowing vibrantly and intensely. I'm staring at them for a few moments and then I start feeling lightheaded. The colors begin melding together and I'm shifting back and forth. I hear a mechanical hum behind me and I assume it comes from Icarus. It's another moment and then my vision begins fading. The colors are all one and I'm falling into them as if I were atop a great skyscraper. I'm falling and I can't stop. I close my eyes and like before, the scenery is all different when I open them back up. Blink twice and notice that I'm lying under a brush of leaves. The sun shines brightly in my eyes. I look up and I see towering skyscrapers in the distance. I'm sitting against a large oak tree overlooking the city below from a hill that seems to be out on the outskirts. I stand up. I feel a cool breeze pass by my face. It isn't cold enough to be winter, but not warm enough to be summer. Just when is this? I don't have that instinctual feeling anymore that let me in on that kind of information. I think it might be because I was viewing it from the outside and not in. I begin walking down the hill. My pace begins to pick up and I almost fall several times. It's been so long since I've ran, especially down a hill where the wind picked up through my hair and I smiled. I reach the bottom, look back up to the top. Exhilaration. That's what I felt. I hadn't felt it in such a long time without also feeling fear. The edge of the city is closer than I imagined from the top of the hill. When I'd seen at the top of the hill, I saw a large city sign right next to it that read Denver in big white letters. Something then caught my notice about the sign. It was phasing in and out of existence. Everything around me was doing it now, and I couldn't understand what was going on. The whole world was freaking out.
Hey, can you hear me?
I turn around, nobody is there. And then, I hear it again.
Hey, are you there? Answer.
I realize it's coming from my head. I hear the solemn yet stern voice of Micah. I don't know how to answer him. I try to think my response back. What the hell is happening? Everything's screwed up around here.
Good, you made it. I was scared for a few minutes it didn't work.
Why would that be a concern?
You can't blame me for worrying. Anything could have happened and we'd both be screwed.
How are you even talking to me?
Now that your power is beginning to develop, you begin to see you can do a lot of things you couldn't do before. Like this, for instance. Once you learn to control it, you'll be able to link up telepathically with others. Although, only those like you would be able to respond back.
Yeah, I understand. I don't quite understand why I'm in Denver, though.
Denver? You remember that's the place where you were first brought, right? Also where the research on Radical-9 was handled? Head to that building, the Republic Plaza. I think you'll find Kate in there.
It must be done.
It does. Now, I have to go. The only way I can link up with you is if I halt the memory. So you're going to be back to yourself in just a few moments. Good luck out there.
Thanks. I see the sign start to return to normal. The land around me does the same. I sigh and look up to the sky. It has returned to its normal state as well. I decide to walk into the city bounds. Might as well start somewhere, right? I begin walking down the road that leads into the city's heart. The last time I remember hearing about the Republic Plaza before being stuck inside of it was that it was really only empty office space and a host of some charity. The air that hangs around the city itself seems strained. It's as if it's holding its breath in suspense. I don't see anybody in the streets as I walk by. Cars are parked along the road and I see many colorful umbrellas lying tabletops on the pavilion. Nobody is around to sit at the tables. I look up once more at the sky and see a towering hunk of metal. It is the Republic Plaza. It even said right on the face of the building. It stretches high into the sky as if it wants to give the heavens a little poke. An existential touch as if to challenge a higher deity. It's odd to see it from the ground level after seeing it from the very top first. I walk up the steps beside the pavilion and look again at the large building. I step closer and reach the electronic double doors. I see a button to the right of the doors which controls them. Take a deep breath and then click the button. They open. I step inside and take a look around. There are some couches and chairs to my right. They're all a matching black. The walls in the room are painted white, and so is the floor. I feel like I'm in the middle of some chess game where the white team severely outwitting the black. I see a figure in the corner behind a help desk reading a newspaper. They're holding it up so I can't see the face behind the paper. I walk back up to the desk and place my hands on it rather hard. I see the finger behind the paper almost jump out of their seat. She slams the paper down and looks up at me. My hands stink from slapping the table, but I try my best not to show it. "What the hell do you want?" the woman asks. She looks to be in her mid-20s. Her golden brown hair is propped up into a bun, which seems to reflect off of her blue eyes. Yes, I was sent here at the request of President Valhart to meet up with whoever's in charge. I don't know when this is. I didn't want to risk saying Jack if it isn't that time yet. She stares at me for a solid minute, blinking. "Do you have any identification on you?" "No," I said. "Well, I can't let you in," she said and sits back down. I sigh and think for a second. I get an idea, then get close enough to whisper. Okay, so I'm not a scientist, but I need you to stay real calm, okay? I've got word from my boss there's illegal activity being performed here in this building, so I was sent here to investigate. If you don't want to lose your job, you'll let me through. I have a smaller amount of trust in my words after I said them. It sounds ridiculous. "Do you know Brian?" she asked, a sudden interest in her eyes. "Yeah, he's the one who reached out to me," I said, playing along. "I told him I didn't need backup here. I'm not in any danger. Guys who used to work here split," she said. "I don't believe Brian filled me in exactly on your mission, per se. Do you mind?" I asked. "I cannot believe this is working. Someone else is here for intel?" "Sounds like Brian. What didn't he tell you?" Well, pretty much just looked me up because of my renowned undercover work." Yet, if undercover work was renowned, it wouldn't be undercover anymore. She nods her head. "Okay, so nothing then. That's just great. Alright, so here's the deal. This place is like a minefield with bad news. There's some sort of weapons testing here last year done by the army, but the old place almost burnt down." "Burnt down?" "Yeah, there's a big story here about a girl who died in a fire. She was the daughter of a local lawyer. So that must have been the skeleton both Jack and I found inside the incinerator. But I think she's a bit wrong on the fact that the place almost burnt down, considering the room she died in was meant to dispense fire. That part isn't so much important compared to this next one anyway. So after these new guys come in, they're not army at all, but they seem to be just as secretive. I don't understand the stacks of document I had to forge to get my position here. I'm gonna be honest, she's extremely gullible. I wouldn't be surprised if this Brian guy wasn't the one that did all the work and just sent her on her way. Well, if you wouldn't mind paging one of them down to keep our guys up, I said, nodding my head toward the phone situated on the wall behind the desk. Right, I'll see if I can't have you signed up. What was your name again? Nathan. Alright, Nathan, I'm Jean. Good to know I have a backup here, she said, picking up the receiver and pressing a few buttons into the keypad. Yes, I have word that Mr. Valhart has sent an extra pair of hands from the branch in New York. Okay? Yes. He'll be down here waiting for you. She hangs up. Mason Radica, one of the scientists in here, will be down in just a moment. Yes, thank you. That thank you was more subtly for Micah. Thanks for the absolute zero guidance in this whole shebang. I don't even know how I managed to fool this Gene ship with absolutely no proof. Can I expect to do similar with the scientists? I'm gonna have to at least try. The elevator doors at the end of the room swing open, and I see Mason step out. He looks the same as he did when I saw him first in 2007. Not like how I saw him at the end, crazed and spasming. Mr. Radica, this is the new pair of hands, Gene said. Mason walks over. He's taller than me by quite a bit. It's something different to be seeing him here instead of from the memories themselves. It feels different. Really now, you look to be a little young to be in this kind of work, boy, Mason said, looking at me. I've been told I look young for my age, he said. But I can assure you I've got quality work. My name's Nathan Denning, I said, outstretching my hand. Probably overdid it. I need to work on my improv skills, so I want to keep blowing whatever cover I have. Oh, okay then. Is this paperwork all filled out, Mr. Armando? He doesn't shake my hand. I let it fall awkwardly to my side. Yes, I have it all taken care of. It was a matter of transferring his work over, she said. He nods and gives a sort of smirk. Perfect. Inside, I'm feeling more relieved than I try to let on. Nervously, I give off a laugh and scratch the back of my head. He regards me with a smile and nods. Well, come on, let me show you the place. Okay. We begin walking towards the elevator. Mason turns to me. So, you come in for the paycheck as well? Something like that. The majority of the reason is family, I said. Got to make sure they're properly supported, although I'd be lying if I said the curiosity of the unknown didn't attract me. good thing to have, Mason said. Curiosity drives us all in the end, but don't let it consume you here. Oh, trust me, I've learned steadfast not to let the work consume me. Happened with my parents. Huh? Both of them worked in the field, I tell him. Whir. The elevator doors swing open. You step inside and he presses a button for the desired floor. Yeah, overworked and definitely let their curiosity get the better of them. I'm sorry. It's okay. Always trying to do better than the previous generation, right? Yeah, I guess you can say that. He nods. The elevator door rings and the doors open up. Now, there are 56 floors to this building. I'm not going to walk through the entire thing. We're going to take the elevator up to the 6th floor residential suites. I'll introduce you to my daughter, and she'll show you the ropes around here. Daughter? Kate. Yeah, she's the one who looks after the rest of the others' kids, since they can't leave them home alone. She's a real smart girl, and she'll have no trouble showing you around. I have important matters to attend to with the others, so I'll just have her show you around so you're ready to come up and join us on the 30th floor. The elevator stops and he motions me out. Alright, guess see you up there. He nods his head and the elevator doors close. I can hear it rising once more. I can honestly say, I didn't expect to make it this far. A newborn courage rises within me. I turn around and look at the room I'm in now. The suite is a 3-room space with chairs and a love seat in the main room. It looks more like the interior to a hotel than anything else. Looks like I'm gonna need to keep this charade up for a little longer. Chapter 4. Hi, I'm Kate, the familiar girl said as I walk inside the living room. She's a tad shorter than I am, but I can see she definitely has her father's eyes. She's got shoulder-length dark brown hair, and a smile that actually makes me think different of her than the one I saw in the vision. She actually has a nice smile. Hello, Nathan, I said, nodding my head as I walk in and look around. So, your father told me that you're going to be my guide for the day? I asked. Yeah, guess so. He always wrangles me with stuff like this. Case in point, me even being here, she jokes, leaning on the side of the wall. I assume it's not really all that interesting staying here all day, huh? No, not particularly. I had to drop out of school because me looking after the other kids was the condition of my father working here, so it became either a matter of education versus survival. Where are the others now? They're asleep, it's early, you know. Ah, right, time's been slipping away from me as of late. I don't even think I know the date anymore sometimes. I laugh, fishing for a time. Well, it's gonna come back to you real quick here. That happened to me within the first few months. It's weird to think how much school was in helping me realize what day it was. Damn. Are you still in school? You actually look really young. Graduated college, really, I said. Huh, how old are you? Only 20. Wow, you're old. Make a sound of humility. Not that old. She rolls her eyes. Well, okay, Gramps. Where's my dad showing so far? Gramps are showing better at socializing than I'm not even myself. Just the first 5 floors. He said he was busy, and here I am, I said. Sounds like him. Okay, well, hope we realize just how tall this building is. I understand you not going through every single floor. If you want, you could take me to the ones I'll probably be in the most often. That's what your father suggested. Okay, that sounds like a plan. You know, he spoke pretty highly of you, I said. He did? Well, I'm his daughter, so... she said, looking the other way. Well, he did so to a complete stranger, if that helps your view of him. I'm sure he would have kept you in school if he could have found a way. Well, thank you. It's no problem, don't worry about it. I'll have to make it somewhat quick since I can't be away for too long considering these guys can't really feed themselves, she said, pointing to the room in the back. Right, I laughed. My mother used to say that about my father all the time. Bit of a mistake here going into detail about them, especially as I was considering I had already told Mason he passed when I was young. Those kinds of details weren't things young children remembered about their parents. I had to pull back from that topic before it created any issues moving forward. Seems very much like a guy thing, though. Don't tell my dad I said that. Tends to get annoyed when I point out things like that, she winks at me. Solemn promise. I sign in front of my chest. Alright, well, as you can see, this floor is basically where everyone sleeps if they plan on staying a few nights to get work done. There are 20 different suites on this floor, but we really only use 1 or 2, considering how little people we actually have working here, she explains. Makes enough sense. Crazy they let the rest of the building just go to waste. I mean, how much space do you realistically need? She gave off a look of mutual confusion. Yeah, I've asked myself that question ever since he started working here. Keeps it nice and quiet, though. Well, too quiet sometimes. She changes pace on a dime. Now, come with me. We're going up to the 15th floor. It's on the floors between us. Food storage, mainly. Bigwigs definitely don't like my dad and the rest I'm going outside of work a lot. She looks off to the side. I can recognize the derision from that statement from a mile away. Lord knows I didn't agree wholeheartedly with it, but I definitely couldn't show all that now. I was supposed to be one of those dedicate yourself kind of scientists now. A lot of it's also empty space. It would be where the IT department would be, but we outsource any technical problems we have to the president. Anything beyond that is beyond what I've been able to eavesdrop. Lord knows you tried, though. She smiles coyly. Sure did. We walk toward the elevator and she presses the button, calling it to us. Why is that, though? Happen to pick up on why things are so tight-lipped around things around here? I hold for a minute. I mean, it's not like they give this info out during the interview process. She chuckles. Sounds a lot more complicated, definitely, but my guess is it keeps bodies in the building, unless people can spill any super confidential secrets or interpersonal trauma. Guess the goal is to attract as little attention here as possible. That's why all the other guys like my dad are all freelance, not connected to any big names to attract attention. How did your dad manage to find out about this work? He was in the army before I was born. Guess he had some sort of connections. I don't know about the others. I only really see them when we all eat together on special occasions, and even then we don't really talk. Oh, I see. The elevator doors opens wide, and we step inside. Yeah, I don't really talk to too many people. Sometimes when the kids are asleep, I'll head down and talk to Shin downstairs. She's the only other girl here, so I can talk to at least have someone. She presses the button for the 15th floor. Yeah, she seemed kind of aloof, said. She's the best on picking up on clues, I guess. Doesn't make her a bad person, though. She always tells me stories of her at home, and it makes me wonder how things would have turned out if my life were a bit more normal. I understand that thought completely. Yeah? Tell me a bit about yourself. Well, my parents died when I was young, like, really young. Oh, it's okay, really. Before you finish that apology. She nods her head. You're the reason I'm here, and I guess the reason why I keep moving forward. It took some time to realize that. For a long time, I was mad at them. Mad? Why? Guess I blamed them for leaving me in such a shit place. Where'd they leave you? Oh, some orphanage, I said. Fuck, this got too real. Can't let this distract me from what I need to be doing, or can I reveal that I'm stranded and living on my own in America, which doesn't seem to have existed yet. My best guess is this is sometime in early 2007. The elevator sounds as the doors open and I see massive machines lined up until the very end of the room. There seems to be very little walking space. Okay, so this is one of our generator rooms. Probably saw the one on the 4th floor my father was bringing you up. I did. It was rather small compared to this one. It only housed one of those large machines instead of the almost 50 that sat in this room now. That 4th floor powers the first 3 floors. It's basically a backup we can reroute to any of the higher floors if an emergency happens. So here's where all the main power for the next 50 floors come from. Everything above is connected through one of these generators, if not more. It's insane. I'm used to having trouble with my phone charger, much less a power source for an entire building. I don't have a phone. Well then, it's good you'll hold me down here in case something goes wrong. We've been here for a few months now and nothing's gone wrong so far though. When did you first get here? Tail end of 2006. It was mid-November when I first got here. I think we were some of the first ones here. Now, here we are, 4 months later. 4 months, so it's March 2007. Jesus, okay, finally do I have a grasp on when I am. It's about a month before the Radical-9 incident in April. Alright, you ready? Yeah, where to next? It's a surprise, she said. Oh, come on, that's hardly fair, I said. Well, it wouldn't do so much as to spoil the surprise, now would it? I guess not. The elevator begins rising. It kept going up and up. We're going past the 30th floor, aren't we? I asked. How'd you know? It seems like an awful long time for 15 floors of distance. I guess you're right. The elevator shakes a little as it stops and the doors open up. I see the familiar side of the roof of the Republic Plaza, and I can feel my heart sit into my stomach. She walks out toward the center of the roof looking out. I step out slowly, the doors almost close on me as I do. This is where I sometimes go just to lose myself when the kids are asleep. I look to my side and I see the spot where Grace fell down and died. I find this area so peaceful. Sometimes I look out at the edge and just imagine all the tiny little people down there. I walk out with her and look over the edge where I chose to end my life. I feel the cold rushing in my body all over again. Such a weird thought that not too long ago this place became nearly leveled because of my body exploding. If Grace had somehow managed to survive the tube of curing, she definitely would have gotten caught up in the blast. Are you okay? She asked. You look like you've seen a ghost. Funny you should say that, I said. No, I just don't do too well with heights. Fuck. I'm sorry. I thought it'd be interesting at least. No, it's okay. You didn't know. It's not like I would have said anything anyways. Oh, well, I'm still sorry about it. Why don't we head on back down and I can show you the floors that have food in it. I like food, I said, still a bit nauseated. Hoped you would, she said, sarcastic. The cold feeling rushes to my head, and almost immediately I feel my head spinning. I feel myself thrown back, and my view changes to the small square room back on the moon. I hit my head against the wall, and I'm lying on my back beside the pod. I throw up. Chapter 5. Micah enters the room. I can see his face contort as he sees me lying in my own vomit. What happened? I asked, struggling to get up. Hold on just a moment. I think I have a spare change of clothes here somewhere. Don't move. He's gone. My head begins to pound and I feel very out of it. The smell is absolutely putrid and almost makes me throw up a second time, but there isn't anything in my stomach to throw up. Micah returned with a white t-shirt and pair of black pants. He tosses them to me.
Here, I shut up with the problem.
What happened? I ask again. Why'd it send me out?
I don't know what you see in there. I can only stop it to talk with you like I did at the start. Tell me what happened before you got shot back out.
I was standing out on the roof of the Republic Plaza. I remember where Grace died and where I stepped off the ledge.
So I'm gonna make the guess is that fear is what sent you out. You got afraid and your emotions got the best of you. So you returned here.
He said. It's how I get in, too.
Well, looks like you'll need to work on keeping that under control then.
I stand up, taking off my shirt and replacing it with a new one, then the same with my pants. What are we going to do about that mess? I ask.
Got some time to kill before you can do anything more with that pod. Icarus uses up a lot of energy.
Do you think I could get something to eat, too? I think the last thing I had were some snack food I had back in my time.
You don't need it.
Huh?
Your body, it isn't human. It doesn't require food and water to function. I'd even think that eating would be detrimental to your health because I didn't find it necessary to include a digestive system in you. Or me, for the matter.
Oh.
It's not like I purposefully restricted it from you, it just wasn't high on a priority list, you know.
Makes sense.
Of course it does. Now clean up that mess and try another pod. We've got 4 more people you can learn from while Kate's pod recharges.
Alright, fine. Do you have like a mop in here or something? I ask.
1 second.
He leaves again, and in a few minutes he returns with one, and the mess is promptly cleaned. I've got one question, I ask, finishing up.
Okay, shoot.
If I get hurt in these memories, what would happen?
I'm not too sure. I guess you could check with something small, like a cut or a bruise, and see what happens.
Already got one, I said, pointing to my arm.
Ah, right. Did anyone say anything there?
No, I'd actually forgotten about it until this moment.
Then I guess maybe it is different there than it is here.
Okay, I think I'm ready to try again, I said.
Excellent.
I turned to leave the small square room. In the room just next to it is the exact same setup. Similar looking pod, similar looking basin, the same weird light. The nameplate said, Andrew Cress. I see a guy who looks to be in his mid-30s or early 40s. He has dark black hair that spikes down in the front. I look back out toward Micah and Icarus. Hey, who's this dude?
1 moment.
He steps down from his post and walks into the room next to me.
That's David's son. If you recall, that is the boy who was the culprit of the infamous gum and hair incident in your first look at the scientist kids.
So this is him grown up here?
Yes, he's one of the 10 children that was infected with Radical-9. He's like you.
So he's got the same abilities as me?
Not everyone who has Radical-9 in their system experiences the same phenomena. His power was different. It's been a long time since I've spoken to him.
He said. You've met him?
Of course. He was my best friend back when I had to start all of this nasty business.
Who was?
He's not really much of a friend inside that pod, now is he?
Why do they all have to stay in the pods? Surely some of them could help you out here.
What is there to help? The Earth is destroyed and that's all that's left. Better they don't have to experience this.
You don't have to go through it alone, you know, I said. Micah is silent for a moment. The awkward moment of silence passes and he shakes his head.
Alright, I'll get her situated. You ready for this?
Yeah. He walks out of the room, obviously distraught. I take in a deep breath and turn toward Andrew's pod. Close my eyes for a second, then walk up the basin right beside the pod and peer over it.
Are you all set?
I'm as ready as I'll ever be, I said, but not really feeling it. I'm more so feeling a growing pit of pity for my future self. The ever-familiar feeling of falling returns, and the colors begin to take over my vision once more. I'm falling through the void. Then, I'm lying on a wet patch of grass and dirt. A front lawn, perhaps. I sit up, coughing slightly as my vision refocuses. A large white house sits in front of me. My attention is immediately grabbed when I hear a loud crash coming from inside the house. I rush to my feet and scramble up to the door. There's another crash and I grab down at the handle. I open up the door and run inside the house. I'm looking at two figures facing each other in a cluttered living room. A nearby lamp has fallen over and broken, and I believe it to be the cause of the crash. One of the figures, the one with his back towards me, takes a step forward.
We aren't going anywhere, Elena. I have a lot of work to get back to.
The voice said. I feel like I've heard it before, and then I realize it belongs to David, Andrew's father. Dave, you need to think rationally about this. Our son is watching, Elena said, her voice tinged with fear. She's got beautiful short black hair and bright green eyes. Behind her, I see the young child from my first vision with him. Andrew, who can't be much older than 5 years old. His black hair and glowing green eyes, just like his mother. He watches the confrontation with interest, but little understanding. I can guess they can't see me, otherwise I would have been acknowledged by now. Why is it only sometimes they can see me?
I'm continuing on in my work, and that's final!
That virus of yours is going to kill this world, David, Elena said.
It's not a virus! It's a cure! It's the cure!
He said, grabbing her arm. She wails slightly.
This work is what keeps you fed and under this roof. And as long as you live under this roof, you will listen to me.
He said, deadly serious. Unhand me, Elena says as she yanks her arm downward, freeing herself from his grip. David reaches into his coat pocket and pulls out a revolver. He aims it at Elena, and I can see her face widen in fear. Without any extra thought, I'm running towards David and I jump to tackle him to the ground. I'm surprised when I fly right through and land on the ground between them. I look behind me and I see David's hardened face. It's dirty, there's a wild look in his eyes, his arm shaking almost as much as I'd seen Mason's. I look in front of me and I swing my arms out to try to grab Elena's leg to pull her out of harm's way, but my hands face through her as well. David, what are you doing? Andrew is watching! Please don't do this! Elena said, bursting into tears. I look back at Andrew and his eyes are wide, but he stands there like a statue. David, please say something. Please put the gun down. I look back towards David, and it looks like his eyes are bugging out. I see his hand shaking. Elena takes a slow step toward him. He looks up frantically and then nearly jumps backward.
Stay away!
David, I can help you. You just need to put down the gun.
I said stay back! All this didn't have to be this way!
Elena takes a slowed step forward once more. In one fell swoop, I see David raise the gun. He raises it and points it at his own head. I see his eyes are watering, and he shakes his head. In another moment, his brains fly across the room in a splattered array of mess. I hear Elena scream as David's body falls to the floor. The gun falls out of his hand and it clangs to the ground. The colors around me begin to drain as I see Elena running up to David and cradling him in her arms, crying. My head hits the floor and I'm back to darkness. I wake up lying against a hard surface. I open my eyes and I'm lying against asphalt. I get to my feet and look around. I'm in front of what looks to be a school. I see that all of the trees are bare. Snow covers the ground. I look down and I see another figure. On a closer look, I see it's Andrew Cress lying on the ground about 10 feet away. He's older than when I last saw him, but younger than in the treatment pod. I'd guess somewhere around 17 or 18. He's wearing a long black shirt with jeans on. His hair is a little longer than it was in the treatment pod, but has his trademark spiked down. His eyes open and I can see the brilliant green shine through. He coughs once and slowly sits up. I reach out to touch him, but like before, I can't make contact. He stands up and looks around himself. What? How am I here? Is this some crazy vision? Did that crazy monster do this? He asks himself, dazed. Monster? What could he mean? I hear a loud crack, and then a few seconds later, a huge bolt of lightning strikes the school behind us. The shockwave sends Andrew off his feet, and he gets thrown into one of the nearby trees. I'm thrown to the ground. I hit pretty hard, but my pain doesn't compare to Andrew's. I hear him yell out in pain. I work my way to my feet, and my body begins aching. I look over at Andrew and see there's a large bruise sprawled across his chest. I can only see it because his shirt has a huge rip right through the front, and I can see blood seeping through. What the hell? He screams out. He begins to run away from the burning building, but when he gets a small distance away, he doubles over and begins coughing. He spits up a good amount of blood. I blink, and when my eyes open again, I see our scenery has changed. We're no longer in front of the burning school building, but instead outside of Andrew's house. He's still on the ground, hacking up blood. He stumbles to his feet. He's clearly in no shape to walk, but he manages to limp his way to the front door. He grabs the handle and throws it open. I head in beside him. "Hello? Anyone here?" Andrew calls out. I enter the living room slowly, staying behind him. I have a bad feeling about all of this. There's something in the air, but I can't quite put my finger on it. I notice the living room television's on, but it's only playing static. Andrew limps to the staircase on the back side of the room. "Mom, are you here?" He calls out, wincing slightly. I slowly make my way up the stairs behind him. I hear another crack of lightning. We make it to the top of the stairs, and Andrew stops for a moment. He must be thinking of something with a look like that on his face. I turn the corner and stand right next to him, and I notice that one of the hallway doors is open slightly, unlike the other door in the hallway. I can hear a low groan coming from that direction as well. The feeling of dread I felt downstairs intensifies. Andrew hobbles over to the door and places his hand on the handle. He hesitates slightly, and then pushes it open. I can hear the door slam against the wall, and I see his face turn to one of pure horror. I walk back behind him and look over his shoulder. I can see a body hanging from a noose. I look upward to see where the rope is hanging from, but it only leads to darkness. My eyes travel alongside the rope all the way back down to the body. I notice it's the hanging body of Elena, Andrew's mother. I see his eyes go wide, and he begins shaking. "Come on, no! Get the fuck away from me!" he yells. I reach out to grab Andrew's shoulders and realize I can touch him now. I spin him to face me. "Andrew, you need to listen. You need to get out of here. Find help. Find anyone." He looks at me and then into my eyes. "They're all dead. Everyone is dead. And you are alone." "What?" I ask. In another moment he faints, and then in a blink of an eye, he's gone. I'm standing alone in the bedroom. Well, not really alone, because the hanging body of Andrew's mother is here for company. I swallow hard, and then I hear another sound. It sounds like gurgling. I turn around and see that the body of Andrew's mother has fallen. It begins spasming and then slowly rises. I see her skin is horribly decayed now. It's almost a sickly blue color. Her entire lower jaw is broken on its hinge, and a rancid black sludge is dripping from her mouth. I also see that both of her arms are bent backwards at unnatural angles. She walks closer to me, bits of her flesh pulsating with a dark aura. She moans slightly, and a bit of the goop falls to the floor, burning the carpet. In another moment, she leaps across the room, knocking me over. One moment, I feel an intense burn on my right leg, and the next moment, I'm looking up at a different ceiling. I blink twice and look around. I'm lying next to the treatment prod, next to the basin once more. My leg aches terribly. I'm breathing faster than I probably ever have, and my eyes are wide open. So, Andrew is more like me than I imagined. He lost both of his parents, too. I can see how he and Micah were able to connect. Maybe if all this nonsense didn't happen, he and I could have been friends, too. Chapter 6.
Gavin, are you okay?
Micah asked, walking up beside me.
Your leg is burned.
I look down, and there are burn marks, like how I fell back there. Guess it's not as different as we might have thought, I said.
Then I guess you'll have to be more careful next time. What the hell happened in there?
There was this monster. It shifted out of Andrew's mother's dead body. Both of his parents succumbed to Radical-9, but neither of them exploded.
Huh? Really?
His father shot himself in the head, and his mother hung herself.
Maybe it's something inside of that brain that causes the explosive reaction. Maybe that's the makeshift fuse.
So Andrew talked about some sort of monster. It might relate to the thing that burned me. Do you know what he meant?
He did?
Yeah, he was about 17 or 18.
That's unexpected.
How so?
Because the Andrew of my time wasn't in any danger when he was that age. He was on track for going to law school. What I'm thinking is you didn't see the Andrew of my timeline.
What do you mean?
I think you might have found a way to bleed over into the memories of the Andrew of your timeline.
How is that possible?
In a second, why don't you stand up and catch up your stuff?
Yes. I sit there, beside the pod and basin for a few more minutes, collecting my thoughts and just breathing, taking in the air and letting it out. When I'm ready, I stand up and take one more look at Andrew inside of the pod. It isn't just me who's gone through the ordeals because of the stupid Radical-9. Once I can fully control this, I need to meet up with him. I feel like we could get through it if we stick together. place my hand on the treatment pod, and then close my eyes. Once I'm done, I turn around and head out of the door, facing Icarus as Micah rests up against the wall.
So, you want to hear that story now?
He asked. I nod my head.
Okay, so it is actually about one of the projects that Jack had started to ensure his survival. It was called Project Elysium.
He explains.
Elysium was the name of a virtual world that Jack had created. He built it once he realized that his physical body was decaying, and quickly.
I'd heard about that as well, in one of my visions. It's when Mason had moved over to the Eastern Branch, right? I asked.
Correct. Jack's body couldn't handle being overloaded with Radical-9, so it began decaying at 10 times the normal rate of a human being. So in order to sustain his life, he built a virtual world. One where his mind could rule.
Okay, so what does this have to do with Andrew?
Jack had marketed the world under the guise as a virtual reality video game. This will be in about 2022 your timeline, as this never occurred in mine. Without a government to stop him, he was free to do what he wanted. He'd gotten 10,000 people to participate in the project unknowingly. People believed it as an escape for the reality of what was at hand. To them, it was just a game.
He trapped 10,000 people in this world?
Yes, and your Andrew happened to be one of them.
What about when I saw him?
Mine didn't experience that event. I think you're seeing the memory as a side effect of you being here. You might have connected with him on a level I never could have, to borrow that memory.
But that memory didn't even happen yet in my timeline, I said.
To you, of course not, but time isn't a straight line, Gavin. It's more like an ocean. Just because it did not happen to you does not mean it did not happen at all. Which it will, and in some ways already has.
I think I can make some sense of that.
There's another.
Huh?
Another one of the 10 children that had been trapped in that world.
Micah said. Really?
After David had killed himself, Andrew's mother could barely live with the grief. In response, she'd adopted a daughter. One from one of the scientists after she'd been tested on.
Which scientist?
Jack.
What?
Jack had another daughter after Meg. You might remember the infant Kate was looking after alongside yourself and Andrew. That's her. He also had a son too, but hadn't been born yet. That'd be in 2013.
That's insane.
The daughter, Jennifer, was adopted while Jack was indisposed of because of Radical-9. The son, Samuel, had been killed inside one of the virtual world.
Wait, I'm still stuck on Jack having more kids.
Andrew grew up with an adopted sister that had a power like him. The difference is she willingly entered the virtual world to save her brother.
She sounds like she's really brave then.
She was. She's dead in this timeline.
I assumed.
Not in yours, though. We need to keep it that way.
Alright, let's get this started up again. I'm pumped. I'm ready to go, I said.
Kate's pod still needs to gain a bit more power, so we'll hold up on there for right now.
Micah said. Okay, then I'll go through this one, I said, pointing to the door in front of me. He nods his head.
That person you won't recognize based on looks.
Who is it?
It's Grace's father in there.
Her father? Why him?
It's kind of an interesting story. You were put in contact with his daughter by mistake. The automaton I sent back, the Meg automaton, had a set of rules implanted into her memory banks. She had to grab specific individuals related who were supposed to explain things in my absence, as I couldn't travel there myself. He was supposed to explain all this Radical-9 business and help you learn about your power. Something went wrong when I sent her back and she misinterpreted the mission. So instead of grabbing Brian Jackson, she grabbed Chase.
Micah explains. And you were initially trying to bring Mason in with him? I asked.
No, I wanted to bring Thomas in. His medical expertise would help you come to terms with your condition in a way the uncle could not.
I have a question, I asked.
Go ahead.
How would have Grace's father explained anything to me? How is he related to this?
Her father worked as a yellow journalist, remember? He was actually Gene Armando's boss from Republic Plaza, if you also remember that.
He was the one who assigned Gene to the undercover work.
He'd been working to bring to light the events that had happened there in the Republic Plaza, starting even with the army which had done weapons testing the year before even the scientists got a hold of the place.
Okay, and so I'll be traveling back to see him there? Yeah, he might know something about Jack that we don't. Are you sure you're ready to jump back in so quick?
I'm positive. Alright then, head on in,
Micah said. I walk up to the door and grab a hold of the handle. I open the door and walk inside, see the familiar treatment pod in the base. The treatment pod has Brian Jackson written on it. Inside the small window, I can see an old face. Wrinkles are amidst his plump red nose and mouth, and he looks like he's on his deathbed. Now, with Radical-9 existing, he may as well be. His hair is short and gray, and he looks to be well above 70 years old, maybe even 80.
You ready in there?
Micah asked me. Yes.
Okay, I'm starting it up.
Icarus begins to hum, and I crane myself over the basin. My vision goes black, but this feels different. The feeling of falling is absent. All that happens is that everything around me goes black for a second, and then in another it's filled with color. I think I'm finally getting some control over this power. I'm standing on an asphalt road. Snow piles up in patches around me, and skeletal trees surround me on the right. Behind me, I can see there are no more trees off in the distance. The road leads directly into the heart of the forest. In front of me, I see a solitary house. Its faded green paint has turned into a sort of gray-blue mixture. It is completely silent, not even the wind is making a sound. Everything seems to be holding its breath. I begin to walk up to the house, and each step I take it seems to jump 10 feet backwards. I blink, and then I'm there in a second. No, within a fraction of a second. I stare at the hardwood door for a moment, and I hesitate for another before I think about knocking on it. What if I'm invisible again and my knocks aren't heard? What if I'm not invisible, but nobody's home? I shake my head and put my closed fist up to the door, but as soon as I do, I feel a tinge of cold metal press against the back of my head. What do you think you're doing here, boy? A Texan accent draws out behind me. What? I said nervously. I want you to tell me who you are. Either you do, or I blow your brains to kingdom come. I'm Nathan Dent. The gun is shoved harder against my head and I cringe with pain. No, I don't think you understand. I know you ain't no Den. I've been researching you and your buddies and knowing an alias when I hear one. You don't exist, the voice said. You've been researching me? You and your old sciencey folks, I know something's up. You all messed up, didn't you? Me visiting the past through Kate's memories changed how you researched? Interesting. I turn around slowly and I see the younger face of Brian Jackson. He now bears a thick brown mustache and his plump red nose is as jolly as Santa's himself. I don't see any familial resemblance between him and Grace. In his hands I see he's carrying a double-barreled shotgun. Okay, I'll explain if you put the gun down, please. And how can I be sure I can trust you? Because I have answers, but I need to ask a few questions as well. What kind of questions? I'll tell you if you just put the gun down. I'm not here to cause any trouble. Brian hesitates slightly, but then he lowers the gun. Alright, we'll talk, but if I get any answers I don't like, I'll bangity bang without a second thought, he said, play shooting with the gun. Understood, I said. Now, why don't you head on inside? We're planning on anyway, I reckon. Yeah, sure. Brian steps in front of me and opens the door, and steps inside. I follow him in. So, son, how did you manage to just poof into this here secluded forest now? What? Oh, don't worry, I won't tell no one, but I did see you. You just magically arrived. 1 second you're not here, and then the next you are. I didn't. I was just walking through the woods and got lost. I lie. No, it don't work like that, son. This area is federally protected. I'm in one of those witness protection program things. Are you supposed to tell me that? Well, I reckon if I thought you'd spill the beans, I could just shoot you right now, so I'm gonna answer my question. Ain't no way some city slick is wandering through these kinds of forests. Can you answer how you know about me, or any of this? I've been asking him. Well, I was run on the list to be one of them science folk. You what now? Now I know what you're thinking. This man from the Oaks ain't no science typical. I take a moment to try to decrypt his drawl. Aren't you a reporter? I said, remembering one talk with Grace. Used to be. Wait, darn about a moment. How do you know that? Kinda connects to how I came here. Is the reason you aren't anymore because of you got into witness protection? Yeah. Does it have to do with you knowing something you shouldn't? Depends. What does that mean to you? You're right. I'm not really Nathan Denning. I'm not really one of those scientists either. I'm working to find out what happened there, and part of what happened it gave me the ability to, as you put it, poof into existence here. I knew there was something up, Brian said. Can you tell me what year it is right now? It's kind of important, I said. It's 2013, son. 2013. It's the year the government collapses. But the way he talks about it, it's like it hasn't happened yet. Or he hasn't heard about it. One more question. How long have you been here without updates on anything? I asked. I don't remember too well. It's been a bit. I'd been sent here because I'd uncovered something about a virus you scientists made. Something about samples from space. Yes, it's real. It's all real, and do you know where your kid is? How do you know about my kid? It's a long story, but do you know where she is? There was some people in suits who took him for a walk a bit ago. How long ago? I look over Brian's shoulder and I see a letter resting on the mantle. What I can make of it, it seems to be something like a fancy eviction notice. It's dated 2011. Brian, are you supposed to be here? I ask. Brian's eyes turn wide momentarily, then he looks at me with renewed interest. Hello, and who are you? His accent was completely gone. What? Brian looks at me with his head cocked and an inquisitive look on his face. Why are you in my house? Brian, you need to listen to me. How do you know my name? How did you get into my house? Where's Grace? Brian asks, his eyes beginning to bug out. I take a step backwards and hold my arms up in front of me. Brian, it's okay. I'm not here to... No! You're not going to take me away? Give back what you took! Brian yells, raising the shotgun into the air. I jump back and scramble out of the house. I hear one blast go off, but I don't turn around to see what it hit. I practically jump through the front door, almost tripping over myself. Hey, Micah, this is a great time for you to stop Icarus again and find me to get away out of here. I call out running. I keep on running until I'm at the end of the street, where I believe I'm safe from Brian, and that's where I feel the dizziness begin to creep in. It is then that I drop. My eyes open fast. I'm lying in a dense forest. It's heavily fortified with full-grown trees at every corner, and lush with other kinds of greenery. It seems to be a totally different time than the last one. I blink my eyes slowly and rise to my feet. The earth begins shaking and I'm thrown off. I look up and then I realize the sky's different. It's a deep black, and then I look around me and I'm surrounded by darkness. The darkness begins shifting amongst me, then shapes rise into view. It comes into form on my right into something that I notice is quite familiar. It shifts into Icarus. It comes into focus slowly. I see a blurred figure standing in front of me. Micah, thanks for the save back there. You had a gun, and I stop when I notice that something is wrong. Terribly wrong. The figure standing before me isn't Micah at all. I'm standing face to face with Jack Adata. Chapter 7. Why, hello, Gavin. I hear you know a lot about me, Jack said. Or should I call you Mr. Denning? Your existence is quite troubling for the understanding, you see. His face is old, really old. I can't see the veins in his forehead poking out. His stature is really quite frightening. I back up slowly, my vision waning. What? You? I know a lot about you as well, Mr. Daniels. Jack folds his arms and takes a step toward me. His long blue overcoat flows behind him. I'd really hoped that Mr. Jackson would have taken care of you, but that doesn't seem to be the case. How do you know about that? Why? From you, of course. Well, to be more precise, from your consciousness from this time. Jack said, smiling. Just then I see Micah step out from behind Jack, a wicked look on his face. My face.
Ha! You should have totally seen the look on your face. I had you going with that sob story,
he said, cackling. His voice is back to the sarcastic tone I heard prior. You did well enough. Looks like your bloodline isn't totally worthless, Jack replies, turning his head to him. You. Why would you side with him? You know what he did. You saw what he did, I yell.
And I know what he can do, Gavin. Only a fool would deny it. What's the other side, huh? Do the right thing so I can waste away here for all eternity? No!
Micah screams, a vein pulsating in his head.
I threw away my name because I threw away my weakness. I'm not you.
We were meant to stop him. By doing this, you're dooming the other timelines, I said.
Fuck the other timelines. Don't you speak of them like you know anything. You know nothing.
He screams, his grin growing. Jack holds up an arm and Micah backs off. Now, no need to get personal. Oh, I'm sorry, slip of the tongue. Jack grins slightly. What my partner here is trying to say is that it is pointless to fight back. What you can do instead is join us. There is no limit to what we can accomplish. I take in these two. They're like polar opposites. Micah is unstable and looks like he's about to go off the wire. Meanwhile, Jack is a collected case of pure evil. And what would you do if I refused, huh? Jack looks to the ground and then up at the ceiling, taking in a deep breath. Gavin, we're to continue onward. We're going to what? We're moving forward. You're going to go back into the next room and continue your journey. You need to learn everything, he said. Why would you let me do that? I asked. There is much to learn, Gavin, and knowledge is the greatest thing we have, Jack said. Well, I'm not doing it. I'm not gonna do anything that helps you. I don't think you have a choice, and I don't think you'll like the alternative, Jack said. And what would that be? I'll let my partner here do his work on all of these survivors. Micah grins wildly.
I'll be sure to take it real slow on the poor subjects.
Andrew's in there. Your best friend, I said. Micah bends his head down, and I want nothing more than to punch him in the face.
I'd have the most fun ending his life. Him and those godforsaken puns.
I sigh. Okay, I'll do it, I said, clenching my fist. Good, now head on to that room over there, Jack said, pointing to a room behind me. I turn around, looking at the door. I slowly walk toward it. If anything, it'll give me some time to think of another plan. And, Gavin, please do try to hurry. I can't promise that I can restrain your friend here while you're gone, and I wouldn't want you to miss out on any memories because of it, Jack calls out. My pace continues unfaltering. I grip the handle of the door, silently cursing Jack and my future self. Damn it, why would he side with Jack? Think you know someone. Turns out you can't even trust yourself. How much of this has been real? How much have I really seen? How much has he wanted me to see? I can't believe I let myself fall for his trap. I can't succumb to the questions. I need a beacon to hold on to. I need something to be real, something to believe in. Meg. I said I'd believe in Meg, but she'd just been an automaton, created by my future self to aid Jack. I'd met the real Kate, something real to hold on to. These memories are my beacon. They're what I can hold on to get me through this mess. He didn't want me finding out that half of the story, and now he has no choice but to show it all to me. But why? He could just easily kill me and end it right here. Unless he wants to make me his heir, like Mason had thought about. I hadn't really thought of it until now, but that's probably why he needs me alive. I'm infected with Radical-9 at my core, and I possess a body that he could use. Oh god, it's all coming clear. He's trying to get my power to fully awaken so he can add it to his arsenal. I open the door slowly and walk inside. Walk up to the treatment pod and I see it's Thomas inside. Sure enough, just below the small window I see Thomas Hadley is written down. I hear the mechanical hum of Icarus start up, and I pass a gaze over the basin, and immediately get sucked into his cold, hard grasp. I open my eyes and I'm lying on an apartment floor. I stand up to see the sleeping body of Tom on a nearby futon. I quickly run over to see if I'm invisible in this memory. I am. Just then, a nearby landline phone begins to ring. I see him bolt upright. He looks about as drowsy as I feel. He stands up slowly and yawns, walking over and places his hand on the landline phone. Just as he does, I see the time seems to stop, and everything but Tom and the phone fall into shadows. I see a figure appear to my left. They are cloaked in shadow and also holding a phone. I can see both sides of the call. Hello? Who is it? Thomas asked. The man in shadow walks forward and I can see him clearly. Thomas, I am in some deep shit, the voice said. Mason? Tom asked. I rub my eyes to make sure I'm not seeing things, but he's standing right here. Light returns to the world in selected sections. I can see Tom and about 5 feet around him. The same for Mason. It's like I'm in my own separate dimension, peeking into both of theirs while they're speaking. Maybe this is another part of my power. Thomas, you need to get out of the city as fast as you can, Mason said hurriedly. I can see his face is riddled with sweat, and his eyes are almost bugging out of his head. Uncle Mason? What's going on? Do you need me to drive up there? Tom asked. No, just listen. You need to get yourself out of the city. Find someplace safe, Mason replies. What does that mean? What happened? Thomas, your theory on Radical-9, do you remember it? Mason asked. Radical? What the hell happened? Did it get out? Tom asked, his face creasing with concern. Sort of, yes. At least it's going to. You have to talk about Jack, warn people. It'll be a matter of time before shit goes down, but I have to tell people, Mason said. Where's Kate? That's the part I'm getting to. You're going to need to take care of her. I'm positive I'm not going to make it out of this meeting with the President alive. The President? Mason, please reconsider. I can't. This has to stop now. At least call Kate before we go. Okay. I'm trying to get a hold of the situation currently, but that's why I called you. You need to get out of the city, because once people find out about this, shit's going to hit the fan, Mason said. Are you sure you don't want me driving up there to help you out? Tom asked. I see Mason's side go completely dark, and I'm left with a confused Tom slamming the phone down. He grabs his coat and walks into the shadows, and I'm left staring at the 2 pockets. All of a sudden, I feel a certain energy flow through me. don't know, but I feel like I have the ability to scroll through these. I raise my hand in front of me and see that my feeling was correct. Am I unlocking my power by myself now? Scrolling through the small previews into other worlds, the next one that comes up is one I recognize immediately. It shows Icarus. Inside of the pocket dimension, I see Jack and Micah. I'm looking at it from the outside, a dark void in between the dimensions. I bring that one dimension closer to me so I can hear what they're talking about.
How much are you going to let him know?
Micah asked, coming into focus. Jack turns and laughs. Enough. This has been a long time coming, and a specific amount of events need to happen for this to be exactly how I need it, Jack said.
Okay, but couldn't you do that without risking him learning too much?
Micah asked. Jack's stare turns hard. Once I take over, it'll give me potential. Potential for limitless power. Power without limitations like I have now.
I've been kind of dodging the elephant in the room,
Micah said. And that would be...
You wouldn't have gotten here if it wasn't for me bringing you to this time, Jack. I want you to get me out of here,
Micah said. Aren't you the one with the power to jump through time? I don't see why you need me to do that.
I could, in theory, with Icarus here, but I would need someone to be at the controller for basically all of eternity. I've done you the favor of not bringing that up. I mean, don't get me wrong. I appreciate you helping me build this thing in the first place, but I need further help to break this boundary of mine,
Micah said. So, it was Jack that was his partner. Makes enough sense now in hindsight. And if I were to refuse? If I were to just deny you that power? Jack asked.
Well, I don't think you'll be doing that. I'm your ticket out of this time unless you want to be stranded here. You do me this favor,
Micah said, grinning wildly. Or I could just take over your mind and leave you to the rats. Micah isn't ready to let go that easily.
If you try, I'll be sure to shut this thing off. You wouldn't want that, now would you? Pipsqueak in there would be lost in some random strand of time. You'd have no way of finding,
he said, a jack-o'-lantern-like grin on his face. Seems you have me well met. I guess I'd underestimated you, Mr. Daniels.
Please, not that name. I no longer wish to have any association with that windbag,
he said. Micah, huh? Whatever brought about that name?
Change.
I see. Alright then. Jack continues to nod his head, and then he holds up his hand. Come here, I've got just the thing for you. Micah walks up grinning.
Now you're speaking my language.
Before I do this, I must ask that you keep in mind our agreement, Jack said.
Yeah, I'll go back and round up Jay's kid just in case you manage to fuck this one up.
Good, Jack said, nodding and placing his palm on Micah's chest. It begins glowing white, and then I see it begin to glow brighter and brighter. I see smoke rising off of his chest. Micah begins laughing, louder and louder, as Jack's face is as hard as stone. In another few seconds, Jack raises his palm and backs away. Micah's chest is still burning white, and his form begins shifting. His back hunches over, and I can see his hands begin to shape into sharp claws. Hair grows rapidly across his body, my old body, and his face shifts into something that looks like a mixture between man and wolf. There are veins across his chest that pulsate with a glowing white light, and he howls once. I decided to give you a bit more physical boot as well. Once you can control it, you'll be able to shift at will, along with your enhanced jumping, Jack said. Micah's voice roars out, heavily guttural.
I feel strong. Why is it that you can't do that to yourself?
Jack shrugs his shoulders. It isn't something that works on me. The most logical reason is most likely because I'm already overloaded with the stuff, he replies.
Duly noted, Deputy Danger,
Micah said. Now, why don't you go make yourself useful and start on that little plan of mine, why don't you? Jack asked. I'll wait here for him.
I'll get to that eventually. I want to go outside for a bit. You did say I needed to get control over it.
Micah half roars, but I can see the sort of jack-o'-lantern grin on his face. Fine, just make sure it gets done, you hear me?
Loud and clear, amigo,
Micah grumbles, throwing his big claw hand in a salute. He slashes his claws into the air. They seem to tear at the very fabric of time-space. In another moment, I see him begin to phase in and out and distort. Within seconds, he's gone, body and all. I'm left there staring into the pocket dimension with my jaw wide open. Jack expects a chance of failure. That's why he's sending Micah out there as a failsafe. He isn't fully confident he can get inside my head. I'm gonna show him just how right he is for being unsure. I know of steadfast confidence growing within myself. I moved to re-enter the dimension, but then my body stops cooperating and I crumple to the ground. My vision clots and it all goes dark. I'm not falling through the space between dimensions, but somewhere solid. I must have landed, and the next thing I know I'm lying on the ground beside the basin and the treatment pod. I reach up and grab the side of the pod with my right hand, and my whole body is trembling. I feel a powerful force hit my back, and I slam into the treatment pod from behind. I turn my head around to see Jack standing over me. He must have kicked me or something. "And what are we doing here? I thought you'd enter the room with Thomas, huh? How the hell did you get here?" Jack asked. "What?" I asked, struggling to get to my feet. Just then I see the name on the treatment pod is Kate's, and not Tom's. That means I must have moved my body when I came back. Is this a step forward? I sure hope so. "Well?" Jack asked. "What?" I asked. "Your power is strengthening, is it not?" Jack asked. "And what would you do if it were?" I asked. Jack's face grows into a grimace. "I'm not letting you visit these ridiculous memories so you can be a pain in my side," Jack said. "You expected me to be cooperative?" "It seems I may need a stronger motivator," Jack said. "What does that mean?" I asked. Jack replies with silence. I hear a loud cracking sound and look to my side. I see that the treatment pod is caving in like a crushed soda can. I then look back to Jack with a look of obvious worry on my face. "What are you doing? It's going to kill her." "She died the moment you started being a pain," Jack said. The treatment pod nearly collapses on itself, but it stops. "Now, next time you disobey, she'll get the full effect of going through the trash compactor," Jack said. I'm breathing hard, and I look from Jack to the treatment pod. I immediately turn towards Jack and lunge at him. In a matter of seconds, Jack has me pinned to the wall behind me. But the weird part is, he hasn't moved a single muscle. "It's telekinesis," I call out. "Oh, it's quite helpful for situations quite like these, you'll find," Jack said, grinning. I begin sliding against the wall toward the door, a vice-like grip attached right around my neck. I can feel the force crushing my windpipe, and Jack begins walking alongside me, telekinetically dragging me alongside. I'm beginning to lose consciousness. My body begs for air. Jack puts his hand on the back of my head and shoves it into the basin. "You really shouldn't be missing work like this, Mr. Daniels. It may cost you an arm and a leg someday," Jack said, shoving my head in deeper. My vision is filled to the brim with various colors, and my body begins to feel lighter, until it's all numb. I'm dying. This is different. He's killing me, right here and now. My vision begins to fade, and all I see is darkness. Chapter 8. My eyes open, and I'm screaming loudly. My breath is staggered, and I look around and notice that I'm lying in a bed. The floor and walls are decorated somewhat like a hotel room. There's a wardrobe on the other side of the admittedly small room, and the bed I'm resting on is fit low to the ground. I hear footsteps outside of the room, and the door to my left opens. Kate runs through, half awake and somewhat droopy. "Nate, is everything okay?" My heart is still beating nearly out of my chest. I turn toward her. I must be back in the Republic Plaza. I'm fine. I just had a bit of a nightmare," I said, not entirely lying. Kate walks further into the room and sits down on the foot of the bed. "Is it anything you want to talk about, dear?" Kate asked. This has kind of crossed into a weird zone. "I think I'm fine. That's all right," I reply. "Okay, well, I was coming to wake you up anyway." "Really? Looks like you just woke up yourself," I said. "I did. Did you want to get a start on the day?" "I guess so," I said. "I really need to find out what year it is." "Okay, don't forget we have to go to my father's lab first thing, remember?" Kate said. "For what again, exactly?" "Today's the day my father's prototype is shown off." "That's what?" "Prototype? Prototype of what, exactly?" "You get dressed and I'll meet you down there, okay?" Kate asked. "Yeah, sure." She nods and smiles. She then slides off the bed and kisses me on the lips. My eyes go wide and I nearly topple off the bed. "Whoa, must have been one crazy dream to get you so spooked like that," Kate said. Yeah, you have no idea," I said. "All right, don't take too long," she said, walking out of the room. Just what the hell happened here? I wait a few moments in silenced horror, and then I scramble to the digital clock beside my bed. April 1st, 2013. So this is before the government shut down, but that would also mean my parents would be dead by now. Wait a minute, why is Kate here? Why am I here? Why is Mason still here? I run out of the room to see the white hallway. Sure enough, this is the same hallway, isn't it? Why is this memory conflicting with everything I know? I look down to myself and notice I'm wearing a set of pajamas. Weird. I walk back into the room and walk over to the wardrobe, throw on a pair of long gray pants and a black long-sleeve shirt. I also am glad to realize the pain I'd felt from the last memory hadn't carried over. I walk back outside of my room onto the monochromatic hallway. Now, if only I could figure out which way I'm supposed to go. Never knew each of the scientists had personalized labs. Nathan, where are you going? I turn around to see Kate on the other side of the hallway. Well, I'm heading to your father's lab, of course, I mumble out. Oh, I understand what's going on. I do that sometimes too. Come on, this way, Kate said, motioning her hand. I turn over and walk over to her confusedly. Do what sometimes? I ask. Think of the old building. It's such a mystery to me why we decided to rebuild this place to look exactly like the Western. Just makes everything so confusing, she said. The Eastern branch? Oh, of course, how could I have forgotten? We begin walking down the hallway and the elevator opens at the end. Just like the other building, instead of hitting the button up for the 4th floor, Kate instead hits the button for the 7th. I don't see why anyone would even think it'd make sense trying to cram a 56-story building into a 23-story one. It's less than half, Kate said. The elevator begins moving downward. There's a tense silence in the air. Kate grabs my hand in hers, and I can feel my heartbeat increase in speed. She must notice because she gives me a weird look. Are you alright? You've been acting a bit strange. It's just, that nightmare really got to me, I said. Oh, I know how that feels. Sometimes I have nightmares about things that are just absolutely horrible. Like what? I ask. This Radical-9 stuff. I actually dreamed about it before it happened. I saw people dying, and she trails off. It's okay. We don't need to talk about it if you don't want to. I saw you. What? I saw you die. It's this terrible war zone. People dying everywhere, and I saw you die. When was this? I ask. Back about a year before I'd even met you. I hadn't put the pieces back together then, because who remembers a nightmare they had that long ago? But then I had it again, a few nights ago. I remembered everything, and I remembered seeing you. Was there anybody else there you could remember? I asked. There was a few, but I don't remember them all too well. I do remember seeing another girl, 17 or 18. She was crying over you, cradling your body. She had dark red hair, Kate said, obviously distressed. It's just a dream though, right? It isn't real, I said, not confident in my own words. She was one of the people infected with Radical-9. Yeah, it's just a dream, Kate said quietly. The elevator doors opened and we stepped out quietly. We were in a hallway that was long and narrow. Various paintings littered the walls. I see various recognizable ones like the Mona Lisa or Starry Night as I pass by. We entered a large room that extends out both sides beside us. I see Mason and Jay. They're standing on top of a small set of stairs in a wide laboratory. Tables and desks clutter the floor, and all sorts of papers clutter the tables. Well, there you are, Mason said. Sorry, we kind of overslept, Kate replies. Now, Nathan, I'd like to be the first to humbly thank you for your service here and efforts to stop Jack. You've been more than a help than I can imagine, and your father would be proud, Mason said. My father? I ask. Yeah, Greg would sure be proud of you, Jay reiterates. Wait a second, what? Son, we know you're Gregory's kid. You look just like him, Jay said. We also know the kinds of things you're going through right now. What? Wait, is this? Kate asked. By the looks of it, you shouldn't really be in this time, should you? Mason asked. You know because you two have Radical-9 in your systems, right? I said. Mason nods. That's why my thanks earlier were made. Your power to travel through time is something truly amazing, Mason said. How long have you known? I asked. First day I met you, Mason said. Likewise, and it's likely that Jack didn't give two shits, or he might have caught on too. That's why we played along, Jay said. Just one moment. I'm having trouble understanding, Kate said. How could he be a time traveler if he's been here every day for like 6 years? It's difficult to explain, but he's only just now rejoining us. Is that correct? Right. This morning is the first I've ever been to this building personally. Last time I saw it, it was still kind of a wreck, I said. No, that's impossible. You've been here this whole time, Kate said. You remember me being here this whole time. In reality, Jack never suspected anything is because I didn't meet him back then. Neither did Jay, or even David. That first day I left when we were on the rooftop. Kate holds her hands to her head. This is all so confusing. I turn toward her. I'm not from this time. I'm from the general area, yes, but not this time specifically. I am infected with Radical-9, and I can send my consciousness into other times where my body could exist. Marvelous, Mason said. It's limited as far as I know. I can only stay for a few hours at a time until I can control it fully, but I've recently learned that I can sort of slip through different times, as if it were like flipping through chapters in a book, I said. I think I understand, so when you left the first time, who was it that stayed here? Kate asked. I'm not sure. It could have been me from any point in time. It wasn't me, but it was, I explained. Well, this is all fantastic, and now you're here to witness me reveal the world's first automaton, Mason said, and he picks up a small remote at the nearby desk. Automaton? I ask. Yes, a machine made to look like a human, I finish. Precisely, Mason said. Jay's been here helping me finish the prototype. Mason presses the button and a section of the floor opens up between him and Jay. It opens pretty wide and I see that something is rising up from below. Let me be the first to announce that the Automaton project is officially at the testing phase, Mason said. Let me tell you, he would not shut up once he finished this thing, Jay said to us. Rising from the space beneath the floor is a figure, a pure white humanoid shape, completely featureless. It looked somewhat like a mannequin. This is the beginning of our attack on Jack, Mason said. Logically, we cannot harm him, but if we could find something to go between, we'd be at least much safer. Jack probably got this idea from Mason in the future. Mason, however impressive these things are now, it isn't you who has control of them in the future, I said. What? Mason asked. The reason I'm here now is because my body, where I'm actually coming from, is in the year 2060. Jack is waiting for me on the other end, so to speak. He's there monitoring me, and he's got knowledge on how I can build these things, probably en masse. Well, then I guess I have a lot of work to do to catch up, huh? Mason asked. Mason, maybe he has a point, Jay said. Jay, we've come this far. If we can finish these faster, then we can end this faster. You need to destroy this thing and fast. Maybe you can change history all the faster. The automaton shall remain as it is, under my command. I can even prove it'll do no harm to us, Mason said. He presses a button on the remote once more, and I hear a low mechanical hum. Mason, don't make the same mistake my father and Jack made. The automaton slowly shifts its head to the right and to the left. It is somewhat like a clockwork figure, turning on process and logic. It turns its head slowly in almost full rotation, but then returns to its normal gaze, staring forward once more. My heart is pounding, and I have the unending feeling that something was supposed to happen, something more. And then it does. The automaton lunges to the side, knocking Mason off of his feet. It jumps on top of the nearest desk, nearly smashing it into two pieces. Dad! Kate yells out. The automaton turns its head toward the direction of the sound, and I see its hand open up to reveal a syringe. Mason, you need to shut it down, now! Jay runs to tackle the automaton, but it shoves him off with one stroke of its heavy arm. I see not just one syringe in its hands, but now three. I hear Kate running toward her father, but the automaton is one step ahead. It jumps behind her and takes her by her hair. She yelps and is then thrown to the ground. Not wasting another moment, I find myself jumping onto the automaton's back, grappling its neck. It takes notice, and then I feel a sharp sting in my right arm. I look down to see the creature had stabbed my arm with the syringe. Another second and it stabs my left too. I can feel the liquid being drawn in, and I lose my grip on the automaton. Kate gets up off the ground and is backed up against the wall. I fall off and I can see it ready the third syringe, but it isn't aiming it at me. It's aiming it right at Kate. I start seeing flurries of different colors and shapes, but one single thought permeates all of it. I must save Kate. I'm up in a matter of seconds. My arms are losing their feeling. The automaton readies its arm and I see Kate cringe. I scream out and I'm running in front of the automaton. I push Kate out of the way, and the next moment I see darkness. There is a quieted silence and then light comes back in fuzzy, distorted shapes. I'm breathing heavy, and the pain of it all comes in one fell swoop. I grasp it around my face, screaming, and then I feel it. The syringe was lodged in my right eye. The pain of it all was worse than anything I've ever felt. My vision was fading, but I could see Mason using what looked to be a high-tech pair of spark plugs to finally end the cruel monster. It fell to the ground with a loud thump. My brain was working in overdrive. Did I get a quick look at all of their relieved faces? They don't stay that way for long because when they see me, they turn to a shared look of horror. The next thing I know, everything goes dark. Is this how it ends? By a memory? Did I fail? Chapter 9. Everything is foggy. It feels like I've been in the darkness for the entirety of my life. I hear faint sounds, people talking, whispers, even laughter. I don't know where I am, and I believe I'm losing touch with who I am. I feel if I don't constantly remind myself, I'll forget, and just be a wandering spirit in the darkness. Cursed to wander, just to wander. No purpose, no being, nothing. All of a sudden I see a bright, white light. It is a single concentrated beam of light shined directly in my eyes. It moves from one eye to the other, and then back to the first. I slowly open my eyes, and I can see Mason and Jay hovering above me. Mason has a small flashlight hovering above my eyes, testing for dilation. Where am I? I slowly ask. My voice is a lot more strained than I thought. Slow down there, Tiger. You're lucky to be alive. You don't need to rush anything. I'm alive? You saved my daughter, Mason said. I sit up, and I feel a rushing headache come on. Hey, what did you just say about taking it easy? Jay asked. My head begins to pound. My head, why does it hurt so much now? I ask, holding my hand up. Yeah, there's one thing we've not yet told you, Jay said. What is it? I ask. The automaton had those syringes. They were full of turbocurarine. Oh, I have a bad feeling about this. Okay, and? I ask, fearing the answer. The drug would have killed you if it reached your heart, Jay explains. And it didn't, because we removed the drug from your body before it could reach your heart. That's great. How did you manage that? We didn't know the circumstances of you being... Mason begins. We didn't know how to handle what you are, Gavin. Or rather, what you become, Jay said. Your body is a more complex version of the prototype I've been running, Gavin. You're an automaton, Mason said in awe. Yeah, this is what happens when Jack got his hands on me, basically to make a very long story very short. Well, I also have to explain you don't really have a heart anymore, at least not fully, Mason said. Explain. Well, in your new body, your heart is equal to that of a tiny generator. It's not susceptible to the turbocurarine. In fact, none of your body actually was, so since your whole respiratory system has been automated, I still felt it all, you know? Yeah, your nerves have been fused into the circuitry. That's how you can move around and feel things around you. I see. Just then, I see the faces of Jay and Mason turn into looks of horror. What's wrong? I ask. Jay points behind me. I turn quickly and then I see it too. It looks to be a rip in time itself. Coming right through is an arm I can recognize by the long blue sleeve with the golden filigree. What is that? Mason asked. I don't even get a chance to explain as the arm grabs my neck. I feel an intense burning sensation as his hand makes contact. I scream out and I'm yanked through the rift in time. The next thing I see is I'm being thrown against Icarus. I crash hard against the hard metal, and I look up to see Jack standing before me, stationed in the pit of Icarus. Well, seems like you had a nice reunion, Jack said. I can still feel my neck burning from where he grabbed me. Just what did he do? What, cat got your tongue? Jack asked. I try to speak, try to move, to do anything, but I've lost all feeling in my body. Well, seems like you've made my job all the easier. You weren't supposed to talk to them. You were supposed to let the stupid girl die, Jack said. He walks closer to me, but then he stops. I see a weird look on his face. It turns to one of curiosity, but it doesn't stay for long, and in the next moment his face turns to one of surprise. He steps forward quickly, but then everything I see went dark. I open my eyes and I am in the space between dimensions. In another second I see Jack's arm once more and I try to swim away from it. I locate another dimension in the distance and propel myself toward it. Right when I'm about to make contact, I feel a hardened grip on my leg. It's the one that got burned, so I wince a little as it tightens. I stretch out and grab hold of a new time and yank myself through. I tumble through and land against the wall. I hear some screaming as I see Jack tumbling in after me. I notice to look around and see I'm outside of Andrew's house. What did you do to me? I ask, finally getting my voice back. Jack gets to his feet slowly, obviously dazed. You jumped he said, looking up at me. As he does, his face curves into one of shock. You kept your body. How did that... I don't let him finish. I'm running at him and I catch him off guard, sending him off his feet. I've got to find something to protect myself with. Anything at all. I look around me and I can't see anything that reaps that will help. Jack gets to his feet and I see an angry look fill up his face.
Why, you little... You're just as annoying as your pesky father,
he said. He then brings his right arm up and I see something begin to form in it. It's some sort of purple mess of goo. It looks sort of like some sort of plasma. It begins dripping out of his hands onto the ground below him, and it starts burning the grass around him. Jack takes a step forward and then throws the plasma cloud. It hurtles right toward me, and instinctively I raise my hands up in front of me. The plasma coats my hands, but then the strangest thing happens. It doesn't burn or anything, but instead begins to wrap around my hand and arm like a double helix. It dances around my fingertips, and I feel I can will it with my own mind.
What the hell now?
Jack screams. I'm just as surprised as you are, I said, my eyes not leaving the formed substance.
Must have been when I grabbed you,
Jack said, more to himself than me. Maybe. Is it possible he'd given me these powers by accident? It's plausible he accidentally did the same thing to me as he did to my future self. That could mean I already have my ticket out of here. I just have to survive this fight. Just how dangerous is this stuff right here? I asked, walking closer to Jack.
You don't know the power of which you deal with,
Jack said, backing up a step. Oh, how the mighty act, I start. I can see Jack's eyes moving fast from my hand to my face. Now, do you want to do this the hard way or the easy way? I ask. Jack is silent for a second and then a wicked grin appears. In a matter of moments, Jack whips his arm up and I'm lifted into the air. I half expected the telekinesis to come in at some point, but it still is just as restricting as last time. I cannot move my body at all. Maybe I don't have to move my body. I breathe slowly and concentrate on the plasma covering my arms. In another moment, the plasma begins to shift and change. It begins to bubble, and the next moment I see it hop off of my arm. It heads straight for Jack, scalding the side of his head. I hear him yell and I'm dropped to the ground. I look at him and I see that nearly a third of his face has been burned by the bubbling plasma.
You son of a bitch!
In a matter of seconds, Jack has closed the distance between us and he shoves me to the ground. I feel the wind get knocked out of me, and the whole world around us changes in a flash. 1 second we're outside of Andrew's house, and now on top of the Republic Plaza building. Jack looks around himself, confused, and I take the opportunity to kick him off of me. He catches himself in midair and is now hovering a foot off of the ground. You can float now? I ask. Jack doesn't answer. He immediately rushes in and picks me up. We're rising up, higher and higher. The rooftop of the Republic Plaza begins to shrink to the size of a raisin. We continue to rise up, but then I feel something different, as if everything just fell into place. My beacons of reality, they're all doomed if I can't get out of this. Which is why I will get out of this. I can get out of this whenever I need to. I have the power. Concentrate, and then I close my eyes. My heart begins to slow, and I feel the air around us change. I open my eyes, and we're standing back in my college dorm room. Jack falls backwards onto my bed, and I look around quickly. I reach for my roommate's mech drawer, but feel the left half of my body held back. Jack's telekinesis pulls me away, but I pull my hardest to push forward. It feels like my body is tearing itself apart, but I manage to grab hold of a knife inside the drawer and I toss it at Jack. He lets go of me to catch the knife just before it reaches him. I feel the metal of the knives. They're cold and hard, but I'm not even touching them. All in one mental motion, I feel them rising out and soaring out toward Jack. I can see I caught him off guard. In another moment, I close my eyes, and I'm gone. I'm floating in the space between dimensions. I don't even care which one I go to. I just need to get away. I need to find a place to regain my thoughts. I need to find someone to help. Bring me to anybody. I'm floating through the darkness, and then I see a sudden light ahead of me. I swim through the space to reach the light. I'm reaching closer and closer for it. I finally reach it and extend my arm out toward it. I get just one slight touch of the light, and I'm dragged in like a stray dust to evacuate. I awaken in the middle of a desolate city street. Buildings are in complete disarray around me. There is nobody around, and the whole place looks like it's been abandoned for years. I stand up and get my bearings and I cough. Even the air around me tastes toxic. My brain is racing at 1,000,000 miles a minute, and my body is doing its best to catch up. I then hear a stray thought enter my mind. It freezes me to my core, and all other functions stop as soon as I hear it. Gavin. That is all. Just one single word in one unforgettable voice. I hear him. I hear Jay. I turn around in a full circle, looking for any sign of him. Nothing. Telepathy. It must be. I remember Micah saying something about me being able to talk with those like me like this. I connected with him, that means. Might mean I could answer back. Jay? Is that you? Jay? Oh, Gavin, I can't say how happy I am to hear your voices. Where are you? I look around my surroundings, trying to find out any indicating features. I see ruined skyscrapers all around me, except for the one building that is standing, only as the first floor is surviving. There's a massive gate surrounding the perimeter of the building, but I can see the words, Republic Plaza, coding the front of what remains in the building. I'm in Denver. I'm in my Denver. Back in my time. I can't believe I'd ever be thankful to be in a ruined city. I'm in Denver by the Republic Plaza. Really? We're in the town over. I'll swing by to pick you up. We have some things to take care of first. I take a deep breath and lean against the gate. Just who could be with him? We? All of a sudden my head begins to pound. I'm having another vision. It overlays my current vision like another layer of the world. No passing out this time. I'm staring at the spot I've just been standing in, but from a different time, perhaps. It doesn't seem to look any different at all, so maybe it was just a few hours ago. I see Jay standing in front of a small car, and then another figure comes into view. I recognize him immediately as Andrew Cress. Right beside him is a younger girl, blonde hair and brown eyes. I can also see she's bleeding from a wound on her head, and it looks pretty serious. This vision's from 2022, and that's where I feel I am now. I can feel the intuition I had prior rush back to me. Apparently it's not as serious as I think, because she's able to move and function properly, but it still has me uncomfortable. I think this might have been right after Andrew and his sister left that virtual world. What was his sister's name again? Jen? So, what do we do from here on out? Andrew asked. I'll take you both back to your house, and I'll go on my way, Jay said. You worked with both of our fathers, didn't you? Jen asked. Yeah, I'm Jay Ryan. I have my own son who's just like you two, he said. Really? Where is he? Andrew asked. I'd say he's having a blast on a school field trip to the Bronx Zoo right about now. I left him with some people I trust that I know will raise him right, he said somberly. What about you? I don't trust myself not to ruin his life any more than I already had, he said. I'd let some old friends of mine adopt him. Yes, they always wanted to have a kid, but couldn't have one on their own. What's next for you then? Andrew asked. I mentioned it a bit before, but I plan on continuing my research on the cure for Radical-9. I owe it to my boy to make a world that is safe for him to live in. Jay gets into the car, followed by Andrew and Jen. I walk up closer to the car to hear them better. Radical-9? Jen asked. I'll explain it later, Andrew said. So, Andrew knows then. Jen looks in Andrew's eyes for a moment and then shifts her gaze to the ground. So, you're Jack's daughter. I can see it in your eyes, Jay said, looking into the rearview mirror. Yeah. Before all this, he was a good man with good intentions. Something in that stupid specimen had brought something feral inside him. I don't know how else to explain it, Jay said. There's a tense silence. Jay begins to drive off. I watch as the car leaves my field of view. The vision fades slowly and I'm left standing beside the gate. I can see a bright light in front of me. Two of them, actually. I notice it's gotten extremely dark outside and stars fill the skies. The two lights close in on me and I finally see them to be headlights. The car returns just as quickly as it had left. But the one difference is, this time, it isn't a vision. Endgame. I stand completely still as the car swings up and stops right next to me. The passenger door opens and I see that Jen had moved to the back seat, in between Andrew and another girl. She's got long black hair, just a few shades brighter than Andrew's. I can see her deep blue eyes from outside the car. I'm guessing how she seemed attached to Andrew at the hand, they must be involved in some way. I see Jay flash a smile at me and he cocks his head. Hop on in, Gavin. We have a lot to talk about, he said. Certainly, I said. I open the door and step inside, pulling the door closed. Jay begins pulling out and onto the street. He's going rather fast, but I'm not complaining. So are you one of the 10? Jen asked me. Yeah, Jay. Did you explain Radical-9 to them? Yeah, before we go farther than that, I should introduce you. Andy, Jen, Lindsay. This is Gavin Daniels. Daniels? Wait, you're the one from the vision, Jen said. What? I asked. Jen has had visions of the past when we were trapped inside of Elysium. You hear that? Andy asked. Yeah, I heard of it. Oh, it was your parents. They saved me, Jen said. Must have been when they died, I said. Gavin, your parents were brave people, and I'm sure they're proud of all that you've done. Well, I'm Andrew Cress, but please, call me Andy. It makes me sound less formal. I'm not one much for formalities, he laughs. And you're Jen, right? I ask. The younger blonde nods her head. I can see the resemblance she had to Megan. And you're Lindsay. Who are you? I ask. I met Andrew inside of Elysium. Now, I'm not like you guys. I don't have this Radical-9 stuff inside my body, but I'm fully committed to help you guys in whatever you need. And you two are, I said, pointing to Andy and her. She nods. Okay, so Jack is still alive. I dropped the bomb. And frankly, I bet he's pissed. We're gonna have a long ride, so feel free to get any stories out while you can, Jay said. I nodded my head. It all started back in 2018, I began. I tell them the adventures of my first kidnapping, meeting myself in the future, being betrayed by myself in the future, even realizing I'm not even in my own body anymore. I tell them of my power to travel through time, and I also tell them of all that I heard of their journey, their adventure through the mystical virtual world Elysium. How is that possible? We only just left there not a few hours ago, Lindsay asked. In the future I'd been in, your journey had already happened. My future self was the only one there to remember it. Everybody else was comatose or too busy trying to keep the human race alive to prevent Radical-9 from spreading, making us all extinct, I explained. But in the end, your other self betrayed you for power, Jen said. I don't think it was the power he wanted specifically. I kind of feel for him. He'd been forced to live as the caretaker of the world, all while it hung on his shoulders. He'd had no one else to comfort him, and he had a longing I once knew. I wasn't really social before all of this. I didn't really need anybody else after my parents died, I said. I'm so sorry, Andy said. I believed that I could do it on my own, and I've learned firsthand what being alone leads me to. I've learned the one thing that separates me from him, I said. Well, I'll say, no matter what you turned out like that in the future, you're not going to be as bad as him, Andy said. Yeah, there's no way we're going to let that happen, Lindsay said. We have to stop him, because he's going to be the end of this world if we don't, I said. Okay, do you have any inkling where he may be now? I do. He's going after your son, Jay. Jack set up a failsafe with Micah to go after him if he failed to get me. We're already heading there, Gavin. No need to worry. We have time. Micah said he needed time to learn his abilities, but we can't count on that. We need to find him as fast as we can. It might be a little difficult, because the people I gave him to went deep into hiding. They changed their names for this because they understood the gravity of the situation. We're gonna need some time to find them, Jay said. Well then, let's get a move on, shall we? Jen asked. I'm already clocking 80 on this thing. It wasn't in the best of shape when I picked it up, so I don't want us ending our journey because of some engine fire or something like that starting up. We set our sights on the transcontinental journey, and now our destination is New York. Hopefully Jay's kid is still alive and kicking, because we'll have one hell of a fight on our hands. Hero. My hero. Megan, I think I'm finally beginning to understand what you called me, and I think I'm finally ready to take up that mantle. This is going to end, all of it, and your memory will finally be able to rest in peace. Well, you've reached the end of the story. Brian here. I'm so glad you made it this far, and I want to give my thanks to Laches for providing the voice of David Cress throughout this novel, as his performance was spot on and exactly how I wanted it. Now, if you're interested in continuing this story, check out Dreamer, as it caps off the original Radical-9 trilogy, and then continue onward to A New Dawn, a Dreamer epilogue. Or if you want to check out my other series, 12 Monoliths, you can begin here with Good People Die.